live so that the people get to
We are.
know the. Oh my goodness gracious, that's a good thing because I was gonna say something really questionable. What was the question?
Have you seen Team America? World Police?
No, 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 I
That's
haven't.
going to be in EFAP movies for the ages, I think.
I think you've
Yeah,
asked
I'd like
this
to see it.
before.
It's because I'm always shocked, so I never want to jump into it without
It
realizing
is
if I've.
shocking. It is.
Springy.
You what?
Speaking of things that we've talked about before, I'm gonna show you a meme, and the meme perturbed me. It upset me a bit,
Mm.
and I think you'll be able to find out why this meme it kind of upset me a little bit.
Yeah, it's the Tom Nook bit, right?
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't. That's not fair.
I, I, interest-free loans. I,
Tom Nook is a hero, and I don't enjoy having Mr. Nook's name slandered
he,
like
bu-
this.
he is essentially responsible for building the community that you become a part of in Animal Crossing.
Tom Nook
Like,
offers you interest-free loans that are basically you don't have to pay back if you don't want
no, you
to.
don't. If you don't want a bigger
There's
house, but if you want a
there's
bigger
no
house,
collateral if you don't pay them back. You don't have to offer anything at all whatsoever. So he does all this stuff overnight while you're sleeping, doesn't even bug you, and boom, massive home
in
renovations
a
completed
day.
for you. And
God
yeah, it's
damn.
it's overnight. Yeah, you go
Mm-hmm.
to bed, you wake up, boom, it's done. You didn't even know. And he, I believe he raises his two nephews, right? Doesn't he
Yeah, I
have
mean, he,
two?
yeah, and they help him in his shop, and then it gets bigger and bigger as because that's the thing that
As you
people say is
spend.
like, see, that look at that capitalism on display there as he builds this bigger
By the
shopping center.
way,
it's like, yes, but built
Doom Guy would
very
not.
ethically.
Doom Guy would not be in a position where he would have enraged Tom Nook to this degree. Not that Tom Nook would ever do this, but that would never
Yeah.
happen. Doom Guy would be working real
No,
hard to earn the place that he gotten as an opportunity
I think
Doom
so.
alone.
guy
You
would
I
know,
think so. Yeah.
appreciate
yeah.
what
These
Tom
two
Nook
would be
is
friends.
doing for him.
They've
They
got
would.
Master Chief and Doom Guy being like, "Ah, you
Doom
son of a
Guy's a
bitch, you
hero.
friends." It's like, yeah, that would be
Tom's a
Tom Nook as
hero.
well. They'd be shaking hands. They'd be like, "You're a
Mhm.
legend in these parts," you know.
They're both defenders of the community, just
Yeah.
in different
I'm
ways.
just imagining that the way that it works is it's the same shot from the movie, and it's Tom Nook just looking like Tom Nook, but then when it cuts to the handshake, all of a sudden he's muscular.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's got a real hand instead of like, I don't know, I guess
Ugh.
like a nub.
Yeah, the
Otherwise, I
Powerpuff Girl
like the
hand, yeah.
meme. I like the
Yeah,
meme
otherwise
otherwise.
it's
Just
nice meme otherwise, but
yeah, but the
the
Tom Nook
Tom Nook
slander has
slander
gotta
really
stop.
drags the vibe down, drags
It's
the mood
gotta
down.
stop.
It
Interest-free
needs to stop.
loans.
When one of the best things that can ever happen to you in your Animal Crossing village is when Tom Nook's store gets upgraded because you've patronized him enough and you now have more things to buy, right? You have a larger selection of things that he offers you now. It's one of the best things. He goes from like a little wooden shack to like a proper store with little he's guys he goes from having like a uniform or like he starts like with an apron and then he ends up getting a uniform and his nephew start helping out and it becomes like a family business and yeah, it's
But
Tom Nook's
even
wonderful.
in New Horizons, he creates like a little company for setting up the town on the island.
Okay.
He's a
I'm
very
not
industrious, hard-working man, and
That's right, he
I'm
is.
tired of the hate.
He
As
is
you should
the
be.
one of the greatest Tanuki/raccoons in gaming history.
It's
One of the
kind of a
greatest
funny
people.
thing of like, oh, he's a Tanuki or a raccoon. They're not the same.
Yeah, it depends on where you're, where you buy the game.
hmm They're
He's
very
he's,
different
uh
critters.
he's a fluid species, you know?
So,
Massive. So, what are we talking about today, Mahler?
well, this is no big spoiler to chat if they watch any other shows that I'm a part of. We're talking about a movie that there was some significant level of anticipation for. It is sort of a capstone to several other films that I happen to care a lot about, as does, I know, Fringy. Rags probably to a lesser degree, but still somewhat, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember your familiarity with the Fox universe exactly. I know you've seen several, but,
I
you
think
know,
I've seen all but one. I think I've seen all but one. Dark Phoenix is the one I didn't see.
oh no.
I didn't see that one, but I don't think anyone did. So, um, there you go. I've been told it's not required viewing for anything, really.
Well, this one popped out after a few trailers, and the hopes of what it may or may not be were revealed to the world. And my God,
Yeah.
it's doing
What?
wonderfully in the box office and critically to a degree. I guess it depends on
Huh.
exactly what you're looking for in terms of good results. But revitalizing somewhat a dying corpse that is the MCU to an I mean, most people's commentary is it won't make a single difference, but in some ways it makes all the difference because of the future of the MCU and what will be taken as a result of this film being incredibly just
Successful, financially viable.
rewatchable, engaged with, memeable, appealing to every last thing everyone truly, 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 truly wants.
Yeah, sounds great.
Um, I
What?
uh, I wasn't as fond of it as most
Oh my
people.
goodness.
Yeah,
Why don't you like
shocking.
things?
I don't know, everything I hate, which is funny because we're currently experiencing some heat for liking House of the Dragon when that's getting
But
blasted
House of the
by.
Dragon's good.
I agree. I do think it's good also. The next episode of that is recorded and will be out Wednesday for those concerned. And the last one will be recorded probably the same day offline because the last episode will be out by then. For those curious about the coverage of that. Though for this, I've managed to, on some streams, express some difficulties, disdain for some of the choices in this film. And I suppose today we're going to spend the next however many hours with you, chat, you precious, wonderful people, explaining exactly how we came to feel whatever it is that we felt. Should not be a spoiler that Fringy and Rags were not pleased with this film either. You guys may choose your own words, I suppose, to describe it, but I was just
I
gonna.
I was I was disappointed. I really like the first two Deadpool movies. I really like them. The first one in particular. I think it's a really entertaining movie and also a really strong movie. Like that they made a lot of really good decisions in terms of how to structure that and what kind of approach to take and the balancing of comedy and drama. I really like that movie and also really like the second one. So I went into this one I don't know, like a kind of weirdly optimistic because on the one hand, it is another Marvel movie, and I mean, it has been a pretty remarkable streak of terrible releases from the MCU over the last few years. But at the same time, hey, look, it's another Deadpool. I like those Deadpool movies, but yes, I was quite disappointed.
I too was very disappointed. I liked the first Deadpool. Got a lot of laughs out of me. I thought it was an interesting movie in terms of its presentation and its vibe, very unlike anything else that I had seen superhero wise. It was very unapologetically itself. So I walked away with Deadpool quite positive. Deadpool 2, it was okay. I didn't like it as much as the first Deadpool, but there was still a lot of things to like about the second Deadpool. So when I heard that this third one was coming out, I'm like, oh, okay, let's, we'll give it a look. I'm not like a Deadpool fan or anything. Thought the movies were all right. And I watched this one, and I can't say that I enjoyed it. I think that it committed a grave number of errors, and it did a lot of things wrong that many other things we criticize do. And I was very disappointed. And it unfortunately did not take long at all for me to feel that this movie was not very respectful to the first two Deadpool movies, among other movies. So there you go. The hive mind strikes again.
Well,
To be
it's
clear, I
gonna.
watched this. I watched this without knowing anything about it. I didn't know anything about the plot. I didn't know anything about what other people really thought about it. I kind of went in and I felt how I felt. So I didn't get primed or anything. Just to be
Well,
clear here, I
and
know
to the
it's
shock
new,
of
but
literally nobody, myself, Fringy, and Rags have already discussed at length many of the things that have happened in this film, because we are actually friends outside of this show we do. I'm sorry. I know it's a horrifying realization.
yes,
I've also expressed a lot of my issues on other shows, so a lot of people know exactly what we're going to talk about, at least somewhat. But you know this show. We're going to delve into
if they know the
everything in
extended
detail.
lore,
Yes.
the expanded universe.
So, I suppose we should just get started. I will try and get a bit
Yeah,
more
let's,
peppy, but it's this film
I'm
upsets
excited.
me, so I'm gonna.
Anger
I'm not.
elicits energy.
That's good for you, Rags.
Yes.
Does anger make you lethargic? Does it drain your energy? Does it not fill you with
Oh, well,
passion?
Hey, look,
And
alright.
I'm
We'll see
currently
how it
in
goes.
sadness. Could
You know.
very well turn into anger. The more we talk about it,
Yeah.
it's not going to be a surprise.
turn that frown. We'll keep it a frown, but actually, I
Turn
don't
those
know.
eyebrows upside down.
Yeah, you see, like how my eyebrows are. Change them
Mhm.
into
Yeah.
fringies. Fringies is closer to what we got going.
Mhm.
Your Mahler's more neutral. I'm more like, hey.
We will start where the movie starts chronologically. It does a whole jump forward, jump back thing for
Okay.
the sake of understanding from the get-go exactly. Treat this almost, the way I'll describe this first scene, as
All right.
not even the film. It's someone pitching their idea for Deadpool 3 to you, right? That they give you a couple of things. And so they say to you, okay, Deadpool
Does
2
this person
ended.
sound like Ryan Reynolds?
Yeah, maybe. I don't even know how much he has control over the writing in these things. He might have a lot. He might have little. I really have no idea. But,
Oh.
they say because the three of us fully rewatched Deadpool 1 and 2 before Deadpool 3, so they're very much on the mind. And I love me some use of your sequel to take advantage of what's been set before, while simultaneously not.
Which is what Deadpool 2 did.
Yes,
well,
it
it's what a
does.
lot of good sequels do. They go, hey,
Yeah.
that first one, that was great. Let's make another one that also bounces off the first one while also not destroying it. That'd be
Explores a different idea.
Yeah,
Yes.
even though I think the first two Deadpools, to varying degrees, it's going to be subjective to to a lot of people. Well, it's subjective to everybody, but to varying degrees, they are comedies. They are funny movies, but they are actually movies that do have a heart and a theme and like characters going on journeys and learning things. They are deeper than just, "Hi, I'm a wisecracking, gun shooting, sword slashing guy." They actually are like proper movies with points. So I do not want that to be forgotten when we talk about Deadpool 1 and 2, or when you think back on it in your memory.
Yes, I thoroughly enjoy 1 and 2, and so it's nice to expect a lot of respect to be given to those films. So anyway, 2 ends with Deadpool getting Cable's device to travel through time repaired by Negasonic Teenage Warhead and her friend. They sort it out, and we're going to be getting to do some stuff with it. One might assume it's all memes, but it's absolutely canon what happens in that ending. He goes back and saves his girlfriend, first and foremost. Then he saves Peter. Then he does some meme things, but I mean, I guess they did happen.
Yeah,
like,
then he saves the Jews. Yeah.
well, yeah.
true.
Well,
He does.
they never show him actually do the act.
That's
right?
true. They don't. That would be. But
And now,
it is
instead of laughing
it's
about that,
implied.
I need to be clear because like it might be relevant with how we discuss consequences of actions and timelines and stuff. He goes back to kill baby Hitler, but then he reconsiders. Well, rather just considers. He's having difficulty with it. And then they cut before we see exactly what happens. Now, what I was going to say, of course, is that he kills Ryan Reynolds before he can start filming Green Lantern. It's very funny. And he kills his old version of Deadpool from X-Men Origins Wolverine, and says, hey, me and you, Wolverine, we should team up in future. I'm going to ask you in future, and you got to say yes, okay? It's a fun little thing. It's always something you wanted. And I guess here we are. So with all of that in mind, what happened next? This film actually takes on immediately after Deadpool 2 and says that he uses the device to travel to the Sacred Timeline, 616, the MCU as it's referred to these days.
The sacred timeline. I hate that.
There's so much to discuss here for a decision to be made, but I guess before we can go further, it's like, so why? And it's like, well, to be clear, the reason is he wants to join the Avengers.
Now,
Now,
aren't
okay,
there? You go ahead, Frangie.
well, so the first thought is, what? You just made X-Force. Like,
Yep.
that was, like, the point of your movie, was that you found a
It's
family in
true.
X-Force.
They had a team. They were a cool
But
team too.
the first thing that you did was that you wanted to go to specifically the Marvel Universe to become an Avenger? What?
Oh, and to be clear, yeah,
Well,
they call it 616 from MOM and
Yes,
everything.
they call it
We
that.
know about the
Yeah.
comics and
Well, remember, they call it that from, that was the thing that Mysterio, who made it up,
yeah, made it up.
said it was, and it turned out he
it was a
correct,
really catchy lie.
but it
Well,
was true.
for the sake of the
Well, it
conversation, for
was
not confusing anybody,
incidentally
from
true.
now on we will call it the sacred timeline. That's the clearest. It's just that the movie has descriptions where it says,
That's
you know, 616.
title.
Well, it actually highlights the problem by calling it the sacred timeline anyway, which is absolutely what they refer to it as. But yes, how should we do this? Should I summarize the scene, or should we go piece by piece?
Yeah.
I have a
Right.
fun fact.
Yes.
Did you know that in Lilo and Stitch, Stitch is experiment 626,
Oh,
Yeah.
which is a similar number to 616,
it is
but
similar.
somewhat different.
Okay, well,
That's it. That's all I got.
Yeah. Explain the scene from beginning to end, I think.
well, so funnily enough, I'm tempted to go so chronologically that we actually explain why he wants to join the Avengers right now. I don't think it's going to ruin our assessment of this film in any way, shape, or form.
It'll probably need to. Yeah, it's probably good to say it now because it will color.
Well, yeah,
kind of how
it'll
we assess things.
it'll
going
be
forward.
mentioned here, but we'll be seeing the scene about 40 minutes into the film, so we'll just say it now, which is that his girlfriend Vanessa feels he needs to do more. He needs to act more. He needs to matter. It's a very odd conversation that we see, and
Well,
parts of it
well.
we're to believe not even real because they're being messed with by someone else. But the broad thing seems to be that he believes, as is stated in the scene with Happy Hogan, that he's concerned he's going to lose his girl if he doesn't do something that matters.
Well,
this is
that's a
very
problem.
strange considering the many things he's done so far that have mattered considerably.
Yes.
In the first
I don't know.
movie
It
and
seems
in the
like
second
he
movie.
was in the habit of doing really important things.
Well, yeah, he saves her life in the first movie,
And
and
remember
then he
that
goes back in
even-
time to save her
that was-
life again.
That was the point of that movie. Remember, it was the line he
is-
said, "You know, the right girl will bring out the hero in you." That was
Mhm.
that was the arc.
It was
It gets him
unfathomably
from
confusing.
anti-hero to like hero. Yeah, it's getting Deadpool into being a hero was the first movie. He's not like a standard hero. He's obviously very.
Oh no, the
he's-
amount of collateral damage he caused in Deadpool 2 is crazy.
Yeah.
He is very much an anti-hero, but he will do some selfless things.
he has limits. There are things that he will and won't do. I think that it's played as a comedic scene, but we were talking about killing baby Hitler was. I think it's interesting that in that scene, as funny as it is, he has to really hype himself up and really push himself to kill a baby, specifically baby Hitler, and he can't just do it. Even he knows it's like, oh, this is like, oh, killing a baby is, ooh, that's a line
Yeah.
that so there are things he will and won't do. Deadpool is a character. He is a person. Wade Wilson has his lines that he will and won't cross.
Well, you can go all the way
things
back to the beginning, chronologically, of Deadpool 1, where he's doing a mercenary job, and he completes it, and it's to get a stalker away from a girl, and she says, "You're my hero," and he's like, no, don't say that, don't do that. Because it's like, how much of this is for the money, and how much is this because he wants to actually do things that are for the good of people, and a lot of Deadpool 1 is kind of weird to watch at this point with where Deadpool's at, because a significant portion of that film is about the man Wade Wilson, and he is a man, as in like a full person, a character. He's not a clown. He's got like feelings and reactions and values to lots of different things, but he's also pretty ruthless, rough, and at times very reckless. Right? There's so much about him and the girlfriend that in the first one, the argument is made that what makes their relationship so passionate between them is that they're the two pieces, the piece the other needed, right? It completes them. They are, as she says, your crazy matches my crazy. It's supposed to be like they're both kind of chaotic and insane, and they are perfect for each other.
someone out there for everybody.
But
Yes.
unfortunately, as the films progress, she gets progressively less screen time, to the point that in this film she is barely in it.
Barely
Uh,
in it, and she's essentially
she's
an
not a
entirely
character in
different
this one,
person.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
which is a big problem when she is. I mean, even though she wasn't in the second movie for very long either, she was meant to be like kind of the core driving motivator for Deadpool in both
Yeah, she's
films.
referenced constantly.
So,
But not much Vanessa in this film at all.
we're supposed to believe that, yes, he literally changed the course of time to save her and his people for X-Force, which is confirmed with Shatterstar is still alive, so not just Peter. And,
Yeah.
you know, all these efforts made, and of course what happened with Russell and everything else, Cable to the point of sacrificing his ability to be with his family to save Deadpool. These are
It's
all
quite
events that
a
took place.
full payoff.
Oh, Cable! I can't wait to see him. He was really cool in
And I
Yeah,
really
Deadpool
can't
too,
wait
be
to
neat
see
to see
Deadpool.
him, yeah.
yeah, he had a neat power set. He had a great actor. I'm really curious what he's gonna do because I
And
remember
man,
at the end of Deadpool 2, he said that he is going to work to make sure that the world doesn't
yeah,
become a bad
X-Force.
place in the future. Yeah, part of
X-Force.
X-Force.
And man, Colossus, he's such a wholesome lad. Can't wait to
Yeah,
see
his
Be
him in
really
here.
awesome
relationship
to
with
see Colossus
Deadpool.
back as
Yeah.
well, yes.
Really, really like Colossus.
So, you know, there's a couple of other things I want to make clear before we move on as well, like the relationship between them, to see what would have happened. Deadpool 2, I think, because I've seen the sentiment, it's like, why would you consider anything other than what happened to Deadpool 2 to be, it's fridging. She got killed and the plot is supposed to push him in directions and stuff, but we've never subscribed to that. We shredded the fridging video from, I forget who it was that we covered, but the notion
Something.
of a character dies and then another character goes on a journey or gets pushed to an action as a result of it is just, the idea that it's called fridging and therefore bad sort of shit is just so, just lacks any interesting. There's so many things that applies to that no one would ever apply it to.
Well, the
Is where I'm going with
reality
it.
is that when it comes to writing a story, most of the time, everything but the main character is orchestrated and designed to support the main character, whether that means that the characters are dying or not. You know, what individually happens to them, they're ultimately there to serve something that is more important.
Yeah, it's their
She
construction and how they're woven into the protagonist's story that
overly
helps to
sarcastic
determine whether or not
productions,
they
by the
feel
way. That's,
artificial. That was it. That
yeah.
was the one.
So, her dying in Deadpool 2 causes him, and they get a few what I consider to be strong chemistry scenes before it happens, and the scene immediately after she dies is one of the more emotionally effective in all of the Deadpool movies. And the rest of the film asks a lot of questions as to who he is and what he does next if she's gone, and obviously she's still in his head in a lot of ways, trying to get through an idea. And I think Deadpool 2 actually makes really strong use of it. I don't consider what happens to her particularly unfair or you know, in whatever way you want to try and argue fridging. And then
It was
to the
tragic.
argument that it's all undone by the end, making the film redundant, it's like, well, arguably a lot of what the film is still absolutely meaningful because it's what he did and what he wants to do with the idea that she's gone. And all of that gets a conclusion. There's definitive answers to that, and then she can come back thanks to his device. You know what I
Yes,
mean?
but
Like
he is still the way that he was. Yeah,
yeah, he's
he's the way
still
he
that
is
man.
He's
because
still
of that.
transformed.
Yeah,
He still went on his arc.
The reason
That's
why I hate this a
because
lot more
Deadpool goes on arcs.
is
Because
that
Deadpool is a character.
she doesn't behave in even the most basic way, the way that Vanessa does in Deadpool 1 or 2, and she doesn't have the values of Vanessa. She's unironically very close to a cardboard cutout. Like, she doesn't
Yeah.
do anything that's... If they have one scene where they get to interact near the beginning and one at the end, and both of them come across like they've never met each other before.
Yeah, where's the chemistry? Where's the goofing around?
It's legitimately bizarre. Yeah, going from, especially because I watched Deadpool recently, going from that to watching her in this, it's just not.
It's a bit
not even
sad.
comparable. It is sad because they had a really fun and interesting dynamic,
It's
and now it's gone.
the core of the film in the first one. They recognized they needed to make
Right.
that relationship really, really, you know, matter so that we get the thrust of the plot with him. We want to go save her, sort of thing. And get back to her and heal his wounds so that they can have the relationship they had before, all that sort of stuff. But yes, in this one, all we're told so far is that she's considering breaking up with him unless he fucking joins a hero team like the Avengers. The
But
sheer
it's like,
problems with this, it's
what?
If there's anything the MCU has taught me, it's that you can only be a hero if you're a part of the
He has a
Avengers.
team. He's X
he
Force.
created one that
He
are
created
still
it.
alive. Like what?
It's his
Well,
team.
they're not cool enough, you see. I guess.
And then, of course, the question is, if he really, really, for whatever reason, doesn't want to do X-Force, why would his next port of call not be the X-Men, of which he was a trainee for a day? You know what I
Which
mean? Like,
existed in that universe and had not yet been destroyed yet at that point in the timeline. Why wouldn't he? I mean, that was what Colossus was trying to make him do, but the whole idea was that he needed to create one for himself. Because X Force is meant to be his family. It's not just like a team that he hangs out with. They're meant to represent the family that
people
he needed to create.
some people are like, that's not what she said. She left him once he didn't come back from it. It's how Wade interpreted it. It's like it's so go. You have to go scene by scene, folks. All right, you have to wait. But in this scene, he says that to Happy, that he's worried about losing his girl unless he matters, and he can't think of any better way to do it than joining the Avengers. The
that's what he says.
misinterpretation of what she says and her reaction to what he reacts to with the rejection, we're getting there. It's going to be piece by piece. All right, you're going to give it time. But believe me, I've gone over this film in autistic detail. I know all the lines. I know how the story goes. It's why I don't like it. So, with that, there's several decisions he could have made that this doesn't make any fucking sense, nor does her request to do that make any sense considering the events of the prior films and her values as a character. So all of this has been upended. Don't know what the fuck they're doing. And if someone said this is a premise for Deadpool 3, I'd be like, oh, do you mind watching Deadpool 1 and 2 before you give me a pitch for Deadpool 3? Because that obviously...
Because he
just a
clearly
sequel.
didn't. Yeah. This is in no way. Yeah.
So, why in the world would he try to join the Avengers, and then why in the world would he travel to a different dimension to join the Avengers?
Yeah, because
What's wrong with
different
the
universe.
Avengers in his universe? And also, there's an
well, the
infinite
thing is
amount of
that
Avengers to
that
choose from. So
if there's no Avengers in his universe, which there isn't, you know, like we know that there isn't one in the Fox X-Men universe, why wouldn't he just try another one? I mean,
Yeah.
are we seriously implying that there's only like one Avenger? From his view, this universe is no more important than any other universe because it ain't, or at least it ought not be. That was because the TVA arbitrarily decided that it mattered more than all the other ones. But like he could just keep going to different ones. But I mean, why would he even do that? It's like, okay, oh, I'm off to work in a different universe. See ya. Like, surely he would want to remain in his own universe with his
the
friends.
one he has an investment in.
Especially
with
when
his-
he, especially when he later makes it very clear how important all of those people are to him.
Yeah.
That he just wants to regularly disappear to a different universe. To,
Is
like,
his
be with the
plan?
Avengers.
Yeah, his plan is to say, Vanessa, I've joined an alternative version of the Avengers. Oh, I mean, okay, so the Avengers are a group of superheroes. No, they're not like mine. They're a group. They're a group of super cool. Well, he used to be super cool superheroes from in a different universe. So I'm gonna go work with them. And you
Well, I
love
mean,
me
can
now,
we
right?
deal with something that I don't think anybody even wants to bother with, which is, Vanessa, I've gone to a different universe, dimension, timeline, whatever, to join the Avengers. The Avengers is, and then she cuts him off and says, I'm sorry, you went to a different universe? And he's like, oh, yeah?
Oh yeah, there's different universes. Yeah.
Well, not only are there different universes, I have a device that can take me in and out whenever I want. And it's like, oh, you could probably solve all of the things. This is incredible technology. Like, what? This changes literally everything about everything ever.
If this was another Deadpool movie, they would have a big conversation between the two about the potential of his power and what he could be using it for, and she would be his, his moral center, core, backbone, to get him to do those things if he didn't already.
I think the MCU
probably
is so fucked at this point that people just casually flipping universes. It's like, yeah, of course, that's normal. What? Would anyone really even question any of that? It's like, yeah, I guess not, or something. And then he destroys it after the rejection as well, which makes me think about all of the things that could have been done with that device, including but not limited to allowing Cable to go back to his family.
Yeah,
you'd have thought Deadpool would want to offer that.
Or Deadpool knows that, oh shit, if someone dies, this is my way to undo that potential. Look, if I've got that device, I ain't breaking it.
No, there's
I'm gonna
there's
get it. I'm getting it laminated just to make sure it's all right.
there is infinite good that can be done with that device, as opposed to it allows me to join a team in a different universe to fight crime. Like I don't even know
But
what to
Mahler,
say.
consider that Deadpool's a wacky guy.
Um, so it's like we're dealing with this first sentences of this story, and it's already completely fucking collapsed for world building and character. It's just like,
Yeah,
fuck me.
I
This,
mean,
yeah,
bit
this
of a
movie
problem.
collapses fast.
This is like based on what we saw in the first two films. How is this not like an outright reversal of the arcs that he went on in both of those films?
So, the conversation he has with Happy is filled with cringe. This was a scene that I think most people agreed the jokes were just, man,
Not landing.
like I masturbate with Hulk hands. It's called smash debating. And, there's just like a sense of, all right.
Well,
Mm.
lewd humor is good humor, as they say.
Uh,
Yeah, and then he's like, what's your superpower, Happy? Is it to parallel park?
First off,
oh,
not
got
everyone
him.
can do that.
Not everyone can do that.
Not everyone can do that. But not that funny. But so this is all subjective, guys. This is all subjective. Maybe these really worked for other people, right? That's what it's all
Yeah,
about.
that's nothing you can deny for sure. A lot of these jokes will or will not work. Maybe we'll try and delve into why I feel like some of them definitely don't or definitely do work. In terms of writing jokes. But if you found the movie funny, it's totally fine. I just typically did not. I was hoping for more. I wasn't getting it. Anyway, Wade says he cares and he wants to use that feeling for something important. He wants to matter. He wants to show his girl that he matters. He wants to be an Avenger because what they do matters. And if he doesn't do something quick, he's not sure it'll work out between him and his girl. And he doesn't want to be a one-trick pony for the rest of his life, which, as we've gone over,
One trick pony.
none of that makes any sense with who we know Wade
Nope.
Wilson is.
I got no clue. I can't help you.
Nope.
This is weird. This is just outright bizarre. We are very very early into the movie. We've had the amount of, you remember at the beginning of Thor: Love and Thunder how we had like how quick the villain like becomes a terrible villain, like contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a different version of that, where I don't know how quickly in a movie other than this we've had our protagonist essentially turn and morph into a completely different character where all of his traits and his journeys have been undermined from his previous two films. This is
Yes.
lightning fast.
And
almost
Yeah,
like
that is the case,
it's
despite
so
the
fast
fact
you
they're
might even
using
miss it.
intense amounts of continuity from the prior films.
Yeah.
oh yeah, they rely
This is
on
not
it.
a
They do
different
it.
Deadpool. This
No.
is the Deadpool from the first two films, but it is also. I mean, I know that we don't need to spend much time on it, but isn't it just funny that if they said, "Yeah, come on in, Wade," that he would have caused an incursion and destroyed the.
Yeah, we're lucky
Well,
it
no,
doesn't
he already
happen.
did. He's already there.
I mean, I was going to
He's
say,
already
there.
it's like for every second you're in a universe when belong and you're rolling a dice, and for every time it hits like a 6, you start an incursion. So he keeps rolling a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. We're lucky, right? 'Cause he's out of there before he rolls that 6. But
That's right.
Well, as far as we know,
as far as we know, yeah, maybe the world is
we
getting
have
torn
no
apart.
clue.
Whatever.
We don't know what's happening a mile down the road. We got no clue.
Happy rejects him outright, and I don't know exactly how much information he knows, but Happy is rejecting a man who's essentially immortal, right? Hyper healing, really strong agility, strength, and he can travel the multiverse.
Well, I mean, Deadpool. When we find out what the cringe Avengers team is going to be, it'll be that Deadpool is far more powerful than the majority of the people on that team.
Yes. So it just feels really odd that Happy is not more concerned about someone like Deadpool, and his advice is, why don't you aim for the middle and we'll keep an eye on you? Both statements ridiculous. First of all, what are you gonna if you think his problem, Deadpool, now is that he's vain and he wants all of this for glory and to feel like he matters, which I'm actually with Happy somewhat. It's like that shouldn't be the reason
A little bit.
that you want to be a hero, is just you just want to matter. It should be a little bit more meaningful than that, and you need to work on that yourself, sort of thing. But I mean, it's just
Yeah,
somewhat...
he says like you can't be in it. It's not because you need to be on the Avengers. It's because people need you to be on the Avengers. Essentially, it's
And then,
Which
what does he mean? Keep an
I
eye
mean,
on
saying
him?
that how?
How?
Yeah,
He's going
Wow,
to a
yeah,
different
dude.
universe, my good man.
And what do you mean shoot for the
And
middle?
also, like, I mean, if he's already explained all of his accomplishments, surely you should be very impressed already. Like, Deadpool has already accomplished some pretty crazy things.
Well, who the fuck do you have to be to get into the Avengers exactly?
Well,
If
I
he
mean,
just gets turned away instantly.
well, he's going to get turned away, but all of the cringe people that have been introduced in Phase
Yeah.
4 and 5, they're going to be part of the Avengers when they have not accomplished as much as he has. And also, wouldn't it be weird as well? It's like, wait, so you're a mutant? What's that? There's a lot of questions that are worth asking.
He mentioned
of
the
Deadpool that will
X-Men.
probably...
That's not even in
Yeah,
616
I
yet,
just
or
be like,
Sacred Timeline. You should be
X-Men,
like,
what's
what?
that? Yeah.
Yeah.
X-Men, what?
It's insane. And the second he actually understands anything meaningful about anything Deadpool's talking about, he'd be like, okay, I need to call people. I need to call everyone right now.
Yeah.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
And
Nope.
yeah. So another thing Wade says is that sadly all of X-Force perished. The police said it was gravity, but the truth is they didn't test well, especially Cable.
Man,
That's a lie.
I like that. I just find that if that's true, how fucking disappointing is that? Like,
Well,
jeez.
the problem is, Fringy, we would normally be in the position of saying, wow, they retconned it so that all of X-Force died? And it's like, no. They
No, they
retconned
retconned it so that
it.
all of X-Force lived.
They retconned it and then retconned again, because in this very film, I don't know why they took the effort to make sure Shatterstar made it. Like,
Yeah, but no
Deadpool
Cable.
2 didn't mention what happened to Shatterstar, but this film says Shatterstar made it. Shatterstar, for anyone who doesn't know, is the member of their team that was an alien, and he thought himself as better than humans in every single way. He kind of annoyed Deadpool, right? And on his arrival, as part of the X-Force deployment, he went into helicopter blades and got splattered everywhere. It was like green blood. And Deadpool tried to stop it, but he couldn't get through to him. Now, if you're telling me that Shatterstar's alive, that means Deadpool had to go back in time.
Presumably, he saved all of them.
Well, I was going to say, Deadpool has to go back in time, and he can't just go back in time and yell, don't do XYZ thing to Shatterstar, because we saw that's actually what happened in the first run. So what he'd have to do is go all the way back to the airplane to stop him. And if he's stopping him there, he's stopping all of them. And that means
Yes.
X-Force lived.
They live. X-Force
Well,
lives.
and more relevantly, that obviously, you know, Cable and Domino, they were alive at the end of the film, so like it's reasonable to assume.
This is going to be the first hour. It's going to be awkward, all right, chat, but we'll get there.
Yeah.
So, for example, you guys are overthinking it. They died on the mission. He went back in time and saved them after the mission. No, the line I'm giving you is from the first scene in this film in continuity. He said they died, but they're not dead.
Yeah, they're alive.
So
They
if
are
you're going
alive.
if you're going for a job interview, you're probably not going to describe it as an event. Like, why would you describe it as before the retcon?
But I mean, it doesn't even address it. Like, X-Force existed at the end of the film as we saw it anyway. X-Force was the team at the end. It was Deadpool, Cable, Domino.
Yes.
That was X-Force.
Post credits or whatever show him saving Peter. Now, it was up to you whether or not you thought he saved the rest of them, but this film at least confirms he saved Shatterstar.
The one that you
thing
like
is
the
that
least.
The original impression I got is he just wanted to save Peter and he didn't care as much about
Yeah,
the other
that's what I
guy.
thought I thought that was the point, but I guess not.
That was the joke.
Which, by the way, I would have had a problem with.
I think that's fair.
Yeah. It's funny.
The thing is, it's left open enough, right? Because they're not going to want to play scenes infinitely. But I do like the focus on Peter. It's kind of funny in Deadpool 2.
Yeah,
Peter's so wholesome.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, the nature of the team is flip flopping all around. And if he's going for a job interview where he's trying to do nothing but impress, why wouldn't he say X-Force is alive and well in a team I constructed and I'm a part of? And you know what? I don't even know why I'm here. I should just be with them.
Yeah, he'd be like, why'd I even come here? Man, it's almost like writers dragged me here.
It's literally the bobbing back and forth of like, what the fuck do we even want to be true is down to, sometimes it'll be down to like plot issues, but sometimes it's just down to whether or not they want to tell a particular joke. I was getting confused, man. I was like, wait, X-Force, they're dead? And it's like, no. You're like, oh, okay. Yeah. I'm really.
Well, unfortunately, the real reason is they just didn't feel like using those characters.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you're kind of like obliged to because they were survived at the end of the film and were established to be a team going forward.
Yeah, for anybody wondering, he doesn't get much overt attention, but Shatterstar's at his party at the beginning.
Yeah, no Cable.
No
He's
Cable.
just not around. He's
Also,
or Domino.
I was
He's
actually
not
going to
there
say,
either.
it's incredible that X-Force get this full mention, and some of them are actually, like, visible when Domino, Cable, and Russell don't even... Like, one of them gets, like, a line, but that's it. Shocking.
It's weird because it's weird. Domino and Cable, I really like the both of them. I think I like her personality. I think she has really cool, interesting, and unique sort of power. Of course, we talked about Cable and how likable he is. The fact that we don't get either of them is legitimately, it's a huge missed opportunity, especially because, like, particularly with Cable, he has a vested interest in this universe because it's going to be his one day.
Well,
Where is he?
Well,
What's he doing?
we can be completely honest here, right? Deadpool 1 has what could be considered B-lister or C-lister or D-lister like entries because they can't get access to higher things. They even have comments about it in a meta way.
Yeah, I have jokes about it.
Deadpool 2, you can maybe have a bit more because you got some more leverage and you built on the team that you started in the first one as well. And then Deadpool 3 literally got so fucking stuffed with S-tier cameos that all those characters you built up get shoved out. There's no room for them.
Yep. I don't
Which
want to
is
play with you
really-
anymore. It's the Andy meme. It's the
Yep.
Toy Story
It's
meme.
really lame because, you know, in Deadpool 2, it's like getting Cable, right? It's like Cable is, you know, on a meta level worth more than Colossus. But
Yeah.
Colossus is still a part of Deadpool 2 in a way that's like not insignificant.
It's meaningful.
Because it's not just a matter of casting aside. I mean, even Dopender, the taxi driver, gets to be a part of Deadpool 2.
He gets a line in
I
this.
didn't forget about his characters.
He lost his
Yeah.
accent too. That's
He
kind of
did.
weird. That's strange.
Very, very odd. He and X-23 lost their accents.
Interesting.
I mean, she lost a whole ass language. She just doesn't even... we'll get to her. She's very strange in terms of what we're even supposed to think she is in this film, where she came from exactly. But, you know, moving forward, as a result of being rejected by the Sacred Timelines Avengers, Wade stops being Deadpool outright.
Sorry, what?
What
What do you mean? What do you mean he stops being Deadpool? He's a hero. We had to. You're misinterpreting the scene.
Probably. Deadpool 2 began with him making clear to the audience, right, that they wanted to compromise somewhat on the first film in terms of he had a strict goal that was all about Vanessa. So how do we move that on? Deadpool 2 is like, well, I'll go after and kill the worst of the worst that a lot of people won't even consider touching. Like, Avengers will fight a big demon monster cyborg thing that's come from outer space. I'm going to go kill, like, a mob boss in the middle of some distant country. And you'll do it for money, and it'll satisfying on all level of, like, heroism. It's like, okay, sure, that's like the operation. You get what I'm trying to say. They don't want to make him into Captain America. They always want to stick to the anti-hero aspect and making him a bit rough around the edges, that sort of thing. And so, yeah, the denial of access to the Avengers shoves him all the way back to he becomes a car salesman.
I mean,
oh man, that
I mean, you
guy
can
is getting assassinated real quick, huh?
yeah.
We already thought it was weird he even wanted to join the Avengers. We already thought it was weird out of all the options he had if he wanted to, that he would even choose to do that. And now we're being told that with access to the infinite multiverse, he tried one time with the main Avengers, which he wouldn't even know is the case, by the way. The ones that we know.
Avengers. Yeah.
And then that was it. And he gave up, and he stopped being Deadpool. And he stopped being Deadpool
being a hero.
for 6 years.
For 6 years.
6.
Yep, he committed to this. This wasn't some spur of the moment decision. It wasn't a pout. It wasn't an emotional moment. This is something that he did and committed to.
See, like, and what we're talking about here is the first, I want to say 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes at most of the continuity, because obviously we're not doing we haven't yet hit the opening scene. I'm just saying that this is a lot of changes, and all of them are to facilitate the story they want to tell. It's this is all gonna lead into, and you might think to yourself like, oh, so it was like,
and of course you have to mention at this point as well that yes, his girlfriend Vanessa left him.
yeah,
What?
Vanessa left him. She's got a new job and she's dating someone else.
Why would she leave him? They've gone through so much together. He's Wade Wilson. He's done so much for her. He went back in time to save her life. He sacrificed himself to save a child. And what
Because
what are her standards?
Because he stopped being Deadpool. That was enough for her to give up on him.
And so I guess the implication is she couldn't convince him to get back into being a hero. He
I don't
wouldn't
think
do
so,
it.
no.
So he wanted to be an Avenger for her, I guess. But that would mean that when he got rejected from the Avengers, and she would obviously say, "Well, just be a hero in the ways that you've been being a hero from the last 2 movies." He wouldn't accept that and stopped being a hero entirely. So she left him as a result of that.
I've seen commentary on this, though I haven't caught it necessarily. Maybe it was an implication that they lost their baby. Which,
Did they even mention it?
They'd
I don't think they
mentioned
even mentioned it in
wanting
this
to
movie.
name a baby, but I thought that they were just planning to try and have one in Deadpool 2, not that they actually...
Oh, absolutely. She took out her IUD.
Yes.
I almost said IED, which is definitely not something you want up there.
That's actually the joke in the movie. He says this
Oh,
is
is
a
it?
bomb.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, I forgot. Okay. In that case, it's a pretty good joke. But yeah, they were yeah, she took it out. It was like a present to be like, we're ready to have a baby. They were excited about it. They were talking about names and everything. It was a whole joke.
Yeah, so
he was like excited. They were both thrilled to do it.
I don't think. Well, so this is where it gets complicated. Some people have said that there's subtle implications of a miscarriage. I didn't catch them. If there's some quote or maybe a look or something that people are referencing, I'll have to see in future. But I would more so highlight that aspect as just, man, she was planning on having a kid with him, and then she left him because he felt so down after being rejected by a team of heroes when he wanted to matter. You know what I mean? It's like, Vanessa, top tier right now. Don't know what the fuck has happened with the 2 significant characters from the Deadpool franchise, but they're in trouble. Lots of things in trouble here. But yes, Peter. He works with Peter as a car salesman, and he's like, you should be Deadpool, and he's like, nah, I don't want to be Deadpool.
I feel like Peter would want to be a hero too, kind of. Like, it's...
He's got his Deadpool outfit in his locker. He's waiting for the day where he can be Deadpool, but I guess he wants to wait for Deadpool to be Deadpool. Yeah, I don't know.
What a tragedy.
So not off to a fantastic beginning, but don't worry, because the TVA are about to join the plotline.
Yay!
Yay!
I love when the TVA show up and ruin everything.
That's the entire history of the TVA is the ruination of everything.
Yeah.
They have been nothing but a massively negative influence over the entirety of the MCU. They offer nothing positive. They are a tumor on the story and the continuity.
And they are a substantial part of this film.
Yep. Yeah, because we kind of went over. He has his little birthday party, and that's where you find out the information on Vanessa.
Yeah,
you get some
online, and that's it for him.
Yes, Colossus watches the Great British Bake Off. That's the line he has for the movie. It's for, like, I mean, we can joke, but like, it pisses me off to no end that Colossus got completely sidelined.
Yep, we had 2 movies of development with him as a very important character, and he's gone. He's out of here.
Well, I mean, we talk about the good choices that were made. Having Colossus be there as a foil to Deadpool is a really good pairing because Colossus is so wholesome, and Deadpool
he's a wholesome hero,
and then
he wants to bring out the good in Wade.
Cable fills a different role in that he is also a foil, but much more of the straight man kind of foil. But now he's completed his arc, so it'd be interesting to see what kind of foil he would be to him now. But unfortunately, he is not in this film.
Yeah, I suppose we should probably just say that overtly. Yes, Cable does not. He's just not in it. No lines, no nothing. He's referenced once, and that's it.
Russell isn't in it.
No, despite all of
The
these
team
people
that he
meaning
created that was meant to serve as his family is not in the story.
yes. The importance, the meaning behind finding a family in Deadpool 2 is just crushed at the opening of this.
Yep.
And you might be saying,
Gone.
like, well, no, because that's the family he's trying to fight for, right? And it's like, dude, fucking half of them aren't even there, and they've just been removed, deleted. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, literally, in the script, he's fighting for a family, but I'd say, spiritually speaking, and respectfully, it shat all over that concept by removing so many family members that he would care about.
Not great. Yeah, it sucks when you get to the third installment of a trilogy and you feel like you've not wasted your time, but you feel like you've had the rug pulled out from underneath you. Like, oh, you're expecting to see more of these characters we've been developing and setting up, and oh no, they're not in it. Instead, we have other things. I'm like, oh, that's disappointing. That's a real shame, actually.
And even at one point says, like, I'm standing in a room with every single person I love, as if to just annoy me. Because, like, thanks for that
It's
line.
all of them, yeah.
That's everybody. So yes, he gets kidnapped by the TVA. There are jokes between all of these things. I don't know. We're probably not going to review all of the jokes. I don't know if I'll give it like his opportunity if you guys want to mention anything about particularly liking or disliking any of them. I'm just
Well, I mean, to be honest, I think I chuckled reasonably twice in this movie. And I specifically remember one of the jokes. I forget what the other one was, but I think it was twice. Um, I think that the comedy in this movie is really bad. I was definitely not enjoying the comedy in this. Whereas the first one was really funny, and I thought the second one it was all right, but this one was oof. This one was pretty painful.
Ew.
The
Someone said,
hits.
"Dear God, don't show Mauler naked gun on airplane. Do not disgrace those films by even mentioning them anywhere near this fucking miserable piece of shit." Good
Yeah,
God.
those movies are amazing.
They're funny as all goddamn hell. They know exactly what
Yeah.
they're doing. They do it to an expert degree to the point of inspiring, infinitely funny people after it. This film is like the culmination of the rotting semen under the floor from the place where this shit would have maybe been made. Like it's just, I just don't need. Please, just keep them separated.
Incredibly unfunny movie.
Good Lord. Anyway,
Impressively unfunny, actually, to have that many jokes constantly like a machine gun and to have so few of them land.
oh yeah, I guess we should mention for some people have said like you're not mentioning the guy from the bartender, right? T.J. Miller. So
Oh yeah,
we at least know with him it would have been like legal shit that they wouldn't have been able to get him back, right? He was dealing with court stuff, as far as I'm aware. Didn't he get hyper cancelled? And I hesitate to say cancelled. I think he didn't actually have like court shit to deal with. I don't know if anyone knows more about it, but
I do not know. No, I'm not sure.
I'd have to check. I'm just saying that at least that one, it might have been that they weren't even like able to bring him back. I don't actually know. I'd have to look into it. I just know that legal things happened. But no, if everything was clear on that and they were allowed to bring him back, he would also be a overtly missing piece as well. Ryan and Miller hate each other apparently. Oh geez. Well, maybe maybe this.
Stinks.
Yeah. Okay then.
That's a shame. I really liked.
That is a shame. He's quite funny.
Yeah, he is.
Where are we then? Yes. So the TVA kidnapped Wade. I think this is going to be a moment where, God, I don't know if I can summarize this. There's like 1,000 issues we'd have to go through if I summarized it quickly.
Hey.
We could do scene by scene. I don't know if that's going to be even more complicated because the reason why this is hard is because you either do it all at once, or you which is going to be like a calamity of an avalanche of points to make, or you do it scene by scene, but you don't have all the information established yet. So there's some questions that could be answered, but need more questions. I think we'll have to go for the summarize it all.
I think so.
Yeah.
This is going to be tough, but Wade wakes up in the TVA. They tell him what the place is, what it does, and that his universe is in trouble, or rather, what they start with is that he's being moved to the sacred timeline because he's needed for an important future event. And he's very excited about that because remember, that's what he wanted. He told Happy
wants
that
to
was like his
matter.
one thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Mr. Paradox,
'cause he
is who
doesn't.
he's talking to,
Yeah.
says you'll finally get what you want. You'll finally be able to matter. He's like, oh my god, this is exciting. 100%. I'm on board. Where do I sign? Let me get my costume. And they suit him up. They give him adamantium blades, and he's the Deadpool you know and love. And then they tell him he can't commute because there's going to be no universe for him to go back to. The universe with all of his loved ones is going to be obliterated very soon because Mr. Paradox has been tasked by the TVA to oversee the destruction of what we're going to call the Fox timeline, because it's going to get way too complicated if I use the numbers. The Fox timeline is dying because Logan died in Logan, and it was such an epic and monumental emotional sacrifice that to lose him is to lose an anchor being. And without an anchor being, a universe inevitably dies. And so if the Fox universe is going to die anyway, they want Mr. Paradox to oversee it, and they want him to take Deadpool from the Fox universe, move him into the sacred timeline, and oversee the destruction of the Fox one. And Mr. Paradox wants to prove that the TVA were wrong in that they've established this new set of rules where they want to allow timelines to slowly fizzle out. He thinks you should cut them off immediately, mercy kill them, and that they've stopped doing it, but that he's going to find a way to do it with a new technology called a Time Ripper. And yes, that's what he tells Deadpool to accept to get into the new timeline.
Well, and that the Time Ripper is a ticking clock.
Yes, the Time Ripper needs
it
has
to wind up. It doesn't just do it instantly.
Does he say 72 hours in that?
Yeah, 72 hours. So
72
3
hours.
days.
By the way, why
does
does the
printing device that just did it instantly?
Well,
why does
we
the
got
TVA
so
need
much.
to wait for why does the TVA need to wait for something to wind up when they have?
Continue if there's more that you needed to say.
Oh, well, so the end of the scene is Deadpool obviously recognizing the stakes and then saying, well, I'm going to steal your time-traveling device, I'm going to punch you in the face, and I'm going to leave to find a Wolverine to replace that anchor being to prevent the destruction of my timeline. There'll be more to discuss in terms of the nonsense, but we'll probably stop there and just look at what's happened up to that point.
Okay, so I would say, first of all, anchor beings, what the fuck? What?
It's like a canon event.
Oh, yes.
It's a really bad idea is what it is. So you have now made it to where there is one person in every universe who is so important that when they die, their universe ends. And that in this case, is tied to Wolverine, which means that his sacrifice at the end of Logan ensures the destruction of his timeline.
Yeah, that entire cosmos is now gone.
And like, why? Why is that the way it works?
I don't know why they make these things up. Why?
How do they anchor the universe before they're born? Oh wait, the MCU has shown us that the timeline is like like a whole bunch of time exists before and after, right? Like it's like a line that you can jump to at different points, including before and after the anchor being existed. What does that mean in terms of the timeline's existence? Like, what does it mean that, like, oh, chronologically this person has died now as us time-traveling entities, which means that in an X amount of actual quantifiable time that the universe is going to be destroyed? That sounds stupid.
Oh, let me address quickly. Everyone's saying it's meta. This is called writing. So what's going to happen is through this, the stakes will be established and character decisions that are supposed to be meaningful will be derived from this being the stakes in the writing. So saying references how a Fox universe is over doesn't mean anything. That's like saying, it represents the folly of man or something. It's like, I don't give a shit. We're talking about what this is in the text, and then we can talk about the subtext of it.
Because I was gonna mention that, like, in terms of it being like a meta commentary on that, like, I still hate that. I hate that he was the only one keeping things together, and that the rest of that universe is almost like superfluous to, him ultimately. I don't like what it's saying on a meta level.
Well, I mean, it's a tad awkward when there are. I mean, obviously, Wolverine, Hugh Jackman's Wolverine, is the most important character to everybody who's watching generally, and in the universe in terms of the impact that he makes in the Fox X-Men universe. But there are several films in that universe that he's not in. Several. 3. Because he's not in X-Men First. Oh wait, nah, never mind. He's only in
gets
he's not
Technically,
in
for a few
3.
seconds, right?
He's
yeah.
not in no, he's not in 3 of them. But of course he's barely in X-Men First Class anyway. It's just a fun meme. There are other characters in that universe. There are other characters that people also like. But you know, whatever.
Yes.
They don't count. They're not important enough to. Yeah.
The reason they've introduced the anchor being thing is to create a whole plot line that's going to go in particular places, and it's going to be referenced all the way up till the end. As for whether or not it's supposed to represent the meaning that as soon as Logan died, the Fox universe was over, I don't even know where to begin with that.
But I mean, there's,
You
I
could,
mean, there's something to be said about that on a meta level. But again, the actual writing in the universe is yes, that
Yeah.
universe is now going to be disintegrated and destroyed with
It
everybody
is
in it.
not meta in this story. It is
So
very
now,
real.
when you are watching Logan, you have to understand when you are watching Logan, when he dies, he has now set in motion the destruction of that universe and everybody in it.
which doesn't even
Yep.
feel remotely appropriate, or
Nope.
it's just, yeah, like why would it? It's never been mentioned before. Why would it ever work that way? And then, of course, why wouldn't it be something they could stop? They have access to the full timeline. If you're telling me that his sacrifice being so meaningful destroys the timeline and kills everybody, which for the record, Loki season 2 establishes they do not like people's timelines getting destroyed because it represents the deaths of infinite people or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Then that means that they need to stop him from doing that noble sacrifice, and the timeline will be saved. So they just need to go in and probably zap, evil Logan from the end of Logan, and then you can just leave. You won't have to do a noble sacrifice, and you can carry on with the kid.
Yeah, you
Everything
won't
will be
have
fine.
to die.
Everyone lives.
All those kids are gonna. Yeah, it's.
So
The ending of Logan was good, and I don't. Just to think that, oh yeah, all those people he sacrificed himself for.
I mean,
Nah,
it's
they're
so
gonna. There's gonna be a or some horrific cosmic tragedy. That means that universe ends. Oh, why would you write that? Why?
yeah, and so that's what I mean.
don't
Like, I feel like
understand.
when you start to delve into the subtext and the meta, it starts to get really gross and unwieldy, and kind of like pisses on the legend, the legacy of Logan, which we'll get more to on that as this
Okay.
conversation goes on. So yeah, that as just a mechanic. That's as far as we've gotten. There's so much more to talk about, but anchor being, that's a thing now. They didn't want Deadpool to obviously steal a tempad and start fucking with the timelines. That's not something they wanted, but they did want to pluck him from the Fox universe and put him into the sacred timeline because the higher-ups have deemed that he will be important in the future. Now remember, they have access to the full timeline, so I don't know why they wouldn't know what role he's supposed to play.
Or why they wouldn't communicate that information, or...
Well, yeah, and then
And of course,
why...
remember, if they don't want him to steal a temp pad, they can just go back before he steals it and know to stop him from doing that. But that's the least of this, the issues that we've got. But
the remember how it works from Loki season 1, which is all the continuity they're drawing on, which just PSA: never draw on the continuity established by Loki. Just ignore it. Don't do anything to do with the TVA. Just stay away.
yeah, you won't be
Stay
able to
the
make
fuck away.
sense of it. No one
Obviously,
can make
it's
sense of it.
too late. They've put everything in. So the
Yeah,
way it
they've
worked in
committed
Loki
to it.
was you have a huge thread that represents the timeline, start to finish. I don't know where it starts, maybe the fucking Big Bang or the equivalent for the MCU, and it has all these little things coming off left, right, and center, and the things come off them left, right, and center. It represents the multiverse because that's the finale, right, of Loki 1. We open up to the multiverse. No longer you have one timeline where the rest is snipped off. You now have the multiverse, and then by the time you hit the end of the second season, they no longer snip those timelines. Everything is fucking chaotic, but Loki, the god of time and space, or whatever the fuck, he's keeping it all.
Grabbed them.
He grabbed him.
And made him green, and
He-
now the timeline is fine.
He became Yggdrasil. That was the big... You can check out our coverage
Yeah.
of Loki
Wow.
season 2 if you'd like.
Makes a lot of sense.
So then, the end of the timeline is the void. It's where all timelines converge. I had to check this because a lot of people don't remember it, and nor did I necessarily. They say that all the timelines, no matter what, will eventually end up at the void. So think of it as a big, like, all the threads will come back together right at the end, and they
Don't know why
equal this
that would be the
world.
case at all.
Nope.
No clue why that would be the way that it should work, but whatever.
No
Don't-
clue.
yeah,
They
don't-
just say things. They just say things.
By the way, I don't even think could we even have the conversation? The amount of timeline shenanigans that are in the Fox universe and how they play into how the TVA works. You know what I mean? Like the stuff they do in Days of Future Past.
Well, all of the yeah, exactly. Or
Good
yeah,
lord.
like damn, how do you make sense of that? What would the TVA do if like they needed to prune Jean because she decided to like make a different choice at some point in time?
There's that. There's also the rules of Endgame that apply to the MCU,
Yeah.
which obviously didn't
Yes.
fucking apply to the Fox universe's time travel, but now they have to coexist, which is impossible.
Mm-hmm.
These are all just fun details, everybody, that nobody cares to rip into. But
Well,
if those were the
I mean,
actual only problems, this would be fine. But they're not. I'm just putting it out there. So, I guess on top of everything that we've just said, what did let's just talk about Mr. Paradox himself. His job is he's been hired to oversee the gradual destruction of a timeline which can take as much as 1,000 years. Now he says that as though you would have to watch it all. So I guess he's immortal, as are all the people in the TVA. I think there was something about
I
that in
assume
Loki.
they're immortal.
Yeah. And so he's like, why would I want to do that? Boring. I'll just kill the universe myself, which is something we used to do. He says that. They used to do it, which is true. In Loki Season 1, they would put a little time grenade down. It would wipe out the whole universe that's come off from the sacred timeline. It just kills it all.
Yep.
It's
Destroys
very efficient.
the whole timeline.
But
Everyone
course,
in it.
Loki Season 2, they were like, no, that's inhumane. We're not going to do that anymore. So we assume then that it's not necessarily anything other than the fact that it's a moral decision within the organization. And they've told him it is his district to look after the end of the Fox universe. And he's decided he's going to impress the higher-ups by ending it faster than they expected. Like, I've not even scratched the surface of this character. That's already nonsense. They told you to do the thing because they believe it's the right thing to do, not because they don't know a more efficient way.
We know that there is a more efficient way. It's what we saw in
Exactly.
fucking Loki.
And
Yeah, they
he
specifically didn't want that.
Instantly.
He knows that. He's aware. He references it, and then he's
So,
like,
what
I'm
do
going to
you
get
think
my
the
Time
Time Ripper
Ripper,
show up?
which
I
for
destroyed
all
it way quicker.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, his Time Ripper is just a less efficient time grenade that they had before.
Yeah. But
So-
what do you think they're going to say to you when you delete it quicker? They'll be like, "Oh, that's not what we told you to do." that's
Because
actually
remember,
the whole point of us deploying you here to do this.
yeah, a countless amount of entire lives and civilizations rising and falling are going to happen between the timeline being doomed and the 1,000 years, however long it takes for that universe to end, in whatever manner that happens.
Right.
I don't even think they actually say it, but obviously allowing it to live for thousands of years is at least thousands of years worth of people being born, living, dying, creating,
Which
doing
is
things like that.
basically incalculable number of people.
Yeah, it's a whole cosmos's worth of people.
Yes. Someone just mentioned, by the way, I guess you didn't notice the reference to Tony dying means the end for the MCU as an anchor being. We're talking about the story. We're not talking about, like, oh, they made a reference to a thing, and I like that. I really couldn't care less if they said, fucking, don't you hate fat YouTubers who lie about their cancer? I'd be like, oh my god, did you get that? That was a reference to... I'd be talking about, why the fuck did Deadpool say that? What was the context for that? What the fuck is he even talking about? Like, we can't let... like, what do you think films would become if we just said they're amazing just because they agree with what we think about certain things? Which, by the way, we will get to. There's a certain set of lines where I started to notice a pattern with this film. But we're trying to talk about the story.
Something isn't good just because it has a meta reference, just because it works in multiple ways. That doesn't automatically make it good. It doesn't automatically give it a free pass.
A lot of the Marvel movies that people think are cringe have meta references about, like, the MCU.
Yeah, I mean, John
But it doesn't matter when
Krasinski's
they-
Reed Richards was a reference to a fan casting. That doesn't make it good.
Yeah.
If anything, you can argue that made the movie worse in a special way.
But obviously, what we try to do first is take it for what it is in the story, and then we'll talk about like what people felt about it as a result of it being a particular way, which we'll get to gradually. You guys already detected how we feel about this film. We're just trying to explain how they wrote it and what all of this is supposed to mean to generate stakes, and what it's actually doing, because they very ineptly brokenly shoved this in.
Yeah.
'Cause, as we're
Deadpool
on,
3 is a movie that has characters, it has a plot, it is a sequence of events, loosely or not. So it is a story. It will be engaged with as a story. They wrote it, so we're going through it.
now, Mr. Paradox. So, like I said, that's his core motivation. It's already completely fucked because the second they find out that he's done any of this, he is doomed. And it seems as though they actually reference the fact that he seems to be aware of that. His whole team are aware that what they're doing is not sanctioned. And for some reason, they think that if they complete the job, that would get them a promotion, when all it's going to do is have the result it has at the end of the film, which is that they get reprimanded and then told that what they did was wrong and possibly go to jail. That's it.
Time jail.
I don't even know
For
how
time
to
crime.
like. What else is there to say? It's like they tell you to do like care for someone until they reach the end of their life, and then he says I could just mercy kill them, and then does it. And they're like, yeah, we knew that you could do that. We have the whole facility to do that. That's not what we told you to do. In fact, what you've just done by their new rules would act as like mass murder. No.
Absolutely. It should.
So, like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing, and he gets the exact result that one would expect from what he's doing in this film. I
By
don't
the way,
know.
this whole thing about his motivation, Paradox, this is another kind of prime example of relying on the things that came before in order to have this exist, but also completely and totally being in contradiction with
Wait,
it.
but have you considered his name is Paradox, so of course his motivations don't make sense. It's meta.
Oh,
Well, what about the
interestingly,
stuff that does make
paradoxes
sense?
don't. Yeah, because
Oh, well,
paradoxes don't exist.
No,
so...
that's when you need to pay attention to the writing.
I see.
Oh, okay.
Because it doesn't stop there, right? So Paradox's logic is to conduct the mission better than they could have imagined, and he's just going to get fucked over for that. But one part of the mission is to move Deadpool from one universe to the other. Why would part of that be to explain to Deadpool that his whole universe filled with everyone he loves is going to die? And why would you think that would work?
Yeah, like what do you think he's going to say to that? Oh, cool.
You're just okay with this, right? Okay, I'm going to assume you are because of how nonchalantly I just tell
In
you
fact,
that this
you
is
know,
what's
it's
going to happen.
probably not a good idea to tell somebody who is very, very, very potentially impossible to kill about your evil plan.
He was
that
very willing to kill.
That directly affects the only people in his life, like that will destroy a universe that includes all of the people in his life that he cares about.
Someone just pointed out, and I kind of agree. It's like, you haven't even stated Paradox's motivation. It's like, yeah, they don't really give it. I guess he just wants more power. He wants to... I think he says something along the lines of he wants to be the TVA. Which
Whatever
is like,
that means.
well, you won't... This is the opposite of that. You're going to get fired at best. You know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? But, to make things even worse for himself, yes, he's going to... Instead, so you could do this. Deadpool's walking around, you open up a floomy thing below him, maybe when he's sleeping, and it puts him directly into the sacred timeline, just drops him on the floor, close it, and don't say a word. That's it. He's just got to deal with the fact that he's in a different universe now. He'll be confused, he'll try and talk to people about it, but whatever. Telling him about the TVA is already, I think, somewhat of a huge breach of the continuity of the sacred timeline. How could you have a being in there that knows full well what the TVA is and cares to help people and save people when the nature of the TVA is they control almost everything?
Because,
what happens if...
It's because a long time ago, Kang set this up a long time ago, okay? This is all going according to plan. Deadpool 3, the meta reference, this is all part of the plan.
What happens if it gets out and then a Celestial finds out, he's like, nah, I don't like this, and then he goes there and kills all of them?
That won't happen.
No, but what would the TVA do if a Celestial showed up? How are they going to prune it with their stick?
Well, hell, what would happen
Maybe.
if Deadpool just took a sword and chopped off Paradox's head? Which
That's a
is
great
what
question.
should have happened. Which is what should have happened, by the way.
Yes.
That
would be in character for Deadpool to do if someone told him that. He would just take out his sword and he would chop off his head. He'd brutally murder him. No, it's not even murder. He'd brutally kill him right on the spot.
Well, I mean, Deadpool, like, the TVA guy's got no chance against Deadpool.
Yeah, they're just some guys.
Like, so why wouldn't he just immediately, like, put an end to this entire... He would do it. That's
Of course
the thing.
he would, yeah.
He would just do it.
I was kind of expecting him to do it, Even though this Deadpool in this movie is just a different
Well, remember,
Deadpool than the ones from the first two, I would still expect him to do that.
Paradox is kind of the head of the snake with this organization. Everyone else seems very submissive to his psycho ideas. So killing him might actually very well have been, especially with when he explains his full case to Deadpool. Foolishly, by the way, a lot of people do. There's very bad exposition in this film.
With adamantium swords.
Yes.
New armor.
And just for reference, because some people are like, wait, can he even hurt him? It's like he breaks his nose, but he doesn't hurt him further than that.
Well, I mean, we know that he can hurt him because the TVA people are just people.
Yep.
Well, not just that, but in reference, it's always best if you can get references from the actual film, because
in this film he
there's
kills
that,
a bunch of TVA
but there's also
agents.
what Cassandra does to him as well. You can definitely kill him if you want to.
He's tangible. It's a bit of a problem with the TVA as an institution. It's like, okay, so the TVA is meant to be super duper powerful, but in a multiverse that includes these incredibly, immensely powerful beings, all of the TVA is just like regular people. Not even regular people with a handful of them having abilities. They're just people. They're just regular people.
Yeah, they're kind of shitty people too. They're not even good people.
But yeah,
well, part of the problem is what does it even mean that they're people? When they exist beyond time, but yet time progresses and they rely.
Well, I mean, it's funny because Loki season 2 seemed to want to maybe approach answering that question and fumbled it completely. The people of the TVA.
Aren't they? They're captured from alternate universes or something like that.
They're variants.
No,
they're all
variants.
They're all variants.
Which is funny because variant doesn't even mean anything. That everything is a variant because everything varies from something, unless you just have it be. Well, no, the ones in the 616 timeline, they're all just default.
The sacred timeline being 616, that's arbitrary from the point of view of someone like a Kang, right? It's just that's just.
Yeah, but the difference is that in plain text, the omniscient hand of the writer declared that it was 616, the sacred timeline.
So yeah, Mr. Paradox decides to explain the entire situation, his orders, how he wants to subvert those orders against their wishes in order to gain more power, basically explaining way too much, and then outfits Deadpool with his full power kit, and then explains to him he wants to kill everyone he loves, and expects this to go smoothly. It's just horrifically badly written. There's nothing else to really say.
Remember in Escape from New York, how they gave Pliskin all of his gear, and then they had all of the bullets in his magazine be blanks, so that when he tries to kill him with that first magazine, it just fires a bunch of blanks and they laugh at him. We're like, haha, we knew you were going to do that. It's all blanks. Now go do the mission.
I don't know why you'd reference that, Rags. I mean, I don't know why that would come up at all. Whatever,
Oh, it was just fun little movie.
Yeah, fun
with
little
guy. Yeah, it was just a fun little movie, and I don't know. It was a fun movie.
I hate the TVA.
I hate them too. I fucking hate the TVA. I actually hate the TVA
they ever made. One of the worst introductions to the MCU. The amount of damage that the TVA has dealt is catastrophic.
Yeah, I mean, they ruin everything. They actually do ruin everything in terms of story and stakes. They loom forever over every single thing.
Not only did they loom over it, but their presence is so destructive that it has now infected previously safe continuities.
Yeah,
the Fox X-Men universe now exists in subservience to the TVA and the MCU. And you could, I suppose, in a sense, you could say that this applies to the other Spider-Man films as well.
I would assume so.
I mean, it does essentially.
It was this idea from a lot of different people, but it's just it would have been so sweet if they kidnap him, they introduce the idea of the Time Ripper, and then once they make clear they're immoral, horrific beings that should never be in control of what they have.
Which they are. Yeah.
Deadpool finds a way to activate the Time Ripper to destroy specifically the TVA. It just rips and tears them out of the universe, so it's just now all that's left is the multiverse. There is nothing that operates upon
binds them together. Yeah. Each one is
God, that would have been so much fucking better.
Oh, that would have been so good.
And then
Deadpool
you
would
can
have
use
become the
Cable's
best.
device to find Wolverine, and you can have your movie. You didn't need the TVA. It was such a bad idea. And they don't.
I hate the TVA.
There's a mistake a lot of people make. Is like, well, they only have the TVA to make fun of them. It's like they don't. they do not. There's a scene where he kills a bunch of them. But they don't make any particular reference to the TVA being a caustic, fucking idiotic, horrifying effect on the writing of anything. Remember, Disney like Loki so much that this is like the only one they made a season 2 for in Marvel.
They think it's really great, and they think the TVA is super cool.
Yeah.
And they thought this was a good idea. They thought, see, this is how we'll integrate Deadpool into the Marvel universe through the TVA that we've established that makes a lot of sense.
People love that TVA. Oh boy, it's so good. It's just the wonderful, beautiful glue that just binds all of it together. Oh, we're so clever for coming up with a TVA. They just work so well.
And that's the thing, is we're not done with them. They'll be back. Because obviously he's stolen the TemPad, which is a disaster, by the way, for the TVA to have a rogue element who despises the organization, is fully aware of them, with access to a TemPad.
You think you need to log in to one of those with like a password or something?
The thing is, we know Sylvie just took one.
Yeah,
well, to be honest, Rex,
you'd
think they'd be able to recall them, like wherever they've just been taken. Fuck it, they can be recalled because they're too important.
Press button and, it boops out of existence.
Yeah, or if it's not held by someone with a TVA or someone, it just breaks or it fizzles out or it just turns off or something.
Mm-hmm.
There's a weird part before he goes, by the way, where Mr. Paradox is talking about the anchor beings, and Wade thinks he's the anchor being, and he says, "Oh my god, is it me?" And Paradox like laughs him out of the room, so to speak. Right? He's like, it's so hilarious, the notion that Deadpool could ever be the anchor being. There's such a weird reaction, considering he just told him he's so important that he's going to save the sacred timeline.
Yeah, you have kind of led him to believe that you are referring to him.
Like, the idea is, like, how could you be a fucking anchor being? It's like, you just told me that I'm going to save the most important, the primary timeline. So I'm so important, you have to move me from another timeline.
Yeah. Also, from what we understand about anchor beings, they don't have to do something very, very important.
No.
Like, purposefully. They just have to be the anchor being.
I mean, I'm not trying to undermine Logan at all. He saved some kids. It was incredibly noble, and I very much enjoy how they did the scene, but he didn't save the multiverse, you know what I mean? He didn't save the universe. He didn't save a burning building filled with like 1,000 people or whatever the fuck. He saved the kids, and you'd think in the grand scheme of things, I mean, judging from the events of the fucking Fox universe, there should probably be a lot of anchor beings, you know?
I mean, Charles.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know how it's determined, but it's like, all right then.
Well, and it implies that the cosmos has a will of its own, like that exists even beyond the TVA.
Yeah, anchor being, it's kind of like, it's like the canon events in Spider-Man.
Well,
like,
it's like
what is it about
ordained by God or something? Like,
yeah, why is it that
how it
these
works.
events or this one individual is just that important? What is there something in their atoms? Is there something in their molecular structure that binds a universe? Like, why? How come the universe doesn't just carry on? Like, the laws of physics exist, and all this stuff is just normal. Why? Why
indeed? And we've kind of gone over all of time is happening all the time at the TVA, so none of this ever made any sense anyway, in terms of things are happening and they have effects on other things in real time when it's all time. You know, I don't even know how to bet it. I think half the people in chat are gonna be like, "What the fuck did you just say?" And I'll be like, "Yeah, I know. It's so difficult to explain this, but that's the price. The TVA. It's a cataclysm. It just collapses over and over and over and over and over again." But this is all the rules that they assigned the TVA to make work. And now, you know, remember, incursions, we mentioned them a couple of times. That's another thing that got established in MOM, but it's been completely ignored here. You can't move Deadpool into the sacred timeline. You can't do that.
No, because his existence there will destroy that timeline.
That was a definitive. That's one of the most important plot elements of MOM. It's the definitive rule the whole film is fucking based on, and we've already forgotten it. It's okay.
It's unfortunately got to be very burdensome for them going forward with multiverse.
Yes. By the way, when explaining that Wolverine is the anchor being, they're playing the fucking clip of him dying, and they have Mr. Paradox mouthing along to the words. We will talk about that later. I want to talk more about all of it later, but It just bothers me. That scene is very important, and so having that fucking idiot being like, "Oh, this is what it feels like," while playing the clip on screen, and the people just being like, "Oh yeah," and then being like, "This was such a good sacrifice that it killed the universe." It's just none of it sits right.
It feels really.
Anyway.
Anyway, what happens next? If we're even done talking about this.
I know, right? I'm trying to catch
it,
everything before we move on, but we'll probably move a little around as well.
You can't.
Deadpool first chooses to go to the gravesite of Logan because his logic is Logan is a regenerative mutant. Like he doesn't die, he regenerates. This is the opening thing of the movie. It's like Deadpool's so stupid he thinks that Logan was just lying in his grave for years, just alive.
But also remember, because the Tempad is a time and space traveling machine, that means he has traveled forward in the continuity of his world to 2029.
Right. Fucking hell.
Or sometime after that, because if he just went back to his timeline, Wolverine would be there.
Wolverine would be alive.
Okay, so
shit, you're right.
The beginning of the film was 2018. 6 years past, 2024. He goes to the TVA. He then goes to the end of Logan, which is 2029.
Or maybe even later, because quite
good fucking god, I forgot about that. It's such a bad fuck up. It's not.
It's they don't realize that Logan actually didn't happen. Like, Deadpool films take place before Logan. Logan is the last film in the Fox X-Men timeline, which, bear in mind, there should be multiple Fox X-Men timelines. There is it shouldn't have been. If the Fox X-Men universe works on Marvel MCU rules, which it has to, if it exists in that continuity, then Days of Future Past did not delete the Sentinels and everything like that. That was a timeline that still ran to the destruction of the world, and then they created an alternate timeline, which is the timeline that Deadpool lives in. But he had to travel forward in time to go dig up Wolverine's grave instead of going to 2024 in his own timeline and finding Wolverine. Or alternatively, going earlier in time to find a healthier, more in his prime, or just get the X-Men. Just go back in time to get the X-Men when they were a complete team with Charles and everybody.
There should be even more timelines if we're going by the rules of Endgame, and then there should be way less timelines if all of these would have been pruned, Loki timeline-wise, you know what I mean? Like Season 1, all this should have been taken care of before, but then it depends on if it's in real time, which it is and isn't, and they've done nothing to attempt to clear this up. They've only added even more rules and make even less sense.
But you can go forward, yes, but why would he?
Okay, well, yeah, so let's run this in slow motion. He's like, Logan died. They lost their anchor being. I need to get him back. So obviously, because Deadpool is fucking retarded, he says he's in his grave, which means I just need to dig him out of the grave, and that'll be him. He even says he thinks he's alive, and then is annoyed to find out he's not. I have no idea why the fuck they made it that way, other than to have the gratuitous sort of digging the grave up. Could have written it you could have written it better than that, is what I'm saying. He just thinks he's alive. But if he is in the TVA in 2024, he then chose in the Tempad to move to 2029 or further in order to dig up Logan's corpse. On the one hand, why would you do that instead of going in 2024, in which apparently Logan would have been alive, walking around doing things, which is the timeline he was in? Or rather, you'd choose to do that because that's the timeline you're currently in, so you're just moving space rather than time. If you're gonna move to a preferred time, why wouldn't you move to before he died?
Yeah, why wouldn't you go to the 2000s, like when it was the Prime X-Men team? Why would you go forward after he was already... Because if he was still alive, remember, Wolverine in Logan is not peak Wolverine. He is very ill.
Yep, that's right. He's sick. Go back to him.
And it's just like, what? Do you actually think that he's not dead? Are you a fucking idiot?
That's what I mean. It's just
he's literally taking a dirt nap.
I don't know what to say about this. Like, they wrote him to be hyper retarded, and then for every motivation he has, they make him choose the worst possible decision for all of them.
The reason why it happened is because they wanted Deadpool to dig up Wolverine's grave. That's why they wanted. That's why they did it. But they
Also,
probably forgot
I had to like
if their own universe.
push back on a couple of people on different streams for this. For some reason, people think the TVA temp pads can't travel through time. They can.
The
What?
TVA temp pads. That's actually you just have forgotten. You've completely forgotten. Like
That's like their
Loki, which is
primary function. Space
that
and
was
time.
the primary function. They weren't meant to travel to different universes because the TVA's whole point was to eliminate alternate universes. They are time travel machines primarily, and then space traveling machines
So
secondary.
confused because
You are you have to essentially travel through time when you go to a different universe. It's
And I would say if that's something that you don't remember, then you have to simply defer that you are not in a position to like 100% accurately discuss the plot of this film.
I mean, I
Like,
wouldn't
that's-
blame. I don't think people are ready to discuss the plot of this film even when they have recently seen all these things. Because to keep track of every last fucking rule that has been made to generate
basically
stakes is
impossible.
almost impossible. Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
this is the
they
nightmare
are
realm
fundamentally
of
contradictory.
rules.
Yeah.
But they
Keeps
definitely
contradicting
can, and Deadpool definitely doesn't care about anything other than collecting a living anchor being Logan. So he should obviously go to when he is alive from the Fox universe, and then bring him back and be like, there you go. Which, by the way, would be more interesting, because I don't know what Paradox would say to that.
Yeah,
Like,
what if I pull out the anchor?
If he
before
said, you can't do that, now you'll undo his sacrifice or whatever. It's like, yeah, and save everyone.
and save the universe, yeah. Which means, by the way, you don't have to sit around waiting for him. He should want that.
Not
Why
only
doesn't
should he
Paradox
want that,
why doesn't
not only
Pa-
should Paradox want that, not only should the TVA want that, it's something that, you know, like Logan died to save those kids. Like, the kids are gonna die if Logan saves them. So save them some other
Yeah.
way. You can't let him do it because
Logan,
it'll kill them
because
all.
he is a hero, yeah, he should say, yeah, don't let me make this sacrifice. It that would be more heroic, oddly enough, in this
Yeah.
scenario.
So, upon discovering the corpse, all he needs to do is rewind on the tempad, even 1 year, and you'd probably be
Oh,
fine.
and I suppose that's probably something to mention as well. Now, when you watch Logan and you watch the ending of that film, which is really great, and you see the
Yeah.
long shot on the grave having had the cross turned into an
Yeah,
X.
with the X on
Now,
it, yeah.
in canon, in continuity, when you watch that film, Deadpool goes there and digs that grave up.
And everyone in that universe is going to die.
Mm-hmm.
It's good old 1-2 punch, the old razzle dazzle.
Yeah, nobody
Good
buys
job,
it.
MCU.
Even the people who like this film would never say that happened after that, even though that's the whole point of this film is
Yeah,
that it
but
happened after that.
unfortunately, it
Yeah,
did.
it's necessary.
It did now. So yeah, sorry, it did.
That's the film, guy. We didn't write it.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
have written it this way, but that's what they chose to write. So,
But yes, yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
We get the opening credits for him killing a bunch of people, and opening credits for Deadpool 1, for those who don't remember, had stuff like produced by
written by the real
assholes,
heroes here.
written,
Yeah.
and directed by an overpaid idiot, stuff like that.
Lots of fun memes.
Very, very fun stuff that you just don't see in movies, and you're just like, ooh, neat.
And,
Obviously, people are properly
Deadpool
credited
2.
by the time you get to the credits, but those are the opening credits where they get to have fun.
Mm-hmm. And then Deadpool 2 does the same thing with more memes.
Well, yeah,
But
Deadpool
then-
2 changes it up. Instead of being, like, written by assholes, it's, like, reacting to the event that just happened, which is Vanessa getting shot. And it says, wait, what the
I think
fuck?
it said written by the real villains here or something. To
Yeah, and
play
then it
Yeah.
says, Ryan wasn't willing to give up the spotlight, how could you kill her when everyone fucking liked her? Stuff like that in the opening.
Which we did, because she was a
The-
cool character.
Yes, the point being that I distinctly remember in the theater people fucking loved the opening credits for Deadpool because they
It's
were
like
not
a
expecting
play
it.
on Bond as well, right? Deadpool 2.
Yeah, it's
Good stuff.
Yes, that's right. Now the thing here, when I was watching this film, and the opening intro started, the thing that really when I started seeing like, oh, Ryan Reynolds, Hugh Jackman, and then listing the producers, I was like, huh, that's odd.
Yeah.
That's like not how you did it before. And immediately I was like, because this is Disney. This is corporate. This is something that they probably were told that they had to do. That they weren't allowed to have it be memes because everybody wanted to have proper credit and billing and everything. That was a distinct impression I got. And I was like, damn,
That's a shame.
Also, I mean, we're, coming to... Someone just mentioned, so you guys didn't get the joke of Disney raping corpses. Does the joke work when they're raping corpses?
Oh, yeah, well, it does, Mahler, because they said they're doing it.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah.
What did you expect? I was expecting memes.
I was expecting, like, the first two Deadpools.
So when we mentioned Deadpool 1 and
was.
2, that was to let people know that that was the way they used to do it. That's what Deadpool had as, like, a fun factor, as a, like a flair.
They were willing to make fun of themselves such that they just did what you're not supposed to do, which is that they didn't credit properly. Instead, they did memes.
Yeah.
But now it's like, well, no, it's too important that you need to make sure that everybody's got proper billing and crediting, all the producers, editors, everything in the opening credits, which there's nothing like wrong with that. I mean, it's normal. But that's the thing. It's normal. It's not as unique as it was before.
Yeah, Tim Miller...
Deadpool would not approve of it.
Tim Miller is one of the undertakers of Terminator, so I have issues with him, okay? However, him willing to have his name be referred to as, like, the assholes paid too much in the opening of Deadpool 1 is very cool. That is, thumbs up to you, because a lot of people have way too much ego to allow something like that to happen. People, for example, who might put the complete, full, straight names in this intro without fail, it's just like, there's a lot of decisions in Deadpool 3 that I would rate as corporate. And you might be like, they're all corporate. And I'm like, it's a scale. Like the first one.
Definitely a scale, yeah.
And as this being a thing that like happens, because of course we are going chronologically, but obviously this happens at the beginning of the film.
Yeah.
When I saw that, it was like, oh, damn. That was just what I got from it. It was like, oh, okay. Oh, all right. Well, okay. I like the memes, but I guess, yep, all right, it's all got to be proper now.
Yes.
Because Deadpool is no longer the underdog film that had to fight for its existence, that had limited access to its own continuity, that had a much smaller budget than comparable superhero films. Now it is the big boy.
Yeah,
it's
unfortunately, it succeeded.
Other Marvel films that have come out in the last few years. Yeah, so it's yes, in a sense, unfortunately, it succeeded.
Now it gets
ballooning. The budget started ballooning, and it started to be more important than and consequently in less of a position to be kind of irreverent, in a really earnest sense.
Also, the TVA are hyper retarded in this sequence. All they need to do is open a portal below him to capture him, and
but
none
instead
of them do.
They just run at him with their little pokey things.
And we know.
Whoa! Have you? Because I mean, have you explained what's happening in this sequence?
Right. Well, Logan's corpse is dug up, and then Deadpool takes it apart piece by piece and kills the TVA with what feels at this point just like every significant piece of the skeleton is pretty much used.
So when you're watching Logan, and when he says this is what it feels like, and then he dies, and then he gets buried, and you have the long shot in his grave. In continuity, his grave not only gets dug up, but his corpse is used to kill a bunch of TVA agents. In canon!
That's in canon. This is what's happening.
That is in canon.
I thought that the stunt dancer for Deadpool did an excellent job of dancing to
I agree.
Bye Bye Bye.
I like the dancing. I like
dancing
the moves.
Dancing is fun.
Talented guy.
Yeah,
I've seen that there was discourse on Twitter where people were saying people like the Deadpool dancing, but they didn't like the She-Hulk dancing. That's hypocritical. That is fucking hilarious that was something that someone felt compelled to say.
Oh, well, yeah, the Deadpool scene's way worse.
What? I meant like the, I meant that it's just stupid to say that if you dislike dancing once, you have to dislike it forever. I think that's stupid.
I can't be bothered to entertain it. I'm just like, fuck off. As if anyone's actually having the discussion to detail exactly what is wrong with the setup in She-Hulk versus Deadpool. In it. You know what I mean? It's all just... it feels like memes.
There's a difference between a cringe CGI character doing a cringe dance compared to a full-blown choreographed dance sequence.
But it did have Megan the
They're
Stallion in it, or the Stallion, whatever.
Megan the Stallion. I
Yes.
don't get it. Stallions are male by definition. I think she's a lady. It's strange to me.
Wasn't
An
that
odd
like
creative decision.
wasn't that a mid-credits thing? That scene, I can't remember anymore. It was in one.
That was it was like a mid-credit or post-credit scene for I think
Yeah.
like episode 3 or 4, fairly early on.
Man, imagine they made a She-Hulk season 2.
They won't.
There's no way.
Yeah,
They ain't
that's not
making no. Do you think they'll make a Loki season 3, or do you think that's done?
I think it's done because of like where they felt that it ended as being like
Yeah,
done.
Loki
but
being the time god.
I mean, they've signaled their
Oh,
desire to
all of
not
this is
send-
Loki's fault more than the TVA. It's also their fault, but isn't it like even more Loki's fault because he's presiding over all of the
That's
time?
a great question, Rags. I have no clue what Loki's doing right now.
All right.
I'm sure he'll turn up in Avengers Doomsday, was it?
Doom Squad, yeah.
Doom Squad.
Doom
Force.
Squad. Doom Force.
So yeah, they're very stupid. Deadpool kills them all, and then what's the next port of call? And Deadpool decides to visit random Logans in random universes
Instead of just
going back in time.
Just his own. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, instead
'Cause,
of going back in time.
Obviously, if I were with him and we were about to go on this adventure, I'd be like, wait, I think they said this guy, like, he was, Anchor Beings is, like, special or whatever, so grabbing any Logan probably wouldn't do it. This is not a thought Deadpool has, but he's not allowed to because the plot wouldn't let him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Deadpool does thoughts.
Not anymore. He's
Clearly not anymore.
not a stupid guy. Like that's not. I don't think that was supposed to be the character. He's just retarded with everything. But obviously, like, it would be much
He wasn't
more
stupid before.
interesting to discuss if it weren't that a lot of the retarded decisions facilitate the plot, right? Obviously, everything is falling apart in order to get us to where they want, which is going to be Cameo City, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the way.
Boy.
In fact, we're starting now.
I think to preface this as a section, one of the most disappointing things in Multiverse of Madness was that sequence where you see all of these universes that could have had some time spent in them that would have been interesting to see what those worlds would look like, how to maneuver through those worlds, but instead it's all just crammed into a really short sequence where basically the whole point is for 1 or 2 seconds you just go, oh, I recognize that, but then it's done.
Yeah.
Anyway, can you what's this sequence that why don't you describe it to us?
Looking for Wolverines. Doesn't seem to have any system to it. He's just gonna visit Wolverines. The first one he visits is in a bar where you can axe throw, which seems kind of neat. I've been axe throwing. It's a lot of fun. You guys should do it if you haven't.
I have not thrown axes. Well, not like officially, casually.
Yeah, of course.
When we weren't supposed to. When the adults weren't looking.
He meets up with the Wolverine of this given universe, and it is comic accurate Wolverine is how he's described. He's very short. Now the payoff is supposed to be seeing him short. The confusing part is Deadpool leaves when he sees that he's short.
As
He's
if that makes a
disqualified.
difference.
You can't be the anchor being if
Yeah, I
you
guess
don't.
not.
It's like a roller
Well,
coaster. There is a
mean,
minimum height requirement for being the anchor
In the
being.
comics, Wolverine is fairly short. Doesn't make him any less formidable.
Well, that's what I mean.
If anything, it makes him more terrifying because he can get into smaller spaces.
Well,
And he could
I mean, not to
out of places when you aren't expecting him.
The whole idea of Wolverine is that Wolverine punches above, like a Wolverine punches above its weight. Wolverines are like notably ferocious, and they're really cool little critters. That seemingly are able to the point that people wonder if there was a time when a Wolverine killed a bear. Like, Wolverine's short because Wolverines are kind of small, but they surprise you with how ferocious they are.
The excuse given for the other ones is that they try to kill him, but this one seems to be willing to talk at the very least, and Deadpool just doesn't try. He just leaves.
Well, I don't know why the others want to kill him so much, so quickly, so violently.
Well, so yeah, that would be the next one. These are a lot of these are comic references. The next one, I think, is because you got the eye patch one, the one without the arm, Old Man Logan. All three of them try to kill him, and the Henry Cavill Logan does as well. Yes, there was a Henry Cavill Logan. That was the
That's a fun
highlight
little.
cameo
I
for a
think
lot of
this
people.
was, yes, this is the one that I'm like, and
Yeah,
then
that
when
was
they
like
did
a
the joke,
hey.
I'm like,
Yeah.
we're
So-
gonna treat you better than those guys down the road. I hope they give him more than just. Well, I hope they give him, if they give him a role, that it's well written.
Well, I
But,
hope they treat him better than Deadpool in Deadpool 3.
The thing I'm confused about is why would we assume they're doing Cavill Wolverine anytime soon when we're assuming it's all but confirmed that Wolverine is going to be in both Avengers films.
well, and also when Kevin Feige has definitely been jumping on the bandwagon of only Hugh Jackman can play Wolverine. He will say that for now
like-
until they need to recast
Until
eventually.
Let's put it this way:
Champion,
if it's going to be Hugh Jackman's in Wolverine in Avengers the next two, then production on a new film that relates to the X-Men or Wolverine, specifically with a recasted Wolverine, which, by the way, I mean, as long as Hugh Jackman's willing, they'll probably always use him. The idea that we're getting a Henry Cavill Wolverine in as much as 5 years from now, when he's already how old?
Well,
Like-
he'd be in his 40s by then.
He's, I mean, if he's willing to, I'm on board to try it out. It'd be really, really
But
fun,
I would
but...
say it's highly unlikely. They would want to get a much younger actor in all likelihood. They're
Well,
Yeah, I
they
would've
make that
thought-
joke in Deadpool.
Jackman was.
Joke they make. They make the joke about being getting people who are really young to be in, to star in new franchises so that they could, get milked for forever, so that they can be used for a long time. That is a Deadpool joke.
But the thing
Henry
is...
Cavill is already 40. Yeah, no shot. No
Oh.
chance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it might be, maybe they'll grab him for a one-off or something. I just, I don't
Maybe.
expect them to
It'll be
recast Wolverine
someone
with
else,
Henry
probably.
Cavill. I don't expect that myself.
Nah.
It'll
There's
be
no way.
someone totally new. And remember, this is again, the earliest would be 2028. So, and that's the earliest, like the absolute earliest. They want to get someone younger.
Yeah, because there's some suggestions like, could he do Old Man Wolverine? It's like, wouldn't they get Hugh Jackman for Old Man Wolverine?
Yeah, they would. And presumably they would want a Wolverine who would be willing to commit potentially for the next decade, which is going to be easier if they're in their 30s compared to if they're in their 40s or 50s.
We'll see. I
Fun little
suppose.
joke, though.
In any case, yes, the other Wolverines keep killing Deadpool, and as much as that might be reason enough to try a different Wolverine, did he explain to any of the ones that were killing him that he needs them to save the multiverse? Slash the
But
universe?
also, like, did he never encounter a Wolverine who was just chilling at
Apparently
Xavier's
not.
mansion?
Which is
Like, that probably wouldn't have
strange.
been fighting him.
Wait, you mean
know?
like the Wolverine that we see in multiple X-Men movies?
Oh,
Ah,
that one, yeah. Well, what's funny,
Mm.
Rags, is he encounters
That
the
one, there's the
worst of the
infinite
worst
amount.
Wolverines who is not willing to immediately kill him. You'd think maybe it would be the
Oz.
other way around.
Interesting.
The other thing
Yeah,
as well is
yeah.
the comic reference where he's like crucified on an X. You'd think maybe like he just decides, "Oh, I'll leave you," but it's like, well, you could
Help
get him
him.
down, and
Yeah.
maybe is he not worthwhile? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's the guy. Thanks for getting me down. Is there any way that I could repay you, my dude?
Yeah, I don't. Because obviously this scene is meant to be like, look at all these comic references. But it'd be nice if they put
Pretty much.
effort into any of them in terms of
Yeah.
contextualizing them.
Well, I mean, I suppose what is the difference between this as a sequence of just look thing you recognize compared to any of the many of these that we have seen in a lot of films over the last few years that people don't like?
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of the
Is it-
equivalent of the, as was mentioned, right? I don't know what you'd call it, but when they smash through a whole bunch of universes in MOM, that sequence.
Or the Flash.
Yeah,
It's true. That's
It's-
right.
it's tacky as far as I'm concerned, and it's pandering because there's no substance behind it. They are showing you this to get you to react with a, "Oh, I recognize that." Yes, which is fleeting to say the least. I will say, I thought the costume for the I think they said it was the John Byrne Wolverine, the brown and yellow. I thought that was a really neat costume. Seen people talking about hopefully they bring that back for a full, installment.
Which one are you talking about?
It's the one where they show him fighting Hulk.
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, the and the Hulk fight doesn't get shown as well. By the way, you only see Hulk from a very awkward angle. I find it all to be, very, what would be the word for this? Very, I was about to say something like the word laboratory is coming to my head. So like it's all focus tested specifically to get particular reactions.
Synthetic?
Yeah, that's a way to put it for sure. It's very forced, very artificial, very much designed to do the thing that it
Yeah.
absolutely did.
Artificial is
Calculated is another, yeah, that would be another way to put it. It's this is all very deliberate for what they were after, and they got it.
concocted, maybe, yeah.
Clinical, that's probably the word I was after.
Clinical. Yeah, that's it. Clinical's one. Yeah, clinical, artificial, synthetic. Yeah. Not real.
Good
Not earnest.
selection. In any case, he's not having luck until he moves into a bar with a Wolverine that is going to be the one that we're going to be taking through to the rest of the movie. Exciting stuff. He's very depressed. He's drinking, and he's kind of like at a low point. We don't really know a lot about him at this point, but hey, you know, whatever we'll do. Deadpool even says he thinks like this one might be the one just because of the fact he hasn't tried to kill him yet. Again, just seems odd.
Not sure why they did, but all right. I guess they
Sure.
really want to. Yeah, I guess all the other Wolverines are just psycho killers, but not. Hey, it's the multiverse, right? There's bad luck. Just weird that they all do.
So he wants him to come with him, and Wolverine's like, no. And then he puts a gun to his head, and then Wolverine's just drinking the whole bottle he's got, being like, fuck you, and I guess knocks himself out, kind of. And so Deadpool's like, well, I'll just take you there myself. And he notices that he's wearing a particular outfit. And when he gets him back to the TVA, he's like, look, this only took, or I think he says it to the camera, sorry, this only took 20 fucking years. Which I thought was kind of odd, and I always do in these films. They solved the costume problem somewhat a while ago. They've been trying to incorporate more and more of the actual designs from comics, visually, both in costume, environment, whatever have you, an aesthetic. I don't know which film we would pick in the the chronology of film to say that they started to not be embarrassed about their sources for aesthetic design, but to be like, it only took 20 fucking years. I thought it was an interesting, very overt, like, appreciate the fact that we're giving you this, which to me lines up with the other stuff we were talking about. It's very, very deliberate. Again, we could go with a clinical. It's like, they're not going to do much for the writing, especially not going to be inspired by anything from the source material, but you'll get an outfit you like, and we know you guys like to post on social media about that, you know?
Yep. Make your tweets about the costume. Get your likes.
And they still fail miserably at so many other costumes. I happen to know that because I do Real BBC every week, and I get to hear about how much costumes are being failed in different ways, shapes, and forms all the time. So I find this to be, much like the other references we've had so far, pandering. Feel like it's them saying, look, we're the ones that did the right thing. It's like, you guys are the ones that do the wrong thing all the time.
Well, you know, I mean, because something that you said that's interesting, I suppose what you could say is that at least this film doesn't do what a lot of the Marvel films do, which is make fun of it while still using it. The go-to example I will always point to is She-Hulk making fun of the gold and red Deadpool suit. Not Deadpool, Daredevil suit.
Yeah.
While they'll make fun of that while still leveraging it for marketing.
Deadpool does make fun of the suit.
Am I forgetting? What did he say?
He says, I'm guessing your X-Men friends forced you to wear that. I don't know what would possess someone to force someone to go out dressed as a mascot for some football team, he says.
All right, never mind.
All right, well, there you
go.
Never mind.
I can't remember if there's another reference to him making fun of it, but of course, the suit looks awesome. I way prefer it to the black spandex of the original trilogy, for lack of a better way to describe them.
They even reference it in the original trilogy.
Yeah, well, because
says, what would you prefer, yellow spandex?
That was the insecurity of those times, right? It's the
insecurity.
Cyclops
and
says
that. Also because the Matrix had just come out as well.
Yes, the 2000s were a special time.
But yes,
the leather.
That was a time when, yes, there was very much well, we got to make it cool, and it can't be cool if it's yellow, which is a bit unhinged. Isn't it?
For me,
That
right?
was
Yellow
just-
is a famously uncool color. Yeah.
To make it clear, for me, I love those, not just the fact that they are respecting the source material that they're adapting, that's really cool, but also the costumes just looking fucking good. These are things I wish weren't spotlighted and said to be the very fucking reason you should check out these films. It's like, no, that should just be there. That should just not even be a thing that's like crazy.
It should be expected and assumed that you're gonna be.
Yeah, it bugs me
doing
that they're
that.
almost like fast tracking to an A rank before we've even got writing just because they have the costume correct. It's like, whoa, we're far away from the movie being safe with the costume being right.
Shouldn't
Anyway,
be the thing that tips the scale.
they waddle in. Wolverine falls to the ground drunk, and Deadpool says, "Here you are. I've got your anchor being." And fucking Paradox goes on a rant about how this is the worst Wolverine. This Wolverine let down his entire world. He's the stuff of legend. Some things are absolutely beyond forgiveness, and what he did is just that. Now, the first
Man.
question you might have, I know Rags had it, was, how do you know which Wolverine this is?
Just to be clear, there is an infinite amount of Wolverines, literally uncountable.
That's a really good point, Rags.
It's Mr. Paradox. You just saw them walk through a portal, had no idea they were even coming. He was like, "What the fuck is this?" And then he just drops a Wolverine to the ground. You have no idea what the situation is, and he just like, "This is absolutely the worst of the worst." It's like, what? He's right, by the way, which we'll get to further once we get the backstory of this Wolverine. But
Well,
Yeah.
he is right in the view of the
film,
Film's
yes.
view that he's the worst.
Yeah. Because
Um,
when you hear the worst Wolverine, you know, your mind can go to some places of like, man, yeah, I mean, oh geez, the things that
Yeah.
Wolverine could do. I mean, imagine if it was you know, like you remember in X-Men Apocalypse, the like when you see Wolverine escaping like from the Weapon X program and he's just like basically totally mindless and unhinged. Be like, oh man, I wonder if maybe that was like permanent. You know, that'd be kind of crazy. I guess the problem is that he wouldn't be sitting in a bar probably drinking some. But that's kind of the idea, right? Is like, man, what could Wolverine have done that would make him the worst one?
which is a
I can think of
fascinating
some,
concept.
terrible things.
What if it was he stuck around with Sabretooth and just kept going down like a incredibly dark path or something? What if he never joined the X-Men?
Well, what out of
What if
pure
what if he,
rage
got
he worked
recruited
with Magneto?
Magneto?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if he was like Magneto's top lieutenant?
Yeah, and he was just a psycho killer, and he
What if,
was
like,
a
the decisions
sexual
that he
deviant,
made
and yeah.
specifically cause like the Sentinels to destroy the world or something? There's like so many things that it could have been that the worst Wolverine might have done.
Yeah. Now, Mr. Paradox says about Deadpool as a result of all the things that have just happened, because of course, Deadpool just walking back in here and saying, "I have the anchor being," he needs to be very careful. He's surrounded by people who have the melty devices, and we saw him use one in the opening, so he knows what they do. They'll have just disintegrate you. You better be careful, because he's in a room filled with those kinds of people, and he does not know if he has the leverage. Like I said, it was kind of stupid for him to believe this would be leverage, but he's coming in hoping it is. And Mr. Paradox says to him, "My superiors deemed you special in some way, clearly not in a good way. Apparently you have some important future purpose to serve." That's the quote he gives him now. Earlier, he was quoted as saying about Deadpool, "One could say the entire sacred timeline will be saved from a grisly fate sometime in the future," in relation to Deadpool. Those two lines don't feel like they can coexist. Like, at first he was telling him he's going to be saving the sacred timeline from, you know, untold horrors, and now he's saying you would clearly saved for like something, but probably wasn't good. And then he, the reason I'm setting this up is because he then goes on to kill him, Mr. Paradox. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like,
Yeah.
3 different distinctly incompatible values.
Yeah, what is very confusing character.
Yes.
That's
I
the
don't know.
point. He's a paradox. Get it?
But paradoxes can't exist.
Meta.
Oh, okay.
What do you
Yeah.
mean? He exists.
Yeah, he exists,
It's
right?
meta.
Jeez.
Wolverine. Fair enough. There you go.
Wolverine wakes up, and Deadpool is like, "Welcome to the MCU. You joined at kind of a low point." Everyone loves this line. What do you guys think?
That is what that I'll tell you what that line is. That line is What do you call it? That's when you give people a little scrap of something to make them complacent. Well, like yeah, that's throwing them a bone. It's like
I
throwing
mean,
them
I
a bone.
suppose
Here's your tiny little bone. We made a joke saying the MCU's at a low point, but that's like in a
I
sea
suppose
of
he
other
is doing
stuff
it
that
at
I
a
hate.
low point, but I mean, of course, it is with the implication. Don't worry, guys. Things are going to get better from here on out. Nothing has changed about the way that we make movies or write movies, but things will get better from here on out.
Yeah, it's still
Wink,
total
wink, nudge,
complete
nudge.
horse shit, complete trash.
I
But
don't know. I don't know how meaningful it is that they're like, yeah, we're kind of shit, huh? Anyway, back to doing the multiverse shit we've been doing for the last 4 years.
yeah, just making fun of it as you do it and rely on it, you're still doing the thing. You get
You're
no
still
credit.
doing
You
it.
are awarded no points. You can't do that. It's one of the things that we'll get to probably near the end, or it's something that you sort of learn as you go. It's that a lot of this movie, we talked about it with the credits earlier, how it's a lot more corporate, how this movie is definitely changed. There are jokes that they don't make anymore. There are kinds of jokes that they don't make anymore. There is the little things like Dopinder doesn't have his accent anymore. Interestingly, things
I
there's
mean, I
no
can help you out
nudity.
if you
There's no
want.
female nudity.
Yeah,
Yeah, go for it. Go
no
for it.
titties, no overt references to cocaine, as in like seeing cocaine or any kind of drugs. They have to make sure you understand that because they were desperate. Cocaine is present in the first and second movies. They can't have it in the third,
Yep.
and it's like, why? And you're like, fuck. Well, we're gonna talk about it, right? And it's like that'll be good enough. You have that. The edge is just toned the fuck down, which is obviously the broad thing of what Rags was saying there, but it comes present in a lot of the way the jokes are constructed. They are such pussies. The most they can say is the MCU's at a bit of a low point. It's like, well, that's just objective in the box office. Like,
Well,
you're not even going to be able to get away with that.
It's
Like,
undeniable.
Just compared to how scathing some of the jokes are towards their own timeline in the Deadpool films, right? Like some of those jokes are pretty, like it's funny that they only ever see two of you here. It's almost like the studio couldn't afford another X-Man.
yeah.
It's like, man, you're just like directly saying the studio like made it impossible for you to use any other characters.
It's corporate
that's
edge.
kind of like actually
it is
pretty funny.
It
Yeah,
is a lie.
this
They are
is the
trying
boys' edge.
Yeah, they're trying to pose as edgy without actually upsetting anybody because there's a line they cannot cross. They got to be careful. They're
Yeah,
saying
they're not allowed to say,
We're not
like,
really edgy.
they're
saying
not
it's
allowed
a bit
to
of a
say,
low
"Man,
point."
It's actually been
He's like entry
compared to-
level.
It's been absolutely terrible. It's been fucking awful, and Kevin Feige is responsible for this in large part. Anyway, back to the movie.
Yeah, because
They say
obviously
that.
they wanted to reassure everybody, and they'll do this with Daredevil, by the way. They'll be like, this is definitely the stuff you wanted, you supported, and you liked. And then you see it, and it's fucking Skinwalker, Luke Skywalker, and you're like, oh, what is this? And you're like, that's what you like.
Yeah, this is Skinwalker Deadpool.
Yep.
He's not the real character. He's been completely undone. He's nothing at all like the first two. The humor is Skinwalker Deadpool humor. It's not actually, Deadpool humor. It isn't edgy. It has the veneer of edge. It passes for edge at a casual glance, perhaps. But yeah, this is Skinwalker Deadpool, the movie.
Well, that's a really, honestly, the super important detail, I think, the casual glance. I think most of this movie passes a casual glance, casual sniff. Like, oh, it seems
Well, yeah,
okay.
it's because it's still got the violence in it. That's why.
Yeah,
But
but even that's toned
but
down.
It is toned down. It's
really
the
the most-
whimsical violence.
I suppose. Well, I suppose there is one where it's like, that's kind of gnarly.
Yeah, there's one. Yeah, I know
Probably
what
know
you
which one I'm talking about.
mean. Yeah.
But a lot of the time, yeah, it's like one of I don't know what it is in terms of like tone, but one of my favorite jokes in the first Deadpool is when he shows up to fight Francis. Francis says, "What's my name?" He says, "I'm gonna fucking spell it for you," and then just later in the fight, just like Francis going to walk over to the edge and seeing his name written there
In
and a bunch
bodies.
of dead guys.
You know,
it's like
The
it's
detail I love
really
about that
funny.
is the eye in Francis has the person's head cut off to make the eye, but they're also, he propped them up so you could see their ass, like he's taken down their pads as well. It's just the funny thing.
It's really funny, and it's kind of dark. It's quite dark, and it's just like really, you don't feel like there's anything that they'd be doing in this film that would be,
No.
like because of course the instance that we're talking about, it's like, yeah, I suppose it's like pretty gory, but like it's not. But it's like so divorced from reality that it doesn't have that almost like
It's like video game violence in a way.
Well, it's like Mortal
That
Kombat,
makes
right? Mortal
sense.
Kombat doesn't like, Mortal Kombat's violence is so absurd that it's like divorced
You
from
can't
reality.
you can't take it seriously. It's not like Saving Private Ryan violence, which is like
Yeah, where it's
terrible, you know.
it's
It's like,
visceral
oh,
and
yeah. It's like,
visceral and
oh
tangible.
boy.
And I don't know, that
This is
Francis
like
one feels
it's
like
killing
it's a
floor
long.
violence.
The Francis one feels like it's a more in the edge of like, oh, that's a bit dark.
Yeah.
Because it's more tangible.
Yeah, and so the whole you're joining at a kind of a low point to me is one of the like chillest, most surface level, easygoing, self-aware criticisms you could ever have, and it's coming from someone who is doing the thing. So
Yes.
we already know, right? Bob Iger's admitted the Marvels was a fuck up. That they've already admitted. There's loads of things coming out of Marvel and Disney
The thing
that
is,
they know things are fucked. Mainly because of the fact that there's a whole hell of a lot less support, engagement, and money. That's the bigger thing that they can go, oh shit, something's very, very wrong. It's not like they're looking at reviews every day and being, tracking the general criticisms. But at the same time,
No.
this is what, like fucking how late is this? We called it at Loki, which was 2019, 2020.
it's
We
I
called
think
it first episode of Loki season 1.
which was 2020. But the thing is you got to remember as well, it's always retrospectively. It is never that it is bad now. It is always that the last project was bad and the next one will be good. Dude, Kevin Feige said that this film was going to be like an 8 compared to Infinity War 9 and Endgame 10 in terms of significance on the impact of the MCU going forward.
That means extremely significant.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that by the end of this film, that ain't really the case at all. That like it's seemingly going to change the Marvel Cinematic Universe forever.
But
the reason why I'm bringing it up is
right
because
into the MCU.
it's the statements are always being made. You got to remember them in the context of the time that they're being made. Right now, they're trying to convince you to go watch this film. That's the point of these observations. You can say the Marvels is bad after it's out and it's failed, because now there's nothing to be gained from it anymore. So now they can say like, well, yeah, that sucked, but they're never going to say that about. They're not going to say like, yeah, man, the new Captain America film, man, we've done like so many reshoots. That film's going to be a fucking mess. They're never going to say that to you.
Remember what they said about Captain Marvel or the Marvels before it came out.
Yeah, they said it was really fun.
It was great. It's amazing. It's incredible. So it's a triumph of blah 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 cinema. It was really really good then.
Invasion is going to be really.
This touches on my primary issue, and I'll start with someone in chat said the low point joke was funny. You want him to do a critical drinker video in the middle of the movie? First of all, yes, because then I'd just enjoy like a part of it and be like, yeah, this is a fun.
I guess actually that would be.
That would be amazing.
He just shows up.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, just play critical drinker videos for the rest of the runtime. That would actually make me a lot happier. But if we go with the thing of like, so what do you do to fix it then? It's like, so the problem isn't necessarily the words themselves, even though, like I said, I think it's very weak. It's very pathetic compared to what they could say. It's supposed to be effective based on any kind of change in attitude or style or attempt at creating the art that they do. They're not changing shit. This film is actually a big recognition that they're taking a step back. We said when No Way Home came out, there were things No Way Home did, and we're going to bring this up when we go further into this story, especially in relation to Logan, that you can do with legacy characters that don't even belong to your universe. And No Way Home gave a blueprint, and we said at the time, as did many other channels, they're going to learn the wrong lesson from this. And this is a prime example of that. And this is the movie where they say, man, we've done some bad things in the past, haven't we? Which is odd and inappropriate. And then this movie does the very things it's pretending to make fun of, because that line isn't there because they are aware of any mistake that they've made, or they're recognizing how they're making like shitty art. All they know is the box office is down and that there are many people in the audience who would enjoy the line. That's it. It's meant to pander to you to make you like this film more. They have no intention of making anything better.
It exists.
Because when Deadpool says McAvoy or Stewart, these timelines are so confusing, he says this in a film that is just like really like not dealing with any of that shit.
Well, and that's before.
So it's funny, and it feels worthwhile.
Like they're still going those films, because that was 2018. He said that, right? And then 2019, 2016, because you get. It was before Apocalypse.
It was before Apocalypse, it was before Logan, it was before Dark Phoenix. So yeah.
That's way more edgy.
Yeah, that's edgy, because they still wanted to be successful and make money with those films at that time. This was before they got bought by Fox. Before they got bought by Disney, rather. A willingness to actually make fun of themselves in a way that was kind of scathing. Whereas here, yeah, what does it mean that he says, yeah, you're entering at a bit of a low point. Anyway, welcome to the film where we continue with a lot of the same bad writing decisions that have been made for the last 4 years.
It slots in perfectly with the rest of the MCU. This is an MCU movie through and through, and it might have the veneer of, oh, look at the blood and the violence. Look, Deadpool won't shut the fuck up. Isn't that hilarious? It's the same slop that you've been getting for years now.
Well, yeah,
It's
and
the same thing in terms of the writing.
I wouldn't necessarily, like, 'cause some people interpret this as like, yes, but it's like, it's a line, even if non-sincere, it's with the fans as opposed to against them. I'd be like, how is the sincerity not something that's incredibly important in that? Like, they are going to be, it would be, if delivered insincerely, they're not with you.
Yeah. And also, do you think Kevin Feige is unhappy right now looking at the box office revenue that's being made from this film that apparently makes fun of his movies? Like, come on. He's having a great week. Look at all the money this film is making.
If that's what it takes to, if they can make little worthless comments like that and they can just generate money out of it, they'll do it forever. They don't give a shit. They don't have to mean anything. It's generating money. Who cares? We'll throw them a bone. Look, they said the MCU's at a low point, and they'll eat it up.
And I mean,
now we're gonna take out all this, take out all that. It's not gonna be about this, not gonna be about that. We're gonna revert his character. We're gonna basically assassinate all this stuff. We're gonna undo the last 2 Deadpool movies. But hey, we threw him that little bone with the MCU line, so hey, there you go. That's an easy trade-off.
So he says, like a big old rant about how he's gonna tell their bosses what they're up to. And then he discovers Deadpool through realizing the sort of body language of everyone in the room that nobody knows what they're doing down here, and they're going to try and get this job done under the secrecy of the TVA not knowing. And it makes you wonder, how do the TVA not know about this? Like the upper people, like, why wouldn't they know? There's so many people working on this project too. All of them in on it, and it's like, why?
It's like the conspiracy to make people think that the Earth is a globe, right? A lot of people are in on it. Top people. They've planted all the evidence. They've got the holographic moon. It all checks out. And I think that, Paradox has that kind of power in this office.
The funny thing is that if we go with the continuity of Loki season 2, even if he were successful and, like he said, he wants to have the full power of the TVA, I mean, Loki does, and you can't change that. He controls all of time and space constantly. So I don't even, you know what I mean? And then it's like, wouldn't Loki
the time to stop this? Though.
Shouldn't Loki be stopping this? And it's like, well, maybe Loki wouldn't stop this because he knows how it ends. And you'd be like, well, how does anything? Wait, is anyone making decisions, or is Loki making everyone's decisions right now?
And that sounds like Nerf Free Will, which was one of the big things that they were fighting about in Loki season 1 and 2.
Listen, Loki works in mysterious ways. Okay.
Well, I that's the answer to that then, because like I said, TVA should probably be fully aware of this. They're not. So be it, I guess. Yeah, and then because Deadpool's retarded, he gets zapped with the melty gun stick. For some reason, he's just not
Paradox.
Very concerned. Yeah, by Paradox of all people. So he was looking right at him.
Touch him with it.
And he just pulls it out and hits him with it, and he's gone.
Well, the plot needed it to happen, so we have to severely nerf Deadpool because, man, we got plot stuff to have happen, and there you go.
Also, the tempad is dropped. I guess everything's zapped with him except
that'd be the way that it works. It zaps your clothes and it zaps your weapons, but not the thing that you're holding in your hand.
Very curious it doesn't work, because it does work on other devices that can get you out of the void. So we'll get there later. Anyway, Wolverine's like, whoa, what the hell? Where did he go? What happened to him? And then Paradox essentially does it to Wolverine too, because he yells and comes at him, but he just hits him, which again to me just feels like, I guess Logan's retarded too. You saw what he's got a device that makes you disappear. You might want to avoid him for a second, but it's like, nah, I'll just do the same thing Deadpool did. And it's like, well, I guess you're God too. Both of them are now in the void, as is the end of Act 1, which I can only refer to as a complete catastrophe.
Yep.
Pretty much completely catastrophic, yeah.
it's already kind of over.
Vanessa's gone and done. All of the characters from previous Deadpools are just not going to be
Look,
present. Deadpool himself is
has been
apparently morphed
assassinated.
into a completely different character,
Deadpool has
totally
been
reverted, completely assassinated through and through. I have absolutely zero investment whatsoever in this Skinwalker. I can't wait to see what happens next.
So we're in the void.
Ooh boy, I
my
don't know about
favorite,
you guys,
purple,
but
the purple
oh,
dragon.
I'm
Oh, I
glad to
love
be
that
back here.
purple dragon.
So
Yes.
glad to be back.
So glad to be back. Which, you know what's funny? I think when they described the void, they said that when you prune anything, it doesn't always like fully delete and instead ends up being sent there. I think in Loki season 1 they said that, but now it's like anything that gets pruned gets sent here.
Get sent there. Yeah.
Which you have to understand. If everything that's getting pruned is sent here, like it'd be pretty
It's not gonna fit
populated.
on a planet.
Yeah.
Why is the void like a place where there's oxygen and shit? Why is it like Earth?
It's the end of the timeline,
Basically.
Fringy. Of course there would be all of
Why
those
isn't it big
things.
enough to
I
say?
have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway,
So the
But
first
boy,
thing,
it's helpful for a story.
Deadpool's on the floor, not knowing exactly what the fuck's going on, and Wolverine stabs him with both claws and lifts him up. Now, one of the thoughts some might have here is like, what? Oh, does Wolverine know he can regen? And the thing is, I'm pretty sure he can't know that because he didn't recognize who
know that?
Deadpool was when he met him, and there's been no reference to him being able to regen at all. So was this
yes,
killing him?
I guess so.
Like yeah,
Yeah.
I genuinely wonder, was Wolverine like, well, I'm killing this guy, fuck you, boom. And if he was, why?
Well,
He's
it's
like the only
same reason he killed him
person,
in all the other universes.
but he's like the only person that might be able to help him get out of. He has no idea where he is.
Well, listen, there's something you need to understand about Wolverine in Deadpool 3, and it's that he's kind of fucking retarded.
Oh,
So once you sort of understand that, then really all the other pieces fall into place, and then it all makes sense again.
so is it, well, he's the worst. Like, so he doesn't attack him until now because he's the worst.
Yeah, he's bad at being terrible.
I see.
Meta.
All right. Well,
Yeah, that makes it okay.
So then there's this moment where they kind of vaguely explain what's going on, and Wolverine's distinctly uninterested and just starts walking off into the nothing. There's nothing. He has no idea where he is, what this place is, where he's going. He just walks off, and then Deadpool's like, you know, because he says, "I don't care, not my fucking problem," about saving Deadpool's universe. He's like, "Is that what you said about your universe?" And I was so struck by the fact, it's like, Logan, where are you going? this you don't even know what this is. Like,
hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
I guess so. Just like, I'm just headed to a place, you know, because Deadpool knows way more about what just happened that Logan is just distinctly uninterested. He's like, yeah, I'd rather just wander, I guess. Which, sure, I don't know. I would have thought he'd be smart enough to want to mine as much information as he could. But he gets mad at old Deadpool for saying that, and they get into a fight.
They get into a fight where Wolverine like crawls along the ground and it looks really shit.
It
For
does
some
look
reason,
really...
people have been sharing it as epic, badass, awesome main river. I
And
couldn't help
know,
but be struck by how awkward it looked.
Hopefully in a couple of months, everybody will sort of agree, like, man, that looks fucking weird.
Yeah, once
Like,
EFAP
CGI
clears the
is,
fucking landmines again.
Well, it's just CGI, like, the CGI was not good, as is the case in a lot of stuff in the film, because this film was subject to a lot of the same, I guess what you could call limited amount of time that No Way Home had, and No Way Home got eviscerated
Yes.
for its bad visual effects, and not unfairly so. I mean, there's a lot of shots that look pretty terrible. But I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. This was the first of well, not the first actually. There've been a few before that, but it was just like, oh man, this does not look great.
Yeah,
looks
it looks
really
so
weird.
But give it time, I suppose. The fight itself is mostly fine with me. I just, you know, like, once they both recognize they're immortal and regenerative, you really realize, like, so this is just to, I mean, it's just nerd porn, which is what Deadpool says. Yeah.
See this, yeah, which I suppose I did. It would have been cool if Cable was along for the ride though. Could you imagine that dynamic trio together? bouncing off of each other, especially considering that Cable completed an arc that is similar to what Wolverine's arc is supposed to be in this film. Could you imagine?
I can imagine a lot of different
Deadpool,
movies.
Yeah. Oh well. No Cable.
So the fight just eventually ends once Deadpool tells him if they get back to the TVA, maybe they can save Wolverine's universe, because he's not entirely clear on what he did with it, but whatever he did do to it is very much something that the TVA could undo, and that's enough, obviously, to convince Wolverine to join up. We got a team, because he's like, hell yes, I would be willing to do that. And I don't say this just so
really...
that...
You think he'd be really hesitant, to team up with Wolverine after the TVA say, oh, he's the worst possible Wolverine?
I guess better to have him
Maybe
than
no
nobody.
other
I don't know.
choice.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel like if he's the worst possible Wolverine,
It might actually be worse.
It would be better to not have him, because he's the worst
be better,
possible
right.
Wolverine. But
he could betray you at the worst possible moment, right?
And he is lying to him, at least in the sense that he doesn't know that the TVA can do that, which obviously does bite him later on. But anyway, that seems to be enough to get them to move forward. And I wanted to mention it as well because it's going to be very important later. This is what takes Wolverine from being like, fuck you, I don't care about anything to do with you or all of the people that you're trying to save. Don't care about any of it. Him telling him the TVA can save your universe was what flips him on that. You could argue it's a very important thing to Wolverine in this film. And obviously it's worth saying as well, you have to kind of go off what they give you about this Wolverine before you can judge him as a character. Obviously he's got retard points that are filling, but he's not... You shouldn't base...
learning about him, yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't base what you'd assume about any particular value he has on any other particular Wolverine. This is the worst of the worst, so for now we have to go off on whatever they show us, which he said, like I said, that Deadpool's whole universe is going to be destroyed, and he said, I don't care. So it's like, oof, that is quite... he's quite apathetic to it, so perhaps this is the worst of the worst, and it'd be interesting to know what his history is. Anyway, someone arrives. Someone arrives silently, by the way, which is unusual considering who it is, and you'd think it would be hard to not spot them, arriving. And I'm not entirely sure why he's here. I don't know if it's like this is where new arrivals are, and people like to scope this place out to grab him. No, well, we know that's not the case because we've seen people arrive in all different places in the Void across all the different media.
So scattered all across the Void, and if it's scattered all across the Void, it means that the stuff must have landed elsewhere.
And that means that they just happened to bump into this guy, who we'll just say he's Chris Evans for a second because there's a whole conversation to have. And before they can even properly acknowledge and understand that, we've got an army of bad guys are showing up. Why?
They also knew they were going to be there.
Because they're trying to get Chris Evans.
Like, whoa.
In which case, that's just a crazy coinkydink, isn't it?
It all is, I guess.
Yeah.
No,
well, okay, that's the situation we're in now.
Kang and Loki are setting this up.
I'm sure that this won't be consequential.
So, the assumption from the audience and from our main characters is this is Captain America, and he's gonna save the day. But the big reveal is it is not Captain America, but Johnny Storm, and he...
Oh my goodness!
Says flame on and flies up, and it's very, very heroic music plays. And, you gotta admit, that's kind of fun. I'm trying not to use that word ever, nor will I use the word boring. I'm going to try and stick to analytical terms for now, just because of trying to explain how these things work and how they connect to things and stuff, instead of just telling you guys whether or not I found a thing fun. But I like the concept of taking advantage of the entangled nature of all of these universes with payoffs like that. One Gary suggested that we don't get is taking advantage of Ryan Reynolds having been in Blade with having Hannibal King show up in some way, shape, or form. You could probably have done something with that. You have the excuse, and you might be able to do something meaningful with it. Now, as much as it's fun, I'm sitting here being like, fuck yeah, dude, Fantastic Four movies. I know that the second one certainly wasn't as well received, but I enjoyed those back in the day. It's been a while. It's neat to see him back. What are we going to do with him, especially if you've got him? So, what are we doing? And I don't know how else I'm not. A lot of people in chat have seen this film, so you know I'm not lying. He flies up. He uses his ability to flamethrow on Pyro, the one person here who it would do nothing to. Pyro then draws all of his power out of him and stops him from being able to fly. He lands on a signpost thing directly on his nuts, and then he falls, almost breaking his back onto the floor.
Why?
I'm really glad that they're going through all this trouble to have all these
Why
fun
would you do that?
characters. And
He's
do these
he's from
actors
this
know what they're
place.
signing up to?
He knows who Pyro is. He knows who
Well,
Cassandra Nova is.
So we can skip a little ahead to talk about this now. Johnny Storm is a part of a team of people who've been surviving here for a long time. Pyro is Cassandra Nova's lieutenant. Apparently he's like second in line, or at least he has a lot of power to control. They know who these people are. Like, they know who works for her, they know their abilities and what they can do. This comes in later as part of the mechanics of how they're going to defeat her. Johnny Storm attacked the only person that it would do nothing to. Why?
Because
that's a
he's a dum-dum.
But
yes, I do that respect to the Fox movies of having
So respectful.
Human Torch land on his cock and then like break his back and everything.
Well,
Yes,
wait. Okay, you're over exaggerating because he's not dead. Like, there's plenty more of
That's
Johnny
true.
Storm to be in this movie before you can make a judgment on whether or not they respected him.
I
guess
that's true. He
yeah,
could re-earn that respect later.
But yes, before you can even really deal with that having happened and what you think about it, Sabretooth is here, and he's like, yo,
Whoa.
to Wolverine. It's like, yeah,
Oh
I know,
my
crazy,
God.
right?
Sabretooth.
Oh my God,
We haven't
Sabretooth.
seen him since
X-Men Origins.
Origins,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Jeez, wow, that's
But
going way back.
What's fun is this is the actor who, by the way, played Ajax in Troy. I don't know if you remember him.
Hey,
but
yeah, he had the big old hammer.
Yeah, he's
and
the
he was
original
really
guy.
good at cleaning sinks.
He was the original Sabretooth.
He was
in the first
indeed. And it was really cool to see because I think he has a very unique look with this Sabretooth sort of, and he was in the trailer. And I don't know if you guys saw the clip, but what you see, I think Ryan Reynolds shared the clip of being like, this is a fight everyone's been waiting for, be careful, takes the swords out of Wolverine, and they set up, they both do their beast yells, they run at each other, and then the fight's over, because Wolverine chops off his head. You can do that. That's an approach, I suppose. The thing is,
why though? Is it worth the joke? It's just so fucking lame.
Yeah, it is.
Like, holy shit, you got the actor back after all this time. The brother of the brother of Wolverine himself. They finally meet after all this time. And it's just like, oh, nope, Wolverine kills him instantly. Huh?
I don't really understand, because they didn't
great joke.
do that. There are parts of this film that people found so fucking boring that they would recommend you skip, which I'm on board with that, by the way. And it's like, maybe we could move some of that out and move a fight with Sabretooth and Wolverine in. Maybe? How about that?
Nah.
No.
No.
What if,
Nope.
Yeah, what if no? How about no?
Well, and of course, it's
no?
the same as well with like no Human Torch fight. Just he just gets all his power sucked out by the one person who he knows can counter him, like hard counter him. But nah, it would be funnier if he flame on and then he falls on his cock and then oh man, ooh.
Well,
it's really fun.
They all get captured.
I love the cameos.
Through
that's unfortunate.
It's very lucky. The Deadpool, the way they capture them is they have a giant magnet that is, it'll capture Wolverine very easily, but Deadpool is standing between Wolverine and the magnet, so it flattens him between them.
Matter because of the adamantium swords.
Well, if the magnet is so powerful that he can't actually get himself to just remove those or anything, then yeah, I guess he is fucked. But is no one else carrying metal in the area?
Yeah.
Doesn't Pyro have a gun? Anyway, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just,
Yeah, that's fine.
we'll move
Well,
right
it's
along.
you got to point it the right way.
So they got captured. Darn it. And they're taken to the leader, but not before giving us a showcase of Cassandra Nova's headquarters, which is the body of Giant Man, which is fun, I guess. That's where we get the Paul Rudd aged joke.
Yep.
Not bad.
Which
Fine,
is
yeah.
all right. Yeah, that's fair. That's
I
all right.
like it. Though,
Yeah, fair.
this is a real thing. Like, if you spend that joke in the trailer, obviously I'm not going to find it as funny when I see it in the film, because I'll be like, oh yeah, I know that one.
Well, I saw it for the first time watching the movie.
There you go.
And it was we can independently verify through me that it was an all right joke.
There you go.
It's
So,
not like it won't make you laugh, but it will make you smile.
They show us you have Lady Deathstrike, Azazel, Juggernaut, Toad, obviously Pyro.
Yeah, but remember, not Juggernaut from X-Men 3 or Juggernaut from from Deadpool 2.
To go further than that, none of these guys are played by the actors that played them before.
Well, that's why they get a lot more.
So, I mean, who fucking cares, right? At that point, it's like, what's the point?
Well, it feels like pandering. I'm seeing a bunch of literal toys from the people who make this being like, you like that one, don't you? I'm like, yeah, I guess. The main thing we see with them won't be until later. For now, they're just standing. And so arrives the queen herself, Cassandra Nova. She's introduced. She's coming in, and for a second, one might have mistaken her for Charles Xavier. I don't really feel like many people were, but that's kind of something they're selling. They even say, "Is that Chuck?" Which is I know the reference for Chuck in Logan. Is there any other references for them calling him Chuck in other things?
I can't remember, honestly.
Chat, if you can let me know, because I was curious about that. I couldn't remember any other time that he was called Chuck. It might be something I missed. I don't know if it's like an alias he ever used or anything, but someone said yes. So, animated series.
Hey, all right, that's something.
Yeah, fair. Not to my knowledge. Well, in the movies, no. Anything else, I don't know. Yeah, because I know it from Logan. I just don't know if there was any other references. Chuck is short for Charles.
Oh, that's what that means. Oh,
that's not something I'm as familiar with, but fair, because there are some names that are short.
Wait, did you not know that?
No,
Oh, really?
Not really. No, it's. I just don't think I've come across it that much, or whether or not I have, I've not associated it. You know.
Yeah, that's why. What's her name? Marcy.
Wait, so...
That's why Marcy calls Charlie Brown Chuck.
Oh, okay, there you go. Well, because I was mainly curious where Deadpool would have heard that, but then again, he is like a meta machine anyway, so it wouldn't necessarily matter. Anyway, she's on the floaty, or I think it's the wheelie. It doesn't really matter which chair. It's one of Xavier's chairs, and she
floaty wheelie chair.
She stands up, and the ramp in front of her becomes stairs. And Deadpool says, "Wow, ableism, the woke mob isn't gonna like that." I did cringe a bit with that one. I was like,
a little bit. Oh, jeez. Okay.
All right, Disney. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the most cowardly jokes they could have had, I would say. Most people don't even. It's like she's on the thing, and then the stairs turn into. Well, the ramp turns into stairs. It's like ableism. It's like, first of all, what? Okay. And then secondly, if you guys are like, what are you, the woke mob? Like, what, most people, because I've seen people's commentary on this scene, they didn't even know what they were supposed to be angry about. It's like, who you try to appeal to, and the answer is everyone.
Because
hopefully this gets for everybody.
Yeah, both sides will think it applies to the other side. Mega safe. If even understood at all by the people. So.
Well, I mean, if this were Deadpool 1 or 2, imagine what they would have done with that joke.
I mean,
probably
something funny.
Yeah, probably something funny.
Probably something not super safe.
No, yeah, well, that's kind of what we're getting at with a lot of this. All of this is kind of pre-approved. None of it's anything experimental or worrying in any way. There's no real risk. It's all very, as I said, cowardly would probably be the way I'd summarize it. Anyway,
Yeah, he'd probably say like, "Oh, you're not a cripple" or something like that. You know, we'd get we get something.
yeah, well, or Logan could be like, say some kind of like insensitive line like that, and then Deadpool could be like, "Oh, you can't say that," and then he could say something worse after it, casually. Some kind of joke to show something, but this didn't even like fully commit. It sort of leaves it nice and vague, so you have to interpret what the problem may even be with anybody. It's done by committee. It's part of my issue. I feel like this went through 1,000 people.
Oh yeah.
Also, it's weird, by the way. I don't know if anyone else noticed. The first time she refers to Charles, she says Xavier, and then after it, she says Xavier.
Well,
thought
she
that
was
was-
thinking about the classic early Adult Swim absurdist cartoon.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and then she remembered it was Charles Xavier, the leader of the X-Men.
So, we haven't had a lot of Johnny Storm, being able to take action in this plot line. Let's see if he can bounce up here, because she's kind of excited to have a Wolverine, and she's been trying to capture Johnny for a while. She mentions this. And during the conversation, Deadpool kind of cuts in with how he wants to make sure she understands that Johnny's been making fun of her behind her back, saying all kinds of things, and he starts doing his sort of Deadpool running his mouth, making fun of her directly, but claiming these are all things that Johnny told him about her. And while he's saying them, Johnny's like, "Whoa, no, I would never. Whoa, that's weird. No, I didn't even know what those words mean. Like, why would I'd never say that? That's horrifying. What?" And during this back and forth, she then pulls off all of Johnny's skin, and he falls into a pile of flesh and bone.
So
That's
yeah,
that.
that mega respect to the Fox movies, huh?
Just to be clear.
Also, like Deadpool. Wow, Deadpool. What the fuck?
I mean,
I don't get it. I actually don't get it.
he's like
Why do people
compounding
like
so many
this?
moments in a row where I'm just like, what? Why? Why did you do that?
Why did you do that? Why did you murder this guy? Why did you actively and continuously try to get this guy killed? What did he ever do? He helped you. Why would you kill him? Why would Deadpool go out of his way to try to get this guy killed like that?
You have it's like here he's back, and we like to see him play Cap, but it's like he's playing Johnny Storm. It's like, oh, that's arguably cooler because we haven't seen him in forever, and it's like it's a different kind of character. What are you gonna do with him? Like, we're gonna nut shot him, break his back, and then strip him of his skin.
Just to say that strip of his skin. It's like, what the fuck?
And I've asked this to a couple of friends. I was like, I don't understand. What's the difference between this and what they did to Reed in MOM?
If anything, this is because it's. I think what you're meant to take away from the implication is that this is the same one in those movies.
Yeah.
So, like, you're talking about a character who actually has history in 2 movies. You might think they suck, because they got a lot of problems, but like, still, compared to just rando alternate timeline Reed Richards who's there for 5 minutes, and I would still agree. It's like, yeah, that was some bullshit. He reaches out and then just gets turned into spaghetti. That was cringe. This is comparable to that.
I don't know why. Why would you enjoy this? I hate it. Why if I was one of these actors, I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm not going to play the part if you're just going to shit all over my character." Like I don't want you to do that. Why would you do that?
I don't even have
It's just
like Rags. That kind of commentary, that best you'll only get in post, because even Haley Atwell said she's been critical of what they did with her in Multiverse of Madness. It's like, yeah, I guess you didn't realize at the time, because I guess they often don't, because it's more fun.
Maybe you're
right?
getting gassed up to be like,
Yeah,
oh
absolutely.
yeah, once after you see the final version of it,
together it'll be chill. Don't worry. Yeah,
yeah, you get the assurances. Oh, it's a hilarious joke, or it means this, or da da da. People will love it. Oh, it's just a little wink and a nudge, or da da da. And then you see it, and then you see the discourse surrounding it, and you're like, oh, this is fucking terrible.
Like I said,
just wouldn't.
I was
I
happy
wouldn't
to see
be.
him.
I wouldn't be cool with it.
This wasn't when his skin got stripped off, I was like, if
I
I'm
think
gonna
I
slot
was
this
thinking
in with No Way Home or MOM, I already know which way it's fucking going.
the when that happened, I was like, right, so they only had him for like a couple of days. Then that's what actually happened. They said, yeah, you can do this because you're not going to have to be here for very long. You only got to show up for a week, rather than having him stick around for the whole thing. And because I guess they thought it'd be funny if it's like, yeah, look, he gets his skin ripped off. Yeah, I don't know, bit cringe.
So she starts talking to him, and it becomes clear, there's a couple of things we're going to talk about, that her motivation is she's very angry about having been sent here when she was super young, much like Sylvie, or at least what they tried to do with Sylvie. It's not exactly clear on why. Maybe she was just too powerful or something, but she's become the leader of this place out of a sort of spite because she's pissed off that her twin brother, being Charles Xavier, didn't save her. And she very bitterly talks to Wolverine and Deadpool about how, hey, it must be nice to have had love from him. You know, I wouldn't know because he didn't save me from here, which is gonna get added to later. And to be honest with you, I wouldn't mind jumping a little bit just for now. Obviously, Wolverine tells her, had Charles known, he would have saved you, which is meaningful to her in that moment, and I find to just be so embarrassing for a motivation for a villain. He's like, I'm mad you didn't save me from a place you didn't even know I was sent to, and you didn't even know where it was.
And you didn't even know that I existed, period.
And nor do you have the capacity to find out.
Yeah. There's just literally nothing he could have done. He didn't even know that there was something to do. He didn't even know you existed.
No, but you see, that's why she's a villain, because she's a fool.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Even though she's meant to be really intelligent.
Well, she's written. She's Marvel intelligent, which means stupid. But well, no, that's it.
And we know on top of that, by the way, that she kills Charles Xavier's that end up here. So she's so mad about her brother not having come to save her that she kills variants of him that end up here. That seems about right.
Yeah.
And then of
I mean,
course,
in terms of power scaling, that means we have to assume that she is generally more powerful than the average Charles Xavier.
Well, depending on how long she's been doing this, she's more powerful than every single one.
She's the most powerful being. Yeah, because I mean, every single being that could ever have ended up here was defeated by her, which I don't buy for a second that Charles Xavier was beaten by her. I don't like.
He's like super old and experienced, and you know,
I find
sagacious, and he's
the nerfing of Charles Xavier in a lot of these stories very cringe. He's super powerful.
I mean, they did it in Multiverse of Madness. Got beaten by Wanda at the thing that he's the best at, which is mind shit.
He's hyper. Is he considered an Omega level threat or whatever, or is it the level below?
No, Jean was the class 5 in X-Men 3, but like that system is kind of bullshit.
Well, the thing
anyway.
is, they describe this girl as Omega level, so surely he is.
Charles ought to be, yeah.
Yeah, chat's saying yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he's class 4. He's Omega level. Okie dokie.
Class 4 was the X-Men 3 thing.
Very powerful.
I'm not even sure how you really do a consistent objective rating of the power of, you know, what does it mean?
There's a committee they put together.
You know, I mean, Charles 8 is good at flying as Angel, so like, what does that count for? You know?
Well, I'm sure it averages out, but
yeah, it's good at running as Quicksilver. So like, what does that mean?
No. Oh my God, the woke mob are gonna come for you free.
What do you? He can't walk.
That's ableism to highlight that.
Calling him you calling him a cripple?
Wow.
And then when Jean, you remember? Well, actually, Rags wouldn't remember because he didn't watch it. Remember in Dark Phoenix, Jean made him walk, and it was very mean.
Yes, that was very mean.
Do you remember that? That was yeah.
So anyway, they're talking to Cassandra Nova, and she mentions how Charles must have made you guys feel safe. It's a very like civil and calm conversation, and then Wolverine responds, and I think this has just got shit editing on it. He goes, "We're mutants. We're never safe." And then the camera cuts closer to him, and he goes, "Ah!" And it's like, what? And he just runs at her with his claws out, and then she forces him into the ground and pushes him far, far away. I was like, what the fuck is going? Wolverine, what are you doing, buddy? Like, you have no idea what the fuck's going on.
That's never stopped him before.
It's just, it's so bizarre. I have a feeling that the original version has them two probably sparring a little bit longer, and she says something that gets to him personally. But instead, that's, I guess, cut it down because, like I said, it's a very sort of straightforward conversation, and just like I said, she said, "Did Charles make you feel safe?" He's just like, "No." Ah. You know, it's like, okie dokie.
What do you say like that? Is very funny. Are you safe? No.
So yeah, and then Deadpool's like, "Whoa, don't do that to me. I'm chill." And then she puts her fingers in his head and does things, but not before. There's another part I wanted to mention. She says that neither of them strike her as the world-saving type. And then there's a pause, and she looks at Deadpool and says, "Ooh, did I hit a nerve?" Which I thought was really odd. It's like Deadpool of all people being offended because of that, and then the film is like, well, yeah, because that's currently his insecurity, right? He wants to matter. I'm just sitting like, fucking hell, that bullshit.
That's just how he is now.
Yeah.
What, you don't like new Deadpool?
No, not even a little bit. Like,
yeah, he sucks balls.
He would have countless things to wisecrack back, right? You could imagine an infinite amount of things you'd have to say, but no, it just sort of gives up and is like, well, damn, he got me there. And then when she gets in his head, we get a big old blast of his insecurities, and this is where things get a little odd, because there's a combination of things that did happen and didn't happen. It's kind of up to the audience to figure it out. But Vanessa basically says to him, ever since the Avengers have turned you down, you took a knee and you never got back up. And it's like, right. So she left him? And then he says, just say it. If you don't want to be with me, I'll walk away. It was just like, when did this happen, man? And then they start spamming visuals from Deadpool 1 and 2 of them being together, which just makes this even more annoying, obviously.
Very annoying. Remember the Vanessa that we've completely just decided doesn't exist anymore? Those were the times.
And then she says, "You'll never fucking matter." And we discover that that's a line that's being manipulated into his head by Cassandra. Though it's worth mentioning, he says she never says that, and then Cassandra says, "But I bet she thought it." As if to say that that's what Deadpool thought, or rather Wade thought Cassandra felt about him.
Sounds like Cassandra's just being mean.
Well, she is being mean, but simultaneously, it's just like, fucking hell, what did you do to these characters?
Why is Deadpool such a pussy?
Why have you fucked with everything? Stop.
Why is Cassandra just magically the person who could legitimately get under his skin and make him feel insecure? Interesting.
Yeah, because you know that even if you hit on something true with Deadpool, he's not going to let you know.
Yeah, duh, because that would be that's like #1 rule of the internet.
Well, and the only time you've seen that kind of vulnerable is with people he very much hyper loves, or when he's pushed to an extreme, like with Francis in Deadpool 1. Having met this lady, like he's not going to let that go straight away. But anyway, then Wolverine stabs her from behind with all 6 claws. And I don't know about anyone else, but I was just like, wait, what? Where did you come from?
Oh, she's gone now. Well, he's just traveled through the dirt. He's like Diglett.
I guess. What about all of the people? What about all of the people who are
They didn't see him. He was underground.
Like Diglerine.
He was.
I don't. Yeah, all of them didn't do anything about it. He just comes out of the floor and stabs her. I don't understand. It was very odd.
I don't know the mechanics of him moving around through the dirt. He was video. He's video game digging, where you can just like the ground is just another fluid that you can go through to go from place to place, you know?
And so we realize that has no effect on her because she has hyper regeneration, which, man, what a power set. Nice.
Wow, how did she get that if she's Charles Xavier's twin.
Well, she's a mutant,
How-
so I guess grab bag. She got that plus the ability to put her hand in people's heads and read their thoughts. I guess that's yeah.
She has all the psychic powers. Oh, and also she has super mega healing. Like, oh, okay.
Maybe she has even more than that we don't know about. Who knows?
I'm
In any
sure
case,
she probably does.
they're kind of surprised it doesn't insta-kill her. She does not insta-kill them back. Instead, she says, the big guy needs to eat and the rent is due. And Eliath, our big friend, the big dragon pibble fart monster is back.
Oh my goodness. It's been so
Timing.
long.
The timing, though, geez, he's
It's
right.
very,
Wow.
It's very odd, too, because she has hyper-powerful telekinesis. She can pick people up and toss them into Eliath.
Throw them into his mouth and be like, oh, thank you, gobble, gobble.
Now, you might think, how are they going to get out of this? And if they do, you know, it must have been thanks to her. And it's like, yes, I can help you out. We do find out later that she didn't kill them, according to Pyro, because she wanted to play with them. But that's not true, because she expects Eliath to kill them.
Yep.
And then, so it felt to me as though when they made this scene, they were like, oh, this is desperate. Can they get out of this? And they give a reason. We'll go over it in a sec. And then later on, they were like, fuck, Cassandra could have easily killed them. How do we explain why she hasn't? And it's like, just say she wants to play with them. That's an easy one. It's like, all right, yeah, we'll throw that in. Feels very,
But how are they going to get out of
jumbled.
this jam, though? You know? How are they going to get out of it?
Well, so, as Eliath is approaching and all the people are panicking, we, of course, realize, there's the, you know, the big, there's like a metal device. It's, you know, you know it. It's this metal device that's just on the ground, and Wolverine kicks it, this metal device, and it turns into like a missile, and it flies away. So all you have to do is stand on it. It's like a rocket, and it'll get you to safety, and Deadpool jumps on with him.
This was actually like, I was actually stunned by this. It was like, wait, what? They're just gone. They just jump on it and fly away, and that's
And
it.
I assume this means that a fart cloud monster just didn't need anyone.
A couple other people, I suppose. They just like fly away. It's insane. They just like jump on a thing that's there and then fly away, and that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, according to some people in chat, it's a sentinel leg. There you go.
Yeah, they just jump on it and fly away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't
Rocket
change
boot.
anything. They
Fringy,
just
what's
jump
wrong?
on it and
This
fly away.
makes complete sense.
And then it just cuts to basically the next portion of the film, which is them just walking around in the void for the next 40 minutes.
Yeah, I might
They
even
just
argue
get
this.
away.
This feels like Act 3, and there will be 4 acts because this film
but they
fucking
just
gets
get away.
clunky.
Yeah,
But
they just fly away.
they do get out because of that. It's very funny because everyone's terrified of Eliath approaching, and Wolverine's just like, over there. it's just let's just use that, and it works. It's brilliant.
Yeah. I mean, it's a leg. It flies. What more do you want? This is storytelling craftsmanship.
Yeah.
The leg flies.
It feels like the scene was cut like in half.
Yeah, Elias showed up. They had to escape on the leg.
And also, I'm pretty sure that in the trailer they showed TVA guy there in that sequence as well. So maybe something was cut. Do you remember? It was like a bit in the TVA where there's like a little TVA guy and he gets grabbed up and Deadpool's like, oh, Jesus. So maybe they did just cut like a whole sequence there.
There's probably a
feels
deleted scene that
incredibly abrupt.
talks about how there's a fucking sentinel leg there.
It is incredibly abrupt.
It's brilliant.
Mm.
So they escape. Thank goodness. Supposed to die in there. Got out though. And then we get the shut up, stop talking, I'm going to talk now. We need to get to Paradox. And to get to Paradox, we need to get to, or through Cassandra. And to do that, we're going to need to find the people that Johnny was talking about who live here and try to fight against her. That's the plan. Like, okay.
So, man, if they didn't bump into Johnny Storm within the first 3 days that they were there, I guess that if they just bumped into nobody, they would have just been screwed.
Yep, just screwed.
That would have been, that would have been
The
rough.
universe would have just been destroyed, and he would have been. And it seems like it would be likely, given the void should be enormous.
I assume it's a whole planet?
I assume it's the whole universe, right? Like if it's the end of time and they all converge there and everything, that's got to be like incalculably enormous. Why would it just be like Earth? Why is it even
Because
like temperate?
because there's nighttime, right?
Why
If
is
there's
there a
nighttime,
sun?
then the sun sets, so it
Did
can't
they
be
prune a
flat.
sun and put it there? Because at the end of time, there should be
I
no more
assume
stars, right?
I well, yeah, Kang, he knew that there were a lot of stars and they weren't all like necessary. So
And
he
he
took
just
one
gets his little pokey stick and
a-
then he
yeah,
pins
like
it
and
there.
you're going to be the void sun so that the people in the void can have daytime, which is really kind of him considering he didn't have to do that. The void could have been dark and that would have sucked.
Hmm.
So and then nobody would have wanted to go there.
Nobody wants to go there.
Well, it would have
Oh.
been worse.
Oh, one of the things Wolverine says at this point is, he said the people Johnny was talking about before that poor kid was killed, and Deadpool says, "Poor kid, he was like 50." It's, I get the joke, right? Because Chris Evans looks a hell of a lot younger than he is, but it's just weird because it's like, wait, I thought you would mind having been the reason that a hero was killed. It just feels like something that would probably bother him a little bit. But
Yeah, it's kind of weird that he just like murdered him essentially. I have no idea why. And I would be hesitant to hang out with a guy who just is willing to do that essentially on a whim.
yeah, this is the characterization issues I have, right? Because like Deadpool 2 definitely pushes Wade to be more moral than when we would have first met him. I'm fine with the notion of collateral damage, and even Wade being the reason that certain people suffer who aren't like strictly evil, and he's like, whoops, that sort of stuff. But just a strict hero who sacrificed some shit to help them, to murder him, as is referred to it by Wolverine, just feels out of character to me.
Yep.
It is out of character. I have no idea why Deadpool would do that.
Like someone in chat just said,
He
it's
would-
Deadpool, he doesn't care. He does.
He does care. Deadpool does care about people.
Yeah. There's a
When
lot of people he cares
Deadpool-
about in the
when
continuity of
Deadpool,
this Deadpool. Like, I'm not obviously referring to any other particular Deadpool, this Deadpool.
Yeah, obviously it doesn't match for 1 and 2, but that ship sailed a long time ago, so I just got no clue. No clue.
Yeah, and then he starts sort of needling at Logan as to why he's wearing the suit, and that's going to have a payoff. Oh, he's going to keep asking about that. And then they get to the diner, which I thought was quite surprising. In the trailer, when they show scenes from the diner, I was like, oh, this looks like it's going to be a pretty good scene for character, right? Like, they're going to get some stuff out here that's going to maybe hit hard, set up some stuff, and we are halfway through the movie at this point, so it's kind of like we might want to hurry because we've not gotten a lot for Logan. And almost everything that I found meaningful about the conversation in the diner is in the trailer. I was quite disappointed on that front. I thought I was getting a taste of it, not the actual package. Don't take that out of context. So, the whole, like, Wolverine was a hero in my world, and then he says he ain't shit in mine. I thought that was going to be, surrounded by other things that would have been much more interesting. But I was like, oh, well. And I was surprised when the diner scene ended. I was like, oh, shit, okay, that's that. Could have gone for more, is kind of what I'm getting.
Yeah. Definitely.
So, they then cuts to them outside. They're walking around the hills, and I guess the first thing you're struck by is like, man, there are quite bountiful areas of the void. It is not just a hellish landscape of desert and rock that people die in.
How come the void is Elysium from Gladiator?
I don't know. I don't know if they've changed it a bit, I guess.
I don't know. I just figure that live here. Yeah, don't live in the shitty desert where there's nothing to eat, but don't think about it. Live
especially,
here.
Eliath seems to hang out in the desert part, so yeah, just don't go there.
Oh, yeah. Don't go there. If that's where Eliath hangs out, as if I needed another reason to not be there.
Exactly.
The scary monster that eats me is there? Nah, count me out. I'm going to go live in grasslands. Seems a lot more pleasant.
So another aspect I find curious is Wolverine's definitely not the one asking questions in a sort of curiosity way. He's only doing it pragmatically, right? Like, where are we going and how are we
like
do it,
what
that
the
sort of
fuck
thing.
is happening? What's going on here? I was in a bar earlier, like an hour ago. I was drinking at a bar, and now I'm in some crazy world where people's skin is getting ripped off, and there's a
Feels like
crazy cloud with a skull on it, and it's trying to devour us.
they both have a bit of an awareness that they're just in a film, but not in the good way. The characters are written a particular way, but they're not acting the way that they're supposed to be written.
Yeah, no one feels like a person.
It's because particularly with Logan too. When we cut later, he starts asking, "So how did your Logan die?" Which I felt is a pretty, that could be a heavy question, especially coming from him. But we just cut to it, like, diner scene over, new scene. How did your Logan die? Oh, it's not quite the way I
That's
would have wanted to
expedient.
approach it, but yes. So yeah, he asked, and he says, "Oh, and he gives like a really brief summary of the end of Logan. And then he mentions X-23 is a smaller, daintier, yet more ferocious version of you in a way. And the reason that line is there, for anyone who doesn't know, is this Logan has absolutely zero knowledge of anyone known as X-23. That's going to be important later. Then we get the part of the film that I think everyone doesn't like. It's the extended, well, not that doesn't like necessarily for the content, but certainly for the pacing. We get dog pool and nice pool and walking and crops.
And it just goes on
and
for
on
so long.
and on.
Well, you know what? It would be a lot more forgivable if it was a really funny movie.
Well, okay, so we got jokes in here, like Deadpool says, "If you can't be a responsible pet owner, then maybe you shouldn't own this little unicorn." And then Nice Pool says, "Guilty as charged." That was kind of funny,
Wait,
right?
so Nice Pool is admitting to being a
I
bad
don't know.
caretaker for his pet?
I don't know. Another joke is he says the Deadpool brigade, the team of Deadpools will chop you up if they find you. If only they processed their childhood trauma, then they'd be awesome,
Does Deadpool have childhood trauma?
Yes, I'm pretty sure he does actually. I think his dad was abusive or something. I have to check it out, but
Because I just couldn't remember from the other movies. I legitimately couldn't remember. I hope not, because childhood trauma is bad. It turned Boogie into the man he is today.
yeah,
And I wouldn't want to wish that on anybody else. Seems really,
Yeah.
seems like a
Well,
bad thing.
another example, he says the Honda Odyssey was made to compete with chlamydia.
I don't know anything about the Honda Odyssey to know I don't know. I don't have a reference.
Hmm.
If I made a joke about the Tata Nano to you, do you know what that is? If I said the Tata Nano is a really shitty car, you just kind of have to
I'm
take
not
my
a car
word.
person. I can't help with this.
You'd have to take my word for it.
Sure.
Like it's like I have no reference for. I don't know that I don't have the grounding necessary for the Honda Odyssey being a really shitty car. I don't know what he doesn't. That's the thing. Early on, he doesn't explain why the Honda Odyssey sucks. He just says that it sucks. If he explained why it sucked to get me on his side and agreeing that the Honda Odyssey sucks, then when he references it later, I'd be like, "Oh yeah, because it has this flaw that was mentioned earlier."
I think he mentioned
His
some of the flaws of
background-
it. It doesn't phase with me though, because I just don't care about cars. But obviously, the idea is going to be that he says it's amazing once he has his fight in it. That's like the payoff. But yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Before this becomes the section of the EFAP that everyone else also wants to skip, what happens next?
That's the thing that I'm trying to give credit to the film,
I
that
don't-
these are events that take place. They're just not very interesting.
Yeah, there's an ugly dog in a Deadpool outfit. There's Ryan Reynolds is a nice guy. There's some cornfield. They fight in a forest.
Mm-hmm. They're in the car eventually, and Deadpool mentions the suit again. This is where that insult comes up. I think Fringy might have missed, but it doesn't really matter. Wolverine wants to change conversation. They move over to, he wants to ask him what he's going to do if the TVA can fix his world. And Wolverine's like, wait a minute, if? He's like, how could you lie to me? And Deadpool says, well, because my name isn't Truthful Timmy, the blowjob queen of Saskatoon. Which again, I was just like, okay,
I don't get it.
sex. I don't know.
Why would Timmy be a queen? I don't I'm confused. Is Saskatoon a place known for
Some of it,
its
I don't know, man. Some of it feels a
I'll,
bit like also random, also
yeah,
blowjob. He said
also random
blowjob, so.
humor, yeah. Okay. Well, that's funny to say blowjob.
And after all of this is where Wolverine finally, he's at his wit's end and he wants to dress down Deadpool. Which came at a time for me where I was realizing simultaneously, man, we are running out of film, but also I just feel like you guys have barely been able to get to know each other at all. That diner scene didn't have much of anything in it, and everything else has been very sort of limited and thin
new
references.
in the diner scene. All Wolverine learned was in a different universe, in Deadpool's universe, Wolverine's considered a hero. But I mean, it's not really Wolverine learning anything
well,
new.
remember, Ranks, he did learn that his girlfriend was a dancer.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah. Deadpool describes his girlfriend. They met when she was a dancer.
I think he only refers to her as a dancer, which is interesting.
Because she was a prostitute.
Well,
He
the
paid
more
her
interesting thing to
to-
me is that Wolverine refers to her as a stripper later, when I don't think he had any reason to think or say that.
Yeah, he's just a dancer.
In any case, this is what Wolverine says. You're a joke. No wonder no teams took you. You're a ridiculous, immature, half-wit moron. I've never met a sadder, more attention-starved, jabbering little prick in my entire life. And that says a lot because I've been alive for 200 fucking years. You'll never save the world. You couldn't even save a relationship with a stripper. I wish I could say you'll die alone, but it's one of God's best jokes that you can't die, except that's on all of us. Very aggressive, very, very, very upset.
I like the delivery.
I mean, it's for the record, Hugh Jackman's excellent in this film.
Yes,
almost
he's
top
excellent
notch
at playing this character, I guess.
And I don't even mind that sort of dressing down of Deadpool, but I was just like, man, okay, like you guys really have known each other for fucking what feels like 30 minutes, but okay.
Yeah, you get surprised that like, oh, character stuff is happening. Oh shit.
Yeah, this feels like a payoff that would have been appropriate in a movie that had them actually learning about each other for the first half of it.
Yeah. Like, this is maybe the part where they fight and split up or something like that. And this is a second act low point equivalent for their relationship. And they were starting to get along, but then something caused a rift in their team. And so, just something.
But hey, it's kind of like it works because, or rather, it comes across as though it works because the audience buy that would be someone's opinion of Deadpool. I just don't know that it would be this Wolverine's opinion of Deadpool with how little he's known him for. And to be honest with you, it's something that would have been worth discussing, but he just never did. Like the nature of the TVA being able to save his universe, how it would work, and what it would mean. Wolverine just was like, yeah, okay.
And yeah, what's the plan? How do we do this?
Yeah.
Do you not have that device anymore? So how can they do this? Or the TVA didn't mention this, or follow-up questions to this insane claim that forms the basis of your motivation.
So they battle. Deadpool was very upset by that. Starts stabbing. They both start stabbing all over the place. I would say it's a neat and unique idea to have a fight scene in a car, I suppose, especially one that goes for this long and takes advantage of different aspects of stuff.
Yeah, it's
just
fun.
It's a fight where I'm sort of just waiting for
something to happen.
Character-wise, neither of them can permanently hurt each other. We assume anyway. I don't know if Wolverine chopped off Deadpool's head, what exactly would happen. Probably be alive, but at least it would take a long time for him to recover.
Yeah, because Deadpool does get blown to pieces in Deadpool 2, and he regenerates. Yeah.
So, yeah, when the fight's over, they get picked up by someone, and Deadpool wakes up, Wolverine wakes up, and they've been taken in by that team that Chris Evans mentioned. A team comprised of Jennifer Garner's Elektra, Wesley Snipes'
Whoa.
Blade,
Oh
Channing
my god.
Tatum's Gambit,
Oh.
and X-23. That is
X-23. All right.
How'd you get here?
well,
Well,
let's
the TVA.
take this piece by piece.
Yeah.
The crowd goes absolutely wild for these guys. Holy shit, how awesome, how cool, how amazing. And I had the exact feeling of, oh.
Yeah. Yep.
How are they going to be horrifically murdered unceremoniously?
There's that, and then there's also, really, you got these guys, and judging from the first half of the movie, they're not going to say a single meaningful thing, are they? You're just going to have them do one-liners and then fuck off. That's going to be it. Which is sad to me, because it's cool to have these folks doing these roles.
Neat.
Yeah, in a sense, because like you could say that they all sort of occupy a different place. Though I suppose the awkward part is that it's meant to be a group of losers. In a sense, it's like Blade. What? Like he's the Blade movies are the reason why like any of these films exist in the first place.
Yeah,
Like,
the Blade
first
films, they
successful modern
pioneered.
superhero
All right.
film. Yeah.
It's a very strange collection, considering the goal of this movie's, like thematically speaking, a lot of people have come to this conclusion. The movie is about second chances, right?
It's
This
like,
applies.
what do you mean?
Yeah, well, so it's like, so a second chance, and you know the film knows that this doesn't really work. It's like Elektra's film wasn't well liked.
And
Blade
that
was
her second
loved.
chance. She was in
Yeah, you're right. That
Daredevil.
was like the second chance.
So she got a second chance, and Blade got 3 movies, 2
And
of
then
which
Gambit
were
got
liked,
0. So
and Gambit got no chance.
what? And
This
then
is his first
X-23 got 1 very successful movie. So I don't understand.
And the whole idea was that
Second
Logan
chance to
gave
fuck it
her
up.
a
Oh,
chance to live, like lead a life. That was the whole point of the sacrifice in Logan. So what are we even talking about here? And this is Deadpool's 3rd movie and Wolverine's like 10th appearance in a film. So it doesn't even work on
Like,
any level.
yeah. So if the meta is completely fucked, what about the actual like story of this? It is hard to understand what they're trying to tell us with this. Let's start, I guess, simple, if there's such a thing, with Blade. He was popped out of his universe before he even had a chance to try and fix it. That's essentially his POV. Sure. I mean, we got a Blade in the void, and that's what he says is the reason. I guess that one's the easiest to understand without involving the theme aspect. Elektra says, we're the kind of people that the TVA knew when destroying our timelines that we wouldn't go easy. They had to take us out. This is one of the most fucking confusing lines to me in the whole movie, which is seriously saying something. This is a collection of people, according to Elektra, that the TVA knew wouldn't go quietly, so had to be taken out. What?
But I mean, the universe gets destroyed, they get destroyed.
I don't know.
Why would they need to?
Why would they need to worry about you guys? Like, yeah, I guess you want to help save people.
Like, I don't know. If the TVA has been able to successfully capture many Lokis, I think they're going to have a decent chance of getting Elektra, right?
The people who would cause them the most issue are going to be people like Thanos with all of the stones, or a Galactus, or any of the most powerful people. Not fucking a girl with forks. That's not going to happen. Sorry. And I get that she's got a lot of spirit. That's great. I like Elektra. I like Jennifer Garner. I don't remember if the movie was even remotely entertaining or not. It's been a long time. But, you know, just hearing that out of her, I was like, what are you talking about? They snip universes before you'd even know they've entered the fucking dimension, whatever the hell you want to call it. Not gonna happen. So I thought that was kind of cringe and almost pandering again. Right, being like, yeah, fuck yeah. Think about what she just said. That's complete nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on from here, you have Gambit, who is here, I think, in the same vein as John Krasinski as Reed Richards. It's just a sort of, wouldn't it have been cool if this happened, and it was something that was maybe considered to happen at some point, right? It was getting somewhere, but then it never did.
Mhm. Channing Tatum was meant to play Gambit at some point, and then it never happened.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even the first time they tried, because remember they got what's his name in X-Men Origins.
Taylor Lautner, was that the guy who did that?
Yeah, the guy
No,
who
no,
was in a
no.
bunch of
That's
things.
Twilight guy. Who am I thinking of? Taylor Kitsch.
Something. Yeah, who had a kind of a string of just like not great career choices in movies. Like John Carter, Battleship. Do you remember Battleship when they wanted to make it like
I
Transformers?
do remember that, yes.
There were
A funny
aliens,
time.
and they had to fight them. And Channing Tatum, you have to mention, he talks weird in
He
the
does
movie.
talk
He talks
weird.
really fucking weird.
So,
and I don't know why he talks the way he does. It just sounds so stupid.
he also has some weird fucking dialogue too, we'll get to that. But X-23 being the fourth one means that she got individually pruned after the events of Logan in the Fox universe, question mark?
I think I like I said, I think we're meant to assume that each of these characters are the ones that were seen in the other. Sorry, I'm just still thinking about that fucking accent. I'm still thinking about that accent.
Yeah.
I like. I think we're meant to assume. Sorry, I just. I think we're meant to assume that all of the characters that we see here are the ones that were seen in the other films. Like, this is not just some Blade who also is played by Wesley Snipes. He is meant to be the Blade from the Blade movies. And so, in the same vein, I think we are absolutely meant to believe that this is the same Laura from Logan.
Well, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Just feels mean. But whatever. Just she got zapped. Whatever goals she had in that movie in relation to her life that Logan facilitated, that got a bit cut short because she was zapped by crazy alien TVA people into a different universe where there's a giant fart monster that eats you. Certainly changed things up for her. And yeah, when she arrives, if this doesn't highlight the issue enough already, we'll get there. But Deadpool has to look at her and then go, "Logan, that's X-23." And he's like, "Huh?" Because they don't know each other. At least those two certainly don't know each other. She somewhat is aware of him, but he has no awareness of her.
This particular one, not this particular Wolverine. It's not the same one.
Yeah, and they say that every time someone goes up against Cassandra, they die. They mention Punisher, Quicksilver, and Daredevil all died going up against her. Even sweet baby angel Johnny Storm went missing 2 days ago. And it becomes like a back and forth until they realize that Deadpool knows.
What is the nature of days in the void? Does a day pass every 24 hours in the void? I thought it was the end of time.
Who knows? Who knows? Someone's got a watch, or maybe some kind of time system, but there's a back and forth about him several times until they realize that Deadpool knows more than he's letting on. And so they say, the Gambit threatens almost to kill him. And so he says, what did you do to him? And Deadpool says he talks shit about Cassandra and she killed him, and he would have wanted us to save my universe. Maybe it's too late for yours, but it's not too late for mine. And I was just like, man, if Logan had decided to say a little bit more about the nature of Johnny's death, there's a good chance they would have killed Deadpool there. And they don't really get a strong answer from him as to what exactly happened. It doesn't sound very viable. It's just like, oh yeah, he talked so badly about her that she killed him. Which, after Wolverine already said, right, about what he had done. It's just, it's almost like I'm looking for consequences, but simultaneously I'm already just mad enough that Deadpool did it, so... Never mind, I suppose. Yeah, and then so the problem here becomes this is a scene a lot of people turned off for, and it is difficult to pay attention because they just start expositing and planning, and they're desperately trying to find a way to get everybody here to do a fight scene. But they haven't got a great reason because going against Cassandra is suicide. And then Deadpool's like, okay, well if we get our hands on Magneto's helmet, we can block her psychic power. Which feels...
say, well, yeah, that doesn't mean anything if she just grabs your skin.
Well, so I was gonna say, right? Yeah, they're just wrong when they said that. Cassandra
It's a skin
can
grabber.
pull off pieces of your body that aren't your skull or your head. That helmet's not going to do shit if you just do that. What they don't say here is if they put Magneto's helmet on her, it will neutralize her powers. They say you can block her psychic powers if we get the Magneto's helmet. They say if anyone got their hands on it. So, yeah, what they say doesn't make sense, and it doesn't even reflect what they end up doing. Which, they need Juggernaut's helmet for. Which, yes, if Juggernaut's helmet can be put... People are saying not Magneto, Juggernaut. Bro, watch the fucking scene again. They talk about Magneto first. We're talking about how they plan this shit. They can't use Magneto's because Cassandra's melted it down. And they're all like, ah, fuck, because she knew that someone might be able to use that against her. So then they move on to any other helmets that might work, and they figure Juggernauts. So the first question that will come to mind is, why would she have melted down Magneto's helmet in order to prevent anyone from using that against her, but not done that with Juggernauts?
I give up. Why?
There isn't a why.
Oh,
She's stupid and it's going to cost
you
her.
can't be asking these questions if you don't even know the answer yourself. That's not fair. That's
I
not
done
very
shaded
sporting
you.
of you.
But yes, they say, I think it's Elektra. She's like, I don't care about your universe, but if these guys got out, maybe we can get back in and kill Cassandra. Which is a really interesting line of logic. If they'd mentioned to these guys they got out because a random Sentinel leg was kicked until it exploded and the rocket fired them off out of there. I don't know that that event means that they have the
Hey.
capacity to kill Cassandra, you know what I mean?
It was a very specific cyborg leg, okay?
If, they need the excuse to get them all in, and apparently it's enough that they know Deadpool Wolverine survived her that they now believe they have a chance to kill her, when if they knew the nature of how they escaped, which didn't make any fucking sense at all, wouldn't matter, they're all
They
going to get
ran
killed
away in
anyway.
fear for their lives, yeah.
Cassandra's so powerful she could kill all of them 1v, what is it, 6? With ease in a second. So this plan...
I mean, she can just rip your skin off, so what are you going to do about that? How can you counter that?
You can't, unless you get Juggernaut's helmet, but there's really no reason to think that that's going to be easy to do before she kills you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, she'll pull your legs off.
Well, I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because if they had Juggernaut's helmet and then they went up to her the way that they do, she'd still win. It's actually a very specific set of circumstances that allows them to get the one-up on her. And
There's only one of them can wear the helmet at once.
Anyway, they say, I'm tired of hiding, let's get an ending. So the almost meta implication is that it's about time that Blade, Elektra, Gambit, and X-23 got to have an ending.
To which you'd be like, okay, well, I mean, Laura got an ending. Her ending was part of the ending of Logan. So there's that. Gambit never even got a beginning, so I don't even know why we would be talking about giving him an ending.
He got a beginning like 5 minutes ago.
Blade Trinity is a pretty bad film, alright? But like, it has an ending of sorts. I mean, it has an ending. He just rides off into the sunset, I suppose.
Better than having your skin pulled off, all right? Count your blessings.
I can't remember what the ending of Elektra was.
No one remembers.
I don't even know what to make of it. It's so baffling as well, because they've survived this long, and they're like, well, I guess we could just die, because it'll give us an ending.
It's time for you to die in a Deadpool movie. This is what it's all been leading to.
So, of course, I was just like, man, you've not tried at all. You've spawned all of these very beloved characters, and to get them to fight, you had them say, fuck it.
Oh, don't say spawn.
And after that is decided, you get a line from Gambit where he says, I shot out my daddy's dick ready. He was laying his buttery nuts all up in my mama, and I shot up all in there saying, what's up, doc?
Why didn't you... Why didn't you say it?
Because people would be able to fucking understand what I'm saying if I tried to do it accurately.
You gotta do his accent.
You have to do his accent. The people demand it.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be French, right? And he's fucking it up.
It's like
Am I wrong?
It's like you got to say it in like a Louisiana Cajun.
Where is he?
kinda-
What is actually Gambit's accent supposed to be?
I think it is meant to be like Cajun, right?
Cajun.
I thought he was Cajun.
That's what
I
that
don't
was.
know. I don't know if that is. I don't know. I don't know if that is an accent or if it specifically describes. I think it describes the. I don't know if that's the accent. I guess
Yeah.
like what? Yeah, I guess.
I think isn't he supposed to be Cajun?
I think he is.
Here, let me look it up. I think he's supposed to be. Let's see.
Yeah.
Is Gambit Cajun?
According to Wikipedia, he is fiercely proud of his heritage and speaks both Cajun English and Louisiana French.
Oh, that's
Hey,
why
there
I
you
thought
go.
French.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, his name is Remy LeBeau. He is Cajun.
Channing Tatum's accent is.
He loves that chicken from Popeyes.
It's
Well, yeah, because it's a
an
combination of a
interesting
couple of things. One of the things he's doing is murmuring-ish, right? Like, not like Stallone, but it's something too close to it that he needed to escape it, but didn't. Because now I'm thinking, like, how many characters how many people have I even heard with that accent before? Because it can't be that difficult to understand. I assume. Rags, you're probably the expert. Have you heard people speak with that accent that sound anything like him?
Well, yeah, you live in the South, so is that you're the
Well,
expert
way to
here?
paint us all with a very broad brush there, but
Well,
no,
I'm
we
just
don't have.
saying that you're geographically closer to
We
it than
are,
any
yeah.
other of
I'm
us.
pretty close to Louisiana. I've been there a few times. I can't remember. I don't think so. I don't think I could tell you, but I think that we can all reference Scooby Doo on Zombie Island,
Ooh.
where that takes place in the bayou of Louisiana, and there's some Cajun fellas in that, and they sound. I will take that movie as an authority on the Cajun accent. I think that's pretty safe. So I'm gonna go by that.
I
Remember
need to
the old
rewatch
boat
Scooby-Doo
driver?
and Zombie Island then.
You know the old boat driver man. He's got the Cajun accent. He's like an old seaman in the swamp with his boat, and he brings people to the island so that they can be. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but he's got a Cajun accent.
Hmm.
The best of the animated Scooby-Doo
I
movies.
think that's kind of interesting. It's like I don't remember any of his lines specifically. I just have a very vague recollection of his accent being just bizarre and difficult to pass.
That does take up time, if you know what I mean, right? Like continuously establishing how nonsensical his fucking be able to understand
yeah.
it is.
Because Deadpool keeps like making observations about it.
Well, he says, "Was your dialect coach the Minions?" Which is
That doesn't make sense because they
Well,
don't sound
I don't know.
anything like Cajuns.
That's not making me as laugh as much as just my vague recollection of him speaking.
the funny thing to me is like, yeah, what's the connection between the Minions and it's like, yeah, but it's also random. It's like, well, could have been funnier than that, right? Something that actually kind of lines up.
There could have been a connection in some way, like a good joke.
They're nonsensical. It's like, yeah.
I think it's just meant to be that
The Minions aren't
speak kind of-
nonsensical. They say
Dude,
banana.
The minions like kind of speak in gibberish though, right? Not kind of like, don't they? Or am I like they
Kind
kinda
of,
speak
yeah.
gibberish? It's like kind of. It's not. It's like a mix between Simlish, you know, like the language that the Sims talk, and you know, actual discernible language.
Well, so to give an example, when he said, what was the joke in the first Deadpool where he says your face looks like something that fucked a topographical map of Utah? Freddy Krueger.
It's like an avocado.
So Freddy Krueger fucked a graphical map of Utah. That's so accurate to what you can see. It's almost uncanny how that joke got made because it's like fuck. That's really good because you can almost imagine the process of that event happening, which is absolute nonsense, would
like,
produce something like that.
Yeah.
So saying like it was the Minions because you can't even understand what the Minions are saying. It's like sure that feels like tier 1 of the joke.
Whereas people are saying it's because like minions are French or something, or they speak French.
Oh, are they?
Well, I think I think Illumination is. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Did I speak French? I don't. Hmm.
I'll be honest with you, I've not seen a lot of Minions content. It's my weakness.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I got no
I've
idea.
seen the Minions, but I do not
Or
think I can
like I
recall
actually
really
no. Now
anything.
people are saying they're not French. So now I don't know what to believe.
The Minions were never French, right?
This is the problem. I don't think
The Minions
between
go back. They date back
What
to the prehistoric
wasn't
days.
there something like the Minions were at the like opening for the Olympics or something?
Well, they
Wait,
were at the dawn
really?
of time.
I
That's true
I
canonically.
am I whoa now I don't even know what's real anymore. I feel like I don't now yeah now I'm just totally lost. I don't know what's real anymore.
The
God
Minion
damn it.
movie is probably better than Deadpool 3.
I mean
Yeah.
they probably go on a basic character arc, yeah.
Probably.
You know, the Minions go on their
And it's a
little
prequel,
adventure.
so they can't like
You can
undo like Gru's,
stamp that
development
quote on the
backstory.
Blu-ray for Deadpool 3. Be like,
If
yeah.
people ever ask, what's the reason why I should watch EFAP? What have they said that's really deep and meaningful and insightful? Then just slap them with that one. Just hit them. Just bam, apply directly to the forehead. With the Minions movie is probably better than Deadpool
Okay,
3.
so Wikipedia actually has a description of the language that they speak. So this is what Wikipedia says. They
Minionese?
speak a fictional polyglot language called Minionese, which features a combination of gibberish mixed with words from real languages such as, but not limited to, English, French, Spanish, Indonesian, Hindi, Korean, Filipino, and Italian.
All right then.
So that's according to that's according to so they speak Minionese, they don't speak French.
Well, that's a
Man,
shame.
that, like
This is what I mean.
I don't know why, but this has now reminded me of the fact that because there's a new Despicable Me movie that just came out, right? But it is actually
Is
being
there?
beaten out by Despicable Me 4. I think it came out like
Or
10 months ago. Yeah,
That's not
Damn.
even including
but
the Minions movies.
yeah, there's the
it's
Minions
not
movie where
including
they
the
go
Minions
back in
movie,
time to the 70s, or
of which apparently
right?
there's going to be a third Minions movie. And also, I suppose this is the interesting thing is that the Despicable Me and Minions movies tend to make a lot of money, but the highest grossing film of the year is Inside Out 2 with a $1.5 billion worldwide gross.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It is looks like it's going to become the most successful animated film of all time.
Inside Out
Um,
2?
yeah, it's gonna. The Lion King 2019 is the last one that's got to be to become the highest grossing. It is Pixar's most successful film. It's more successful than the Frozen movies. More successful than the Mario movie. Yeah.
How come
So,
no one's talking about it?
Well, I guess a lot of people are seeing it, Rags.
I mean, that's because just being legit. Like, I don't think I've actually spoken to anyone who has seen it. I don't think so.
I haven't even seen memes of it.
Yeah, but it is Pixar's most successful film.
But all right, almost tempted to see
Yeah.
it now that if it becomes the most successful animated movie of all time, I'll probably see it.
Yes. I mean, I didn't really have any interest in it because I'm not that big of a fan of the first one. I think it's super overrated. But yeah.
Just to be clear, the Minions movie where they go back in time to the 70s, that did happen, right? That's not just a crazy
There was
fever
one where
dream I had.
where they're in like London, right? In the like 60s or something.
Okay, I just wanted
Isn't
to
that
make
like
sure that
when
I
they meet?
wasn't actually going insane, that was a real thing and I wasn't just inventing that. Okay. That's actually
Look
really
at Rags trying to
that
pretend
makes me
that
feel
he's
a lot
not
better.
a Minions fan. We all know. Okay.
Look, I've seen Despicable Me 1 and 2, and I saw the Minions movie. I think those are the only 3 that I saw.
The thing about the Despicable Me and Illumination in general is their films tend to cost a lot less to produce than like comparable, like Pixar films tend to cost about $200 million. The Illumination films, I mean, Mario was kind of noteworthy as being their most expensive one, and it had $100 million budget. So like those films are fairly cheap to produce by comparison to other animation studios, and they make a lot of money. It's the reason why like Illumination is so successful is because they just reliably make lots of money. Anyway,
some of the other dialogue, by the way, because I don't want to skip over some of the bits and bobs here. Like, I think several moments in this whole conversation, the words "Let's fucking go" are uttered several times, and "Let this
Well,
man
that's
cook."
the marketing. The marketing tagline is "Let's fucking go," which is a tad cringe.
I find that the movies that are the best in this regard with lines like that are they're the ones that set the line. They make a line and then everyone else is like, that's a fucking cool line, I'm gonna say now. Rarely do
Well,
you
kind of
get
like Maximum Effort, right? In the first Deadpool, and then that became Ryan Reynolds'
I
like
way
production
prefer
company.
Maximum Effort. He does say it in this as well. It's just like, yeah,
Yeah.
Maximum Effort's very fun. But obviously you guys chat, you know, when I heard them say "Let's fucking go," they keep spamming "Let's fucking go." I'm like, just say "Peak Fire," please. Just someone say "Peak Fire, bro," and that'll be it.
Fire, bro. Maximum effort,
Yeah,
bro.
might as well. Well, no, not maximum effort. We're chill with because that's their own little thing. But
It's
let's
just
fucking
chill.
go
having
again. Just feels like fire
immense.
or we are so back. You know, like if
Yeah,
they
we are
had
so
that as their
back.
tagline.
But also because Blade, I think, said something about how they're gonna fight, and then he says, "Let this man cook." I was like,
Yeah, it's a bit like, damn man. Deadpool is like not a zoomer. Deadpool is in
He
his
probably
40s.
hates them.
It feels
Deadpool
like
as well.
pandering, and those people that we've
No,
covered
I
in
mean,
YouTube videos that go fucking nuts over stuff like this, I could picture them being in cinema being like, "Whoa, they said the thing! They said the cook thing!"
yeah. Meanwhile, it's like you said, Rags. He would probably find that a little embarrassing. I mean, he makes fun of Negasonic Teenage Warhead in
Yeah,
Deadpool for being a stereotypical like brooding teenager. So
no,
I
it's
think
who
it's
he
safe to
is.
say that
Yeah, there's a
he,
lot of good
yeah,
jokes. Yeah, a lot of good jokes were about that. But
What is with it? Like people,
um,
but it's a parody. Like, but they're
a
doing the
parody of
thing.
what?
Like
yeah,
they're
It's not a
just doing
parody if
it.
you
parody.
do the thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
They're doing
we
the
went
thing,
through
and it's
this
the
with The
marketable
Boys.
tagline of the film.
we did go through it with
The
the
Boys
boys.
was
They
like,
became the
they're
thing they
just
were
parodying the
parodying.
thing, though, guys. Like, they do the thing, they are the thing, they want to appeal to everyone, so they want to satisfy the audience that enjoy that shit and satisfy the audience that would make fun of that shit at the same time.
You do
Hmm.
not get points nor credit. If anything, you lose points and credit for trying to do
Yeah,
that, for
'cause you
being a
know better.
spineless coward.
Yeah, you know better and you're still doing it. It's one thing if you do it unwittingly because you don't know, but if you know and you do it anyway, it's like, oh, damn, yikes. That's why lampshading is annoying. You know what the problem is, but you're still doing it.
So, we get a very, very important scene that was kind of the one I was like, okay, if they can at least get this right, that would be something. It's, Logan sitting at a fire with his alcohol, and X-23 walks up to him. Now, we're not in a great situation here because he's got zero context for who this girl is, so the dialogue here would have to be fucking stellar for this scene to work.
And is she the one from Logan?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think we're supposed to believe that is the case, yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
so, her opening gambit is to say,
Oh,
you know, you showed up when it mattered the most. You may not know it, but you're a good man, Logan. I got to grow up because of you. And I was already like, oh, the film's not going to be honest. It's gonna try and skip because it's got no balls. The truth is, she has no idea who this guy is. And that's actually a place I think would be a better start for this scene. She could be like, you might have thought I'd come here and say, oh my god, I love everything about you. You did such a great job. You may have heard from Deadpool that you're some kind of amazing hero and you're feeling pretty down about it in comparison. I can't tell you who you are. I don't even know you. I do know the guy in my world, though, and what he meant to me. And then to explain a lot about that guy, and then to say there is absolutely nothing stopping you from being that person. Something like that. Instead,
Something like that.
much like Multiverse of Madness, she just starts telling him he is going to be that person, and he is that person, because, you know what, it's just a consistent element of Wolverines. They're just this is the worst of the worst Wolverines, alright? But it's like, no, but he's still going to be a good guy. Like, we can't go that far. We can't make him like a bad guy or anything. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, because he does explain his backstory in this scene. And
Right.
when we came into this, I was very much interested in the concept of, we're not going to ruin Logan's legacy, because we're not dealing with Logan. We're not even dealing with the Wolverine you'd expect. We're dealing with someone who went on a really dark path, and he's going to be brought onto a path of saving a universe, which is very much something a villain might want to do anyway. You know, and it can make for a very interesting dynamic. And Deadpool is absolutely someone he can punching bag style have along for a. He's like someone you can't. If he was like a villainous character who wanted to kill everybody around him, Deadpool's one of the most perfect people to have because he can't fucking get rid of him, you know? And they would have to be forced to help each other in certain circumstances. The potential there is enormous. Now, instead, we get told he's the absolute worst, beyond redemption, beyond forgiveness, the worst thing that's ever happened to any world that has a Wolverine. Like, okay, so what is the story? And we get it. He says that when the X-Men asked him to be there, he wasn't, and instead he was drinking. And when he finally came by to, you know, help him out with whatever it is that they were doing, he was too late. The humans had come and killed them all. And so that made him real mad, and he started killing, and he killed bad guys and good guys. That is the story of the worst Wolverines.
I don't believe you.
I mean, I don't even know where to begin. There's so many issues I take with this. One, what a detailless story. It's just like, okie dokie. That's, I guess, a thing that happened. Two, why would you kill, like, why would that event make you kill good people? Is he talking about, like, he became really hateful of just humans in general and killed a lot of good humans? Because he was so angry? Just doesn't sound like the Wolverine they're trying to build here, which is a good man, you know?
And I guess humans could just go and kill all the X-Men?
So that's another element of this story. Was he going to be the one to be able to save them all if they wiped out all of the X-Men?
It's a pretty powerful X-Men.
Yeah, I don't know, because obviously we get so little of this story that there's not much to be able to work with. And I started to realize something at this point, which I've come to on, you know, rewatching as well. It's they've cheated. This isn't the worst of the worst Wolverines. He's not even that much different from the Logan Wolverine. If you guys remember, Logan Wolverine is kind of an asshole. He treats everybody pretty negatively because he is fucking tired, he's exhausted, he thinks the whole world... He's very like, he's callous to the whole world. He's just trying to make it, and so anytime anyone brings up anything, he's like, ugh, like, shut the fuck up, you do that, don't talk to me about this, or you're an asshole, you're very, very caustic to anybody who wants to even speak to him. And by the end of the film, he comes through in such a great way that says a lot about him as a person, right? So what I guess I'm saying is, Logan is an asshole with a heart of gold. That's who you get in Logan. That's definitely who he is in X-Men 1, and it's a lot of the stuff that people really enjoy as the highlights of a character like Wolverine. Even when he's working with the X-Men in the OG trilogy, he's very much it's probably why he became the favorite character. He's always the one that's in wisecrack or bounce off really well. Obviously, he's an amazing actor as well, so that was always helpful. But the Wolverine we've got here is just the Wolverine everyone fucking likes anyway. If you had a choice to watch a Wolverine interact with a world, and one of them was hyper wholesome Wolverine who's nice to everybody and gets along and tries to win the day, versus Wolverine who kind of fucking hates the world and is hyper aggressive and ferocious, I feel like the whole audience is opting for the latter. And that's kind of the guy you get in Logan, because he's pretty fucking ferocious in that film as well. He's considered like the best Logan in Logan, or rather the best Wolverine. He's the anchor being, right? That's top tier. But really, what's the difference? He felt like he failed in Logan. And what does he do in this film that's so unlike a Logan like that? And it's like, well, you know what? He, in his past, got drunk and he didn't help out the X-Men when they got killed. It's like, okay, but clearly in his story, he would have if he had known that was going to happen. He didn't know.
Whereas the worst Wolverine would have been a villain.
Yeah.
Like, he would have been...
Oh, yeah, he would have been evil.
Yeah, he would have been like with Magneto, with Sabretooth, and doing a whole bunch of evil shit.
Yeah,
He
just
wouldn't be like
imagine
an
the kind of
X-Men
evil
who
someone with
blew
Wolverine's
up.
power level could do.
That's
It's
not what it would be.
It's such a waste, and it's so cowardly. They could never portray him as a bad guy, could they? They wouldn't have the balls. But they'll tell you they are. It bugs me as a premise to work with so much potential, and then they actually just do the thing they said they wouldn't do, which is they're just bringing Logan back. Because this scene...
Very limited imagination here, and an unwillingness to use it.
This scene wants to bring him back, and the way they have to do it is to have him explain his story, and then X-23 says, "Yeah, but you're like a good guy," and he's like, "Yeah, but I'm not," and then she's like, "Yeah, but you are though," and he's like, "Nope, I'm definitely the wrong guy," and then she's like, "Well, you were always the wrong guy." And this changes it. He at the beginning of the scene, he says he's not interested in helping them. It ain't his fight. Her telling him this was enough to switch him into hero mode. Now,
How bad can you be if the thing that turns you into a good guy is a pep talk from someone you met 2 seconds ago?
you don't even know her. It's not fair. It
And
doesn't
of
work.
course, bearing in mind, like, you know, that this is an old man, you know. He's been alive for like 200 years. He's probably seen and heard a lot of things before. The idea that you could create such radical change in him just from like a conversation like that, come on.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
And you had the chance to make a far better scene here. She could have described that, you know what? Everyone's been talking about how much of a fucking hero the one of my world was. No one talks about just how much he had to work to get there. No one talks about how much he kind of treated a lot of people like shit because he thought little of himself. And that was the big issue, you know? Basically explain how there is an easy pathway for this Logan to become a better Logan, because he doesn't believe that's possible, right? Something, but they cut it down, and they have, like, barely anything, and then they just repeat back and forth, basically just, you're good, no I'm not, you're good, no I'm not, you're good, though. He's like,
Okay.
yeah, I think you're
I
right.
hadn't thought of that. Yeah. I think I agree. Come on. Like,
He's not even close to the worst of the worst Wolverines. By the end of this film, and by the way, this is the film's fucking opinion, he's no different than the Anchor Being.
Yeah.
They just brought him back.
Mm-hmm. And doesn't that just feel like a bit of a wasted opportunity of instead of letting Hugh Jackman get an opportunity to play a Wolverine who is actually vastly different from the Wolverine that we're used to seeing? But the problem is that that's just not as appealing from a general member berries. Remember Hugh Jackman Wolverine? You love him, don't you? Here he is again, slightly remixed, but not really.
I don't know if it's like cowardice to actually not doing.
You know what, Rags? I think it's worse than that. I think it is genuinely like a lack of imagination. I think it's that they couldn't imagine a Wolverine who was any different. So they end up writing a Wolverine who is very similar because we see the lack of I mean, you know, we talked about it in Multiverse of Madness, right? You see all these crazy universes, but the one where they spend most of their time is basically just an Earth that's a little bit. They've got like trees growing on the buildings.
Ooh,
Instead of
red
like
means go. Ooh, wow, crazy.
far out there concept, or even just like we talked about it then, basic like alternate history of, you know, what if Loki won and it's like an Earth that's dominated by Loki and the Chitauri and he's like instituted, you know, and I'd say that's a much more basic one than what you could do. And I kind of feel the same way about this. It's like, yeah, this is Wolverine. This is who Wolverine is. Boring.
Very boring.
And the scene passes most people's smell test, I think, was once again the fucking performance. Hugh Jackman did it.
Hugh Jackman's great.
And,
he's great, but the writing, man, the script.
Yeah.
Writing in the script.
Then we get a scene, as if there isn't. This is just every time. The next scenes, I was so getting like, what the fuck? So we open with Pyro and Paradox talking on the phone. This is already just immediately like, what? How is that even possible? Why would that be happening?
I was so ready to just, when we watched this, I was so ready to say something, and I'm like, you know what? Whatever. Sure.
It's
fine. Like what it... Fine. What do you even say?
The summary of the scene would be, Paradox says to Pyro, are they dead? Because he really wanted Wolverine and Deadpool to be dead. Pyro says, no, because Cassandra wanted to play with them. Paradox says, we're on the verge of completing the plan. We cannot have anyone getting in the way. You need to go kill Cassandra. And then he says, okay, I'll do it for a price. And Paradox says, okie dokie. This scene is like 40 seconds at maximum, And it's so fucking awful. As if we didn't have enough problems already. They're just piling them on. It is a fact that Cassandra has a deal with the TVA / Mr. Paradox to rule the Void. Why? How? What in the fuck are you talking about? How did this come to be this way? But okay? I just don't know why in the world they would be okay with it. To make it worse, we're going to find this out later, she can leave whenever she wants. She has the capacity, the power to do so. She can just leave the Void. And this is something that the people over at the TVA have not prevented in any way, shape, or form. They just tolerate. Now remember, you can drop a portal beneath anybody you want at any time in any way, shape, or form, and you can drop her suddenly into the blended dimension if you wanted to. She will just get mashed the fuck up, and there's nothing she could do about it.
Yeah, or just the empty void of space, or anything you want.
Now, if you want to just you can't even understand that. But I'm at I haven't even approached the other problems yet. Paradox has decided they need to now kill her because she might stop him from doing his plan of pruning the Fox universe. Why would she have any interest in stopping you from doing that? What the fuck is the connection there? I have no clue why Paradox is worried about this when they've had to deal with her forever, apparently, and, I mean, technically for all and of not all of time. And they prune all the time. Like, what does this have to do with her? Why would she care? But then also, what do you think's going to happen if you try to kill her and you're not successful? She knows about the TVA. She has a deal with you guys, apparently. Do you have the authority to do this? And what are you going to do? Like, do we have to worry about power vacuums? Or is she going to kill you? And then, of course, as if this isn't all just fucking collapsing, you're going to send Pyro to kill Cassandra? Pyro? What's he going to do? She has infinite healing. He can't do shit. I was actually bet he's like, I'll do it for a price. It's like, what is your plan, Pyro? And we find out Pyro's plan was just to wait for an opportunity in which he could kill her from someone else. There is more potential for Mr. Paradox to easily kill Cassandra than anyone in the Void.
He's got the TVA resources.
Yes, he does.
He's basically omnipotent.
Yep.
Teleport her into the sun.
Yep.
She can go hang out there with Icarus. And right, I want to Rags. Do you remember what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that?
The Greek story?
No. I
No.
thought you would say that. No, I'm talking about the Icarus who exists in the Marvel universe, the Eternal who flew into the sun.
No, I didn't see Eternals.
He flew into the sun.
Oh, well, don't fucking do that. You'll die.
He wanted to.
Oh.
He wanted to. He wanted to cook.
All
And they
right.
let him. You gotta let him cook. Alright? But yes, he could have just teleported her into the sun, but he didn't for some reason. Why would you say Pyro?
Everything about that scene is horrific, but you need it to make certain other things happen. So there it is. That scene happened, I guess. So then we get the heroes are in the van and they're on their way to do the hero thing, and that's when you get the line where Wesley Snipes says, "There's only ever been one Blade, and there's only ever going to be one Blade."
That's interesting.
It is funny that he says this when next year, Blade, Marvel Studios Blade.
I mean,
It's the most interesting line of the film.
I would say it's possibly the closest they get to saying something interesting, because you wonder if it's commentary on the fact that they have bungled the fuck out of Blade for the past, 5 years.
Yeah, like, you wonder if it's the kind of thing where the producers saw it, they're like, cute, and they don't realize it's getting slipped by them, you know?
Because, obviously it panders in the hell to me, because I love Blade 1, and Wesley Snipes as Blade is perfect casting. And
Dude,
then
the opening fight scene in Blade, goddamn, so good.
it's, and Mahershala Ali being Blade, I'm fine with him giving it a shot, but like it's
He's a
just
great
so
actor,
unlikely the
but
film
I'm
will
all
be
about
good.
the physicality, you know, just the physicality of Blade,
Yeah.
and of course the way that the scripts are written. Whether, like, you know, I would be surprised if the Blade movie ended up having any action scenes that were as cool as the ones in the first Blade. God, man, dude, the action scene in the nightclub is so good. Oh,
Thing is, though, it sucks to say this, but it's just like this what we analyze. Like, why would he say something like that when there's obviously going to be infinite blades?
a Blade,
You
yeah,
know what I mean?
especially when there's going to be a new
It's the
Blade next
multiverse.
year.
Because Deadpool gets the characterization of being able to say things like that, but the line only has meaning with meta. There's nothing in universe that would make any sense for a line like that.
Yeah, I mean, of course there could be other Blades. There's got to be more Blades in other universes, so it's got to be meta.
Short-lived Blade TV show. I assume he's only talking about the movies, though.
Yeah, that would be my assumption.
Remember when Mauler said all the jokes were at movies that have already come out and Disney can't benefit from anymore? I don't think I said that. All the jokes
I
are at
said
movies that already.
well, no, I said that the comments are usually made like that the bad stuff came afterward. It's not going to be what's coming up. But I mean that statement doesn't even imply that the next Blade movie is going to be bad necessarily.
Well,
Just that nobody's
I was
going to
gonna say
but him.
this passes just because Wesley Snipes would fucking say this. Of course, like nobody's surprised at him being like, "I'm Blade." That's
Yeah.
Blade's kind of an absolute badass, right? Like he this kind of top tier. It's hard to beat him for badassery. So
I mean, goddamn,
these are the
part
kind
where
of
he
lines you'd
shoots
expect him to
the
say.
fight thing and then does the fist pump with the shit-eating grin. I love it.
Yeah. Besides,
This little
I didn't like we
cheeky
definitely
grin
said
when he grabs the-
there were jokes
Yeah.
we liked in this movie.
Yeah, there are a couple.
That's one of the comments I would
Blind
rate
Owl
as
one, I
higher
think,
than almost all of them.
Because I keep laughing about Gambit, but I don't know how much points I want to award to the film for that. His accent makes me laugh.
Yeah. Kind of like a are you laughing at or with sort of situation. Maybe both. So all the characters get out, and their plan is to distract the Cassandra's forces while Wolverine and Deadpool go and deal with her. Obviously, it's unfortunate, but Cassandra strips them all of their skin and they all die.
That's a shame.
Right,
But you
but
should have
that's
seen
not
that
what
coming.
happened. What are you talking about?
Well,
That's
of
not
course that's what
happened.
happened.
Oh,
'cause
sorry.
That's what she'd
I
do. She could just
yeah,
instantly
watched.
win, right?
I watched the wrong. No, I meant she picks them all up and throws them into Eliath.
Oh, is he here?
Well,
Are-
she can actively command him to arrive. So
Can she?
I don't know what else to assume. He seems to always arrive on her call. I saw people mentioning that she has a deal with him, and that's why it works that way.
Which is stupid. Why the fuck would Eliath need to make deals with anyone? Did they talk? What does
well,
his voice sound
she's
like?
apparently got to
Does
deal
he-
with the TVA rag, so I got nothing for you. I don't know how the fuck this works.
How do these deals get negotiated?
Yeah, does Eliath have like a representative, or does he talk himself? Does he speak English? Where did he learn English?
I don't think that it's displayed that he really even has much of a consciousness at all.
I thought he just devoured and consumed things, and that was kind of his purpose, to be there to eat all the stuff in the Void Planet. But she's apparently struck up some sort of a bargain with him. Did he take out a little pen and sign it? Was it like a golden signature, like Ariel?
Well,
I like the idea that he's got very neat handwriting, though.
yes.
Oh yeah. He's
So
had a
this,
lot of time to practice.
This plan works because Cassandra
Okay.
decides to not do anything.
Yeah.
Bold
She
decision,
decides to let all of the other guys do the fighting.
which doesn't work out so well for a lot of them because, I mean, this is just a fight where they're not allowed to do shit. You know what I mean? Like plot wise, this is the time for all the heroes to shine. Choreography is pretty chaotic. There's nothing here that I think is particularly special or anything. It's just
moving so fast that it's hard to really grasp what's going on.
well,
But
there's
I mean,
Blade will
You know
wrap
what,
a thing around someone and stab them in the front of the head and kick them or shoot, and then Gambit will attach cards to people and they'll explode. It's all very normal signature moves, and
and now I would like to take an opportunity to talk about the 12 bullet fight scene in Deadpool 1 because
Yeah,
I'm
go
a
for
big
it.
fan. I really like it. I mean, first of all, to just give him the hard limit of he's only got 12 bullets is like fun as a challenge that he has to deal with. But then to throw in a whole bunch of things in the mix that like result in him either losing a lot more bullets, either because he misses or because he gets so mad at one guy that he decides to waste 2 bullets on him. It's like yeah, that's right. It's what I like about it is that it's clearly a fight scene that was born from the limitations that they had, but they worked with them to the best of their ability. They didn't have that much money to mess around with. I mean, they keep even making jokes about how he keeps losing all of his weapons because they can't afford, they don't have the budget to do anything crazier than that. So the idea that, yeah, let's use with 12 bullets for 2 guns, let's see how much we can squeeze out of it. But what's particularly fun about it is that like the entire dynamic of the fight scene is really unpredictable. It starts conventionally of just he jumps out and shoots 2 guys. But then it's, you know, like Francis shoots him and then he misses 3 times, jumps over, he gets away and then just some other rando guy is walking along next to him and then just hits him in the head. And then probably the best joke was the part where the guy was shooting his rifle and then he jumps up to get him and Deadpool is laying there in a little pose because he's not counting bullets like Deadpool is. Oh, it's good. And then it ends, and of course it does a thing that fight scenes, a lot of good fight scenes do. It ends with a cool climax if he shoots 3 people with 1 bullet. It's like, yeah, it's really dynamic and fun. And it has
Very
a pace
grounded,
that's really easy to follow. Whereas this one just feels like, yeah, just sort of throw everybody in, and everybody's moving really fast and quick, so, you know, whatever.
It's awful.
I don't know if I'd say it's awful, it's just that there's nothing about it that jumps out as particularly exciting or interesting.
No.
Well, isn't that... Well, I'd say that makes it awful, considering all of these characters you have to
and the
work
options
with.
they had, for sure.
Yeah, all this stuff, all of this money, all these characters, and there's nothing about it that's... Like, you managed to do nothing with it?
I feel like you had something to say there, Mola.
Well, 2 things from chat. First, they got, quote, this CG looks so shit it looks like someone recorded a screen with their phone. And this person is very convinced that we've based our assessment of the CG off only cam footage. So, first of all, Fringy and myself definitely saw this in a theater. Rags, I'm sure, did, in a distant planet or dimension. Whatever. Point that I believe it could have been... I think it might have been YMS on Twitter. I can't remember who, but I was so fucking thankful that someone made this point and it went semi-viral. When CG looks bad on cam footage... That's catastrophic.
It looks worse.
Yeah, it looks
worse.
To
be absolutely clear, because I think people are going to mix this up. CG looking good in the crisp 4K is one thing. To then record that with a phone is very likely going to assist the CG because it'll blur it. Everything will be blurred, so it'll be harder to make out what exactly is or isn't CG and what exactly isn't high fidelity or not. The lighting will be blurred. It's all going to be blurred. Meanwhile, when things look particularly bad on CG, like in general, they're gonna look even fucking more noticeable, arguably to someone who thinks that's how it would work out, right? It's just like it must do because everything gets downgraded with, let's say, a cam copy or on someone's phone. The phone is going to help the CG, even if it's awful. That's how it works out. A lot of people can't tell how bad it looks.
The more clarity it is, the more that you can tell how bad it looks. So the more clarity means you can see like how fake it is.
Exactly. Things end up looking the worst of the CG looks worse in 4K than it does on a phone. Now, finally, this film is already known for having awful CG. I don't even know why you're bringing this up. This is not some controversial take. This is one of the most agreed upon criticisms the film has.
Jump ahead when Wolverine jumps out of the bus. Holy shit.
So yeah, like the bus CG is possibly one of the most shocking. If you haven't seen it, chat, you will someday, and it's horrendous. It's going to be made fun of forever.
And
just give it time.
People will make fun of it. Yes,
you'll tell your grandchildren about it.
Give it a couple of months, it'll get made fun of.
So like, yeah, I guess what I'm saying in total is it's really not on my priorities that the CG in this is awful. That's a very commonality thing for phases 4 and 5 compared to assassinating Deadpool, assassinating Wolverine, annihilating the world building, and having a plot that has almost 0 sense in it.
I think the reason why it's noteworthy to bring up is because it emphasizes something that should probably be a more prominent part of the discussion about this film, which is that it was obviously rushed. It's known that it was rushed because it was shooting partway. It got halted partway through due to the strikes, and I think it wrapped principal photography in February, and it came out in July. Now, it would have been that they would have been able to do some post-production work on the stuff that they had already shot during the strike. But at the end of the day, wrapping like principal photography 4 months before your film's coming out on like a big $200 million budget film that has a lot of visual effects, like, it's gonna show. You know, we saw it with No Way Home. That was the same deal, and it shows. Compared to something like Avatar 2, which, you know, don't like that film at all, but that film had like,
Terrible
what,
movie.
3-4
Gorgeous.
years? 3-4
Yeah,
years
the
of
CG is
post-production? It
gorgeous
looks
in there.
phenomenal. It looks incredible. It's and the reason why with the visual effects is particularly noteworthy is because if those problems are existing with the visual effects, you should probably expect that those sorts of problems are being rushed and manifesting elsewhere, such as in the writing.
The other comment I saw that was
You know?
of interest is like, so then Azazel teleports everybody off the cliff, right? And then Pyro, he just burns everybody to fuck. And then Lady Deathstrike fucking annihilates all of it. It's like,
Well, yeah, I mean, Lady Deathstrike went toe-to-toe with Wolverine. She nearly won.
yes. But none of these characters are them. They're all here to be killed. That's what their only role.
Which is, I don't know, it feels particularly awkward when any one of them could be like an antagonist for, you know, like on their own that pose a big threat. Especially, you know, you're teleporting them up into the sky, right? What's Elektra gonna do if she gets teleported up into the sky?
You know the one, because I was just thinking again about the bus one. It is so weird because something we throw in with a lot of the bad CGI is it's not going to be the artists. They don't want their work to look that fucking way. It's going to be crunch.
Right.
But like the bus one is one of the first times I've really thought to myself, you hung on that for so long. Like,
Yeah, they did.
Did you
They
have
hung
to?
on it like it was really good. And all I can think is, surely there has to be a way that they could have done that practically. Like, I know, you know what I mean? Like, sure, there's got to be some kind of technique that could have been leveraged to achieve a similar effect, but with him in the actual suit. Which, I mean, by the way, jumping ahead again, the mask looks pretty obviously fake and CG'd on. To the point that I would be surprised if it turned out that he was wearing a real mask, because I don't know if he was, they must have done something to it in post, because like it didn't look like it was tracking with his face properly at all. So it ain't nanotech.
They didn't even have a real
Principle.
mask.
In principle, it's the same. It's the same problem. But that's jumping ahead.
They
Yeah,
used the
I
real
mean-
costume, guys. CGI mask.
I also with the fight scene reaches like a lull at one point, and he says some motherfuckers still trying to ice skate uphill. I wanted to kill myself. It's
Yeah, that one's a bit of a like, hey, we're hip and down with the.
I said to you,
we know what's up.
when I'd seen the film, and I'll say it for the stream, I've probably brought this up before, but it is the quintessential example. I was watching good old Expendables 3 once upon a time, and you have Brad Pitt. Sorry, not Brad Pitt. Fucking. Why am I blanking? Brain, you working? What's
Why
going
are
on
you
there?
blanking?
Die
Who
Hard
was
Man.
it? Who was
His
it?
name has escaped my brain.
Oh, Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis, yeah.
It happens to
I
everybody.
like that
It
because
does happen. It happens. Yeah.
there's no way anyone would believe I would forget his name. So my brain just stole the words from me, and then you guys gave it back. So I appreciate that. Brain
Yeah,
can't keep
sometimes it
forever.
happens. Sometimes it
It
happens.
happens. It happens, and I wouldn't hold it against you.
Die Hard Man and Terminator Man, otherwise known as Arnold Schwarzenegger, both doing their action scene together. It's wonderful. They're shooting their guns, and Arnie runs out of bullets, I think, and he says, "Oh, you know, shit, I'm gonna get some more. I'll be back." And then Bruce Willis says, "No, you're always back. You're always doing the I'll be back. I'll be back." And then starts walking off, and then it cuts to Arnie, and he goes, "Yippee-ki-yay."
And you
I
your
cried.
soul dies a little bit and withers away.
I just cried. I was-
Like, she's like disintegrating like in Infinity
Well,
War.
That's what the meme would be. It would be like my dad's like, "Oh, you like that? You're crying with happiness." I'm like, "I want to kill myself." It's the worst thing ever. Why would they do this?
And yes, this is comparable of just, yeah, that's a thing that he said in Blade. Yeah,
Yeah.
he said it.
You did say it. That's a thing that was said. How do you make it worse? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know how you make it worse. I don't know, like if you had I don't know. I guess if you had like Sylvester Stallone just pop in and say something as well.
yeah.
I don't know, like nothing is over. He just says that for no reason. It's just like, okay, all right, yeah, it's not over. I agree.
Yeah, as someone just suggested, maybe if he had said, "Let's skibbity for real this year," throw in a couple
Yeah,
of peak
on God, no
fires.
cap.
Yes.
Let's. Oh my god! Now I'm just imagining
Mr. Snipes, we're gonna need you to say more skibbity words.
Now I'm just imagining. Jeez, God, that fucking skibbity button thing.
Oh
Oh my
God.
god!
It should be in the running for worst meme of all time. It should be in there.
Yes,
Unironic,
is
it's
not.
actual brain rot.
It hurt. I actually
so
couldn't complete the because I saw it on Twitter and I had to pause halfway through and I was like, "You need to breathe." He should be like, "It's okay. We're gonna make it, everyone. it's all right."
Sometimes that happens when the cringe is too intense.
Yeah. That's a meme from the Neil deGrasse Tyson. What is it when the cringe is too intense, or whatever? It's just him getting blasted in
Yeah, the one
Cosmos.
where shaking in the seat.
Anyway, yeah. So some of the thought I was having about this point in the film is just how much they have not taken advantage of the void. They've how this happened, right, was that the void was an answer to a question of how do we get all of our cameos in here? How do we're going to spend money like crazy? We're going to bring in people like, going to market the shit out of it that way. How do we do that? And then someone said, "Oh, have you seen Loki? That's the way we can do it. It's that TVA thing. It's the end of the world thing. It's a bunch of variants. We'll do it that way." And it's like you used it as an excuse, but there's simultaneously so much to do in the world of the void. Imagine trying to actually explore in a meaningful way the power structures, how cultures would form there, and what worlds would be created as a result of it being an eclectic collection of all these different people from all these different, not just places, but times and timelines, with like a completely different set of languages and experiences. It's like one of the most potentially interesting things ever to watch unfold.
It's just generic place. It's just generic place. Oh my God, that's it. It's generic place. There's nothing interesting about it in any way. It hints at no backstory whatsoever. It has no history. There is no implied culture. It's generic place. Dear God, that's it.
You have bad guy leader girl, and then all the bad guys work for her and barely have a hint of a personality. And all the good guys, when I say all, I mean 5 of them, live in some place in a forest, and one day they hope to do something about that. The films themselves are always interested in like Deadpool 1 and 2, just for the record. I don't see them the same way. A lot of people try to sort of explain why Deadpool 3 is bad. It'll be like Deadpool 1 and 2 do the same thing of not taking anything seriously. And it's all nonsense.
Yeah, that's not
that
true.
Is just
yeah.
not true.
It's just not
I don't
true.
like this rewriting of
I
history.
think that's an unfortunate thing that I'm realizing. I said it before, and we're all basically in agreement. Big fans of the first Deadpool film. That film deserves more credit than I think it gets, because now the impression I get is that people do view it as just like, yeah, I mean, it's a silly goofster movie. But they just make a lot of the right decisions in terms of how to write a story to get people engaged. And you just think about the scene when he basically learns that what his ultimate fate is going to be at the hands of Francis. That is played very seriously. I think they have one joke there of like, "Oh, you've still got something in your teeth," but otherwise, it's definitely played like straight.
Yeah, that. I would actually argue it's kind of expertly done, because we're led to believe at that point that Wade is so strong, there is nothing you can do to him that he won't be able to handle. Like, Francis basically says, like, "I'm going to break you," and he's like, "Yeah, you can try." And he goes through insane amounts of torture, like absolutely nuts, and he still manages to kind of keep up, and it's endearing to watch because you want him to not be beaten, right? Even though what he's going through is insane. But when he puts him in a device, for those who either haven't seen the film or don't quite remember, he puts him in a device that is designed to only provide him enough oxygen such that he wouldn't die, but to keep him in a constant sense of strangulation, basically. The machine monitors just how much oxygen he's getting and how much sort of strangulation he's experiencing, right? Asphyxiation, whatever. And he leaves him in it for a weekend. So it's just constantly trying to stay alive with a very limited amount of oxygen, and the harder you try to not breathe it or breathe it. It doesn't really matter. You're constantly fighting a meter on the machine that's gonna account for that. So when he finally releases him from it, it's what triggers the mutation. And then, there's the explanation of what he's going to do to him. It's like the first time in the film, that whole sequence where he's like tearing up and he wants to curse him out. Like, how could you do this to people? Like, it's horrifying. He essentially, in a way, does break him, right? Deadpool 1, that's why he's so fucking furious with someone like Francis and wants him dead, because he did something to him that was, remember their fight when the fire and the breakout happens? It's very serious.
It
Yeah,
is very
it
serious.
absolutely
There's no
is.
jokes at all. It's like it's a fight. It's a proper fight.
And I mean, even like the fight at the end of the film, it's mostly, there are a couple of jokes thrown in there, but it's mostly, as Deadpool explains, let's dance about, let's dance. I mean, let's try to kill each other. That's like the whole point. They hate each other. Francis hates Deadpool because he's like destroyed his whole operation, and Deadpool hates Francis because of what he's done to him, that he believes will be a permanent barrier between him ever being able to be with Vanessa again. Of course, he then realizes that's not the case.
All of that work is present, and it's present in Deadpool 2 as well. Everything to do with what makes a person decide, like the familial thematic work in Deadpool 2, applying to almost all of the characters, and how they, like the characters need someone to believe that the world is worth not only fighting for, but to be a good person in. Right? That's like Russell's big problem, is that he doesn't believe anyone's gonna treat him well, so why should he treat anyone well? Not exactly the best logic, ultimately, but still something that he is like a child, so Deadpool wants to convince him that there is someone who will treat him well out there. It's possible, it'll happen. And simultaneously, Cable being someone who, because he's trying to save innocent people, such as his daughter and wife, he's gone as far as being willing to kill a kid. And then there's several elements all happening at once that relate to these sorts of ideas, and by the end, Deadpool's move to take the bullet for Russell convinces a lot of these characters, first of all, Russell, that he doesn't need to kill everybody, he doesn't need to treat the world the way that he thinks everyone would treat him, there's something to hope for. And Cable realizes he didn't need to come back in time to kill a kid to save his kid. He needed to save a kid. Being, in this case, it's a different way of looking at it, right? Like how you save Russell, you don't shoot him in the head to prevent him from being evil. You try to appeal to his sense of values. And he watches Deadpool do it. And that convinces him to spend his final charge that was meant for going for his daughter to save Deadpool. There's so much in it that works, and there's so much work in the writing that is designed to reach a very specific point. Obviously, we're moving through Deadpool 3. We're slowly getting to thematically whatever the point was supposed to be in this. We'll obviously discuss it when we get there. I realize this discussion on this movie has gone a lot longer than I expected, and we probably won't be able to have rags for much longer, unfortunately. But,
oh well.
I'm just saying that it bothers me that Deadpool 3 being categorically fucking awful is being excused because Deadpool 1 and 2 are also stupid and don't take anything seriously and shit. And it's just like, it's just not true.
It's a lie. It's a lie. Don't believe it. Don't let them tell you that Deadpool 1 and 2 were just jokes on legs. They weren't. They had heart. They had a theme. They had character journeys. They had emotional moments. They were earnest.
Yeah, and then, of course, you realize the Deadpool 1 and 2 is the primary continuity this is a sequel to, but also Logan. I don't need to tell anybody that fucking film is serious. So, it feels like there was an opportunity to treat this film better, to balance tone better. The one I often end up citing is Hot Fuzz is fucking hilarious, but it never takes away from the serious moments in that film.
Absolutely.
They know how to balance. It takes talent. It's complicated.
Oh, Hot Fuzz. Oh, so good.
So, I guess next is they reach Cassandra, and she immediately dispatches Deadpool. She doesn't kill him, she just knocks him around. He's very lucky, because if she had tore him down to the last atom or fired him into the sun or into Eliath, he'd be gone. But she spares him, I guess, because she wants to play with him, TM. I don't really know. It feels more so like the writing protecting him. And she wants to dig into Wolverine's head. She wants to know what he's all about. This is where he explains more of his backstory about how he started killing people. And before, I mean, we've kind of covered most of this, so there's not much more to say in terms of
Yeah.
what meaning is drawn out of it and what our issues are with it. But she, while she's doing this with Wolverine, doesn't realize that Deadpool's gotten back up with the Juggernaut helmet that X-23 threw up there, and he's put it on her. So now her powers do not work, which didn't strike me quite right. I was like, I guess I can understand putting the helmet on her prevents her from using her psychic abilities, but why would it stop her healing abilities?
Yeah, unless we are to assume that it is just a product of her psychic abilities.
Which I don't...
Not sure why.
Yeah, I mean, there are mutants with more than one power at the same time, right?
Yeah, there are.
But
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
But other than that, though, as well,
Well,
it's just that
yeah.
if the helmet is supposed to stop all mutant abilities, then what the fuck is Juggernaut doing wearing it?
Well, it doesn't stop his though.
Maybe it did.
If you
He
put
got
the
pretty
helmet
easily
on Juggernaut,
dispatched.
it makes him.
I mean, don't you know who he is?
He's the Juggernaut, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I did kind of gloss over it because the film glosses over it. X-23 and Juggernaut have a fight. They run at each other. She chops off his legs, or rather, chops him at the ankles, and that's it.
Yep.
It's kind of like the Sabretooth
It
fight.
lasts. Yeah, it lasts about 3 seconds.
Great. Anyway, they've got her, and they say, you've got to send us to back home. We've got you now. And then she says, you fucking morons. I can't send you back unless I have my powers, and if I have my powers, I'm just going to kill you. So, you have no leverage. And they're like, oh shit. And so Deadpool says, well, either you do it, or we kill you. And then she's like, but I'll just kill you if you take it off. And then Deadpool's like, fine, I guess we kill you. And he says he's going to break her neck, and then Wolverine's like, no, I'll kill her, because... I can't remember what his reasoning is. He just wants to kill her. But before either of them can kill her, Pyro shoots her.
Oh my goodness!
Remember, because he was paid by Paradox to kill her. So you have to. Like, this is why this riot is so funny. He's like,
Also, just find it. Pyro shoots her already. Like, shoot what? Shoot?
He uses a gun.
He doesn't use fire
That's
power.
That's why when I watched this, I didn't even know it was Pyro. I just didn't even know. I was like, I didn't know that was his deal.
So, where to begin? First of all, imagine you are Pyro, and fucking Paradox says, go kill Cassandra, and you're like, whoa, this is gonna be tough, because she's kind of impossible to kill, and if she knows I'm trying to kill her, I'm done. So, what will I do? What is the plan? And he heads up to where she is, she's just got the Juggernaut helmet on, and he's like, oh, sweet, and shoots her. It's just like, wow.
But he doesn't keep shooting. He doesn't just keep...
Before getting to that, what I'm trying to highlight is just how incredibly lucky it was for him that this plan went this way from the people, because it worked out perfectly for him to be able to actually complete his task. Only, why would you complete your task this way, Pyro? You have options. You're actually what is he, a level 4? He's like he's got incredible power.
I mean, he's pretty powerful. Yeah, when he's got fire, man. Jeez.
So to be clear,
that's what they'd be expecting. They won't expect them to whip out a Glock and pop a cap in a fool.
To be absolutely clear, sorry, the motivation to kill her is to absolutely wipe her out. You've got to be so fucking careful. If she's even a sliver of her is left, you could die. He's got a gun. I guess if you shot her in the head a couple of times, I could buy using it, but
right?
Well, no, if he knows her powers are currently off because of the Juggernaut helmet. I get that. I follow. But why wouldn't you just envelop her in flames along with Wolverine and Deadpool? Especially because he can use flames to push people as well, right? And he can use it as like a firewall. There's a lot of things he can do. So I was just thinking, to be efficient, you probably shoot her in the head, maybe in the chest too, and then just light up the whole fucking place. Get an inferno going.
I mean, yeah, just to be safe, which is probably a good protocol when she can rip your skin off.
No half measures.
So, she doesn't die from that.
No.
And Pyro gets punched by Wolverine immediately, knocked out. And so now you just kind of wonder, like, where the fuck is this story going? There's a reason for everybody acting like a retard. All of this will make sense because it's going to provide us the fourth act. Wolverine feels bad that she's bleeding out. bear in mind, he said he was about to kill her because she wasn't going to agree to the plans with him and Deadpool.
And bear in
But
mind that he has seen her rip the skin off of a man.
but so he says, we should take the helmet off her. We should actually save her. And then Deadpool's like, fucking, she'll just kill us. And then she agrees, she will kill them. And then Deadpool's like, why would you even say that? And then she's like, I don't know why I am the way that I am, which is very satisfying in a villain. And so,
But when they say, I don't know why I behave in the manner that I do.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get why Deadpool would allow this to happen. I don't get why Wolverine would want it to happen. I don't know why she's not working harder and smarter to save her own life. I don't know why Pyro is a moron when it comes to executing her. But the truth is, I do know. That's just a format for speaking. All of these things have to happen in order to make next things happen. So they do take it off
Well,
her.
actually, speaking of next things happening, I do have to go. I have to head out. It is almost 5:30, and I need to be gone.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Reigns, that we couldn't do this faster.
I wish we could have made it to the end, because I've been enjoying the discussion and going through all of the things, and I'm looking forward to the fallout of this episode. It will be fun, but we are correct. And more than happy once again to be part of the mind clearing team before everyone else eventually comes around to the correct opinion. But no. I do have to go. You guys will have to wrap this up. I got things I'm gonna have to, be away for.
No
So
problem.
good luck wrapping up the movie. We're almost at the end, but I have to bid you adieu.
Very well.
All right,
Myself
Sheila
and Free
Riggs.
shall take care of the rest. But for now, goodbye, sir.
Alrighty,
boy.
I will see y'all later. Thanks much. Bye bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
So where was I? Yes, explaining how everybody is acting out of character for no goddamn reason, but ultimately we do know what the reason is. The stated reason from Wolverine for why he's sparing her is because it's what Charles would want him to do. Which feels really fucking weird when he was just about to execute her about 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. And also, X-Men kill people.
They totally do.
They did. So, what are we
and
talking about?
the thing is, this is kind of a unique scenario of she has been shown to annihilate you guys. She's nothing but motivated to annihilate you guys, and she has said she's going to annihilate you guys. This might be a moment where it's not wise.
Yeah, because, it'd just be like, hey, this is what Charles would, and then just takes the helmet off and immediately his skin gets ripped off.
Yeah.
Yep, I guess that's the end of him.
But, luckily for them, she's like, maybe I don't want to.
He momentarily decides that she don't want to be evil. It won't last.
And so, there's a line as well I can't remember when she's dying or when she's not, but she says, I'm going to flick my bean to the Enya box set. And I was starting to realize that part of the problem for this film that I feel really didn't happen in Deadpool 1 and 2 was that Deadpool's personality is bleeding into random characters.
Yeah, when that was never the idea. The reason why Deadpool stands out is because he's surrounded by people who don't behave like he does.
Yeah, because it was like the kind of jokes where you say stuff like, I was like, I get sex stuff. Like this, that's the thing we do. She, I think she did a really good job performance-wise. It's just that Cassandra Nova was such a wank villain. And we're about to get to the point where she's even more wank, by the way.
But where she just basically, like, any pretense of being a person.
A character.
Rather than just a plot device.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, she says, it must be nice to have someone love you. And then Wolverine says, if he knew about you, being Charles, he would have torn a hole in the universe to bring you home. And I find that so fucking annoying that she would need someone to tell her that. That it's like, by the way, you hate your brother for not saving you. Had he known that in any way, shape, or form this was something that needed to happen, he likely would have acted on it. And she's like, maybe you're right. Nice.
Maybe I should stop being evil.
Maybe, nah. And then she says, but this is my home. And then Wolverine's like, but well, let us at least save his, about Deadpool. So then she says, once upon a time, a magician came in to the old void. I killed him, of course, and wore his skin for several days. But I noted he had a trinket, a fun little device, and she pulls out a sling ring. And this can get them home.
Remember when you had to train to use a sling ring? Now anybody could just use it.
I guess she's got the sorcerer gene, like Ned does.
Well, no, they're not. No, that seems unlikely.
That seems like that's not
Who
even
would have
that.
trained
Honestly,
her?
that's
Did you get like Doctor Strange to help her
That
and then
is-
rip her skin off?
down the list for you of issues. If they've just established, first of all, that sling rings can get you out of the void, that
means that that means it's a time traveling portal.
not only is it a time traveling portal, that means any of the sorcerers throughout all of the.
Oh my god!
Yes, there you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You're right.
Just let that sink in for a little bit. It's such a classic move for a writer to be like, hey, they have that portal thing from Doctor Strange. We can say that she got it from him. And then some other writer's like, what a great idea. No one says, that's a fucking awful idea. What do you mean?
Dude, it's so funny how they keep going backwards and forwards. You know, in Doctor Strange, you could travel the multiverse with a portal, and then Multiverse of Madness. No, you can't. Only America Chavez could travel the multiverse too. Yeah, you could use these portals to travel the multiverse.
They can't fucking
and
decide.
Time. It's even worse than just traveling the multiverse because now you could travel backwards in time as well.
And, yeah, so I don't even know, how did she manage to get that off Strange? She would have just fucking left.
Well, or are we to believe that she would have beaten Doctor Strange? And if she can beat Doctor Strange, then she is...
Not even fighting him. He arrives, and then he leaves. You know what I mean?
he just get out. That's right. Use the portal and get out. Mm-hmm.
So,
how would anybody from the TVA ever be able to get Doctor Strange?
I don't know. And yeah, this also means that she had the capacity to leave the void at all times. She simply didn't, and apparently this ties into her deal with the TVA. The TVA were comfortable with leaving one of the most powerful mutants in all of time, at the end of time, ruling it with a sling ring and knowledge of the TVA. It's like, no. They would kill her.
Seems like a bad idea. Because, I mean, what if she just decided to go to the TVA? She could just rip all their skin off.
Yep. But she could
What could they do to stop
she could do that at any time because she's fully
and
aware
then
of
just
the TVA.
take over the TVA.
Yep.
Just take it over.
And honestly, Frank, I don't even know if she has a deal with the TVA or a deal specifically with Paradox.
With Paradox.
And it's like, if she has a deal specifically with him, how have none of the TVA picked up on this?
That makes no sense. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Very hard to track, but at the same time, once you do, it's like, oh, well, rip.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then she says, like, in the format of a deal, she'll open the portal, they can go through, but they have 4 seconds to go through. And you're sort of like,
because
why?
the purple dragon's coming.
Eliath's on the way, he's gonna eat everything here.
Yeah. Timing every time he's just there in all of the places he could be in the void.
Like I said,
he's always.
I guess she can summon him. That's all I got. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
In any case,
but then you're like, well, wait, are they just going to abandon the rest of the team that they got to get eaten by purple fart dragon? The answer is yes.
I don't know what we're supposed to believe other than all of them got eaten by Eliath. At this point,
I don't know that there would be any reason to think anything else,
Yeah,
or even that what's her name got eaten by the dragon. I mean, she was there. Why wouldn't it have gotten her?
Maybe he's able to go through her, but he never quite eats her because they have a deal.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so the assumption is Blade, Elektra, X-23, and Gambit all just got eaten, so they have been removed from all of time and space.
Mm-hmm. So they just came along to help these two go and do their shit, and then get eaten.
So yeah, did you catch when before they land on the car back in the Fox universe? Peter says about a car. He says sometimes it's good to give something a second chance. It's like, because that's what the movie's
Theme.
about. Yay, theme, we did it.
Yeah.
We'll go over that when we hit the end, because the ending sentiments are so fucking hilarious in relation to that. Anyway, off they go. This is where the joke comes in, where Deadpool says Fox killed Wolverine, Disney brought him back, and they're going to make him play until he's 90.
But they will.
Yeah.
And they will make a lot of money because of it.
It's the same thing we talked about before. It's the I'm retarded. And you're like, yes, you are. It's just alrighty then. Anyway, we'll by the way, we'll talk more about what we think happened with Eliath and them once we get further in the story. We're of course aware of later scenes. So, Pyro wakes up. And she says, who put you up to this? And she goes to put her hands in his head. And he goes, whoa, Jesus, just ask sometimes. You don't have to put fingers in people's brains. And then she's like, okay, hands in pockets. Joke didn't fucking land for me because lying is a thing.
Yeah.
And he tried to kill you. He has no reason to tell you the truth.
And also, she's the kind of person who, again, to remind you for the billionth time, she rips skin off of people. I don't think she cares that much.
She would
about,
she wouldn't even entertain
someone's comfort.
It's not even like, no matter what information he has to reveal to her, it's filtered through his perception of her and their relationship. It doesn't put your fingers in his head. It makes no fucking sense to listen to his accounting of events.
Your information, essentially.
Yeah, you just get exactly what you want instead of having him.
And why would she have any consideration for his comfort?
Exactly. Ugh. And like, man, the film starts to unravel. So Deadpool and Wolverine have arrived now in that one street that they film a lot of this movie on.
Yes.
And Paradox realizes they have, and unfortunately, their entire base is on the subway.
Their entire base is basically outside of Deadpool's apartment.
Yeah.
Why? Why would you set it up next to his house?
Why in the world would this be how it works?
Why would you set it up in the middle of the city instead of somewhere remote?
And you know what's funny? The way to get in is through that hallway, sort of the staircase. If you actually opened up a standard TVA portal in that little hole, it would actually stop them from getting in.
Yeah, exactly. Just leave it on perpetually, and then they can't get in.
Link it to the fucking North Pole, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just like, yeah, you ain't getting in. But no. So the reason I said that, of course, is because Paradox sees they're coming, and he needs to stop them because they're going to stop his plan. Now, he's quite powerful. Just with a tempad is enormously powerful. You can do all kinds of things. Again, open a portal at their feet, and they're out. You can put them anywhere. And if you're thinking, you know what, they might resist that, then open it up in space at their feet temporarily, and it'll suck them right in, and that's it. You got them.
That's right. Like kind of Portal 2 ending, you know?
I don't even want to list the infinite ways he could do something like this. I would rather instead skip to what he does, which is to personally greet them himself and tell them to stop.
Yeah, like, why would you do that? Of all the possible options before you, this is probably the worst one.
Really feels to me like there's actually not a worse option here. And he's just not a character. He's so fucking retarded. He walks up and he's like, don't do it, stop it right now. As if it's just like, what did you think was going to happen? I don't understand. Why would they listen to you?
Why not just go back to the TVA and then go earlier in the day?
Yep.
And then set plans in place to stop them.
They have the power of time. You understand?
You can travel time. It's not all running chronologically. What does it even mean that they were in the void? And then when what's-her-name opened up a portal, she opened it up concurrent with their real time time in the void. Why wouldn't she have opened it up to like days before? Or hell, what if she opened it up like days or weeks later by accident?
Yeah, something they often do.
Why would it open at the exact same time?
Is treated as though we have access to all of time and space at our fingertips, but there is also just a real time, if you know what I mean? Like an actual timer of present time happening, which that's not a thing. There would be no present time. They like to think that there is, though. Because they keep doing the countdown of how close he is to making the Time Ripper, which doesn't really make sense, especially when they end up in any particular place that is on the timeline, as opposed to TVA, you know? Time doesn't... whatever. Anyway, before he can convince them to not try and save their universe, Cassandra comes through a portal, kills Pyro quite quickly. Actually, he got spared hardcore compared to other people. And she puts her fingers in Paradox's brain, discovers his plan to destroy the Fox universe, and she decides, I know, I'll use the Time Ripper to destroy all timelines, except the Void, in which she can now rule without anyone stopping her.
Okay, so first off, how? Second, why?
If we go with the how
How
first,
can you do this?
as you've highlighted,
How is it that you have the ability to interface with this machine to delete all of the multiverse except for the Void? Why is that even something
why is that
you're
something it could
compatible
do?
with?
Yeah. Well, I mean, she sucks all the
Yeah.
information out of his head, but why would the Time Ripper be capable of destroying everything?
Oh, and why would she be able to even manipulate it? Like, it's a piece of technology that...
Is
and
that.
she's like, why would that even be possible for her to use it in that way?
But then the other how do you delete all timelines but not delete the Void when the Void, as a concept, is the
time.
end of time?
And
Not-
the end of time.
Not
exactly.
to not to speak like it's where time doesn't exist. It's no, the end of all timelines is the Void. It is placed at the end of the timeline. So if you delete the timeline, there is no Void.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like a machine gun
That
of
doesn't
no,
really make any
no,
sense.
no,
Yeah,
no,
and then why the hell would you do this?
and yeah, and then why? What in the? She's gonna kill everyone and everything that ever lived. Why?
She's evil.
I guess so.
And at this point, you have to conclude that Wolverine made the wrong choice.
Yeah.
Sparing her, and will eventually rectify this decision.
Oh, we'll get to that. So, yeah, this is what we meant about any characteristics she had are gone. She's now just, please insert villain, wants to destroy the multiverse. How many wants to destroy the multiverse villains have we had now? 'Cause I feel like
I think like 4 or 5, right?
it's such a sad state of affairs, because you might be like, well, you can write them well. It's like, yeah, you could.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do that.
Also, BRB. Just give me
Fair
a
enough,
minute.
yeah. There was some questions. I mentioned this on, I think it was Real BBC, and someone said the Void is not the end of the timeline, so I did decide to look it up, and yes, it is described by Renslayer in Loki as the Void exists as a collection of all the timelines converge together, and they end at the Void. So without timelines, there is no Void, because it is the end of a timeline. It's like saying, you can't have the conclusion of the thing without the thing that is active. It's not like you can snip it off. It exists as the end of the thing. But of course, you might be like laughing at me, being like, "Why would you cite Loki when this film clearly doesn't give a shit about anything Loki set up?" But it's like, it's amazing how Loki fucked everything up. And they couldn't even just take what Loki had. It just fucks everything up again. You're like, okie dokie. And as for whether or not the Void is like a dimension, as opposed, like you guys know as well as I do, it goes dimension, realm,
timeline, universes, realms.
Yep. So I'm just going from what they told me, and what they told me ain't making no sense no more. So anyway, off she goes. To set up the Ripper. And before Deadpool Wolverine can do anything to stop her, which, by the way, I'm surprised she didn't strip their skin off, since they're the only people now who can, I mean, I know that wouldn't do... Obviously, just toss them into the sun. That's the way you deal with those two, I guess. Or toss them into a portal. She has her sling ring.
That's right.
Just, there's lots of ways to get rid of them, and these are the only two entities at this point that are probably going to stop you. Except the TVA. They can stop her. In fact, every member that has a tempad could stop her.
Yeah, just open one up right beneath their feet.
All you gotta do.
Congratulations, you win.
You saved the multiverse if you do that.
Mm-hmm.
So, consider it, I guess. In any case, she decides instead to summon the Deadpool crew to defend her from potential attacks from people such as Wolverine and Deadpool.
Because I guess all of the Deadpools would want to do that?
I don't know why. It gets highlighted to them that if they do this, they'll all die, and then they're like, yeah, but it's what Cassandra wants.
But why would they give a shit?
Why would they want to die?
Why would they
They're all
all?
Deadpools.
Why would they all do that?
They want to do whatever she wants. It's like, isn't Deadpool one of the worst characters to have collectively all agree to serve Cassandra under any circumstance? It feels strange.
Yeah, it seems like they'd be particularly prone to saying, nah, no thanks.
Oh well.
Mm-hmm. How is this not member berries, by the way? Look at all the Deadpools from the comics.
Or other references that you may get, such as Welsh Pool. They tried to get me, Fringy. They tried.
Yeah.
Didn't. And yeah, and this is where you get the line where Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool's trying to time it out. He's like, enough. Multiverse, it's just been miss after miss after miss. Which is possibly my number one, holy fuck you are pandering line. You don't believe in this at all. First of all, No Way Home and Multiverse of Madness were clear successes, and they are both absolutely multiversal films. Like, as far as everyone in the general sphere is concerned, ignoring that we think Multiverse of Madness is one of the worst things ever, and that No Way Home has a serious amount of problems.
Spider-Verse as well.
Yeah, like, going outside of what we think, the world thought Multiverse of Madness was, like, kick-ass, at least for a significant amount of time. I'm not entirely sure what the general consensus on that film is anymore. All Marvel films tend to crush over time in terms of people's perception of them. So, but the thing is, No Way Home, like that. How much did that make? Was it 1.4?
$2 billion.
Oh Jesus. Okay. Well, yeah, a lot of money. Very successful, and we can talk all day about whether or not it was to do with any particular element. But hearing this, being like, multiverse has just been fail after fail after fail. Like, I already know you guys don't believe it. Secondly, this is a multiversal film exclusively. It's just all multiversal garbage.
Yeah, there's a multiverse film. Also, Secret Wars is going to be a multiverse movie. It's Secret Wars. So what are you even... you're not even done.
Well, that's where I was going to
You're
go
not even
next,
done
right?
with this.
So this film just does shit tons of banking on multiverse, as though this sentiment at best read could be like a, we're going to do it right, folks, which they obviously fucking didn't. We have a way better blueprint from before being No Way Home to try and integrate, respect, and create meaningful, substantive payoffs that look at the stories of these characters and try to integrate them further, instead of simply being like, look, it's Gumbo from Frumbo. That's not really substantive, but that is all they fucking did in this whole movie. And we can talk about Logan in respects to that in a moment. But this attitude of, it's all been shit. But, you know, like, if we're supposed to be implying here that this one's different, I think the world currently feels that this one is very much different. This is doing it right. I completely disagree. This is a horrible way to do it. And that's why this comment comes in both insincere in the sense that Marvel don't believe this about their past projects. Marvel don't believe this about the current project this is being said in. Marvel don't believe this about the nature of their future projects. They're spamming the fucking multiverse. They've just made major announcements that all of it is going to be fucking multiverse. And then, fourthly, every other line in this film is fucking pandering. The only reason this exists here is to try and appeal to everyone. The people who like the multiverse are satisfied. The people who think it's shit are satisfied. Nothing meaningful happening here. This is, they do be doing a trick. They're trying to get you to like it by appealing to fucking every possible point of view that could exist. Because you get to read in just as much as you want, or just as little as you want. Corpo sludge is quite a nice way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, the guy in the background said, I think it's been steadily great since Endgame. Just like, it's the easiest fucking thing to say that it got worse since Endgame. The correct thing is Endgame is where it actually fell off a
The
cliff.
Endgame was already the end in terms of screwing everything up.
So then, Deadpool uses Nice Pool as a meat shield, and he nearly dies, and then Deadpool finishes him off. And it's another person...
Because he can't regenerate.
Yeah, it's another person that Wolverine ranks as Deadpool having murdered. And once again, I just don't feel like this is quite in line with Deadpool. Definitely does Collateral. Definitely will let people of uncertain sort of alignment die. Feels really weird for him to use as a meat shield someone that's only been helping him. Doesn't feel like it quite lines up.
It's because he thinks he's a bit cringe, so he doesn't deserve to live.
I think that's really weak. But the thing is, I've already lost any sense of this being Deadpool at this point. This is probably a suitable time actually to bring up what I really like about Deadpool is the contrast and the operation of Deadpool versus Wade Wilson. He's very much allowed to express himself in a very different way compared to how he operates in his life. If you watch Deadpool 1, they capture this almost, I would say, perfectly. Who Wade Wilson is, the life he leads, is a very particular thing. He's very much a full person. When he dons the Deadpool outfit and starts going nuts, is very much like a let loose, sort of, I'm invincible, I'm horrifyingly ugly, I need to find a way to get out of this situation. If that means killing every last person who works for Francis to work up the chain until I find him, that's what I'll do. And then a self-awareness of the nature of the fact that he's almost a superhero. He needs to get like a name, as those of, jokes of all kinds, but that ultimately the core of it is the girlfriend. And those parts are always treated much more seriously because he is, underneath it all, a person. Same goes for Deadpool 2. Deadpool 3, I feel like not only has Deadpool been flanderized, but there's about a 1% of Wade and 99% Deadpool. You get barely anything of the person, and of what is there is fucking embarrassing. The most embarrassing, I think, is one of the final scenes in terms of who Wade is, but we've kind of gotten some already. When he's talking to Vanessa in the birthday scene in the beginning, where he's like, hey, what have you been doing? He's like, oh, I got a job at place. He's like, oh, have you met anyone? He's like, yeah. And he hasn't gotten me shot yet. I'm like sitting there like, what the fuck? Who even are these people? What's happening? All I can say, I guess, is just like rewatch Deadpool 1, and I think you'll be struck by how different that film is in terms of its portrayal of the character of Wade Wilson and Deadpool. Or at least the contrast.
Yep.
The chemistry is gonzo between him and the characters that made this franchise what it is, but it's too late for them. They're in the way. We gotta get Chris Evans in here. Gotta get Wesley Snipes. Gotta get Hugh Jackman. Got the big fucking characters in now. And it kind of feels like a story's being told, doesn't it? Deadpool 1, 2, 3. No famous people are showing up. What gives? And then no famous people showed up still, but then they're there, but they closed the door. And the third one is they're all here, and all of your characters are fucking gone.
Here because now instead of being the outcast, we're the most important.
Yeah. It's almost like it tells you the story of why. Be careful what you wish for,
Very much the case. Yeah, of kind of you become the thing that you made fun of.
Yeah. I also found it odd.
Now you get the. Oh yeah.
From well, wait. My thing's a new topic, so if you want to go ahead on that.
Oh well, I was just going to continue with the scene.
Well, I was going to say I find it weird that Wolverine puts the dog up as a signal of "don't shoot me," when first of all, it's very likely that stray bullets would get him because of the movement on its own, right? I think they even do shoot until someone says stop or whatever. But Wolverine is. Like, does he strike you as the kind of guy, after everything we've just learned, that he would use a dog as a meat shield when he's regenerative? Because he walks across the road with it in front of him.
It's just for a meme.
It's just odd to me that we can make jokes in way better ways than this. Why didn't you have it so that they temporarily had captured one of the Deadpool's like friends, who was also an asshole? You can get some great lines back and forthing out of it, like evil Deadpool or something. Because then it'd be much easier for all of us to see them using that as a meat shield, as opposed to a nice person who's done nothing but help them and a dog.
And a dog, yeah.
I just for anyone saying, but I found it funny. I'm just saying you could find it funny and it could be in character. We can easily change it to do that. Very, very, very weird they did it this way. Anyway, time for a fight scene. And
well, yeah, but this is the big shot from the trailer where they walk out slowly to Madonna, and then he puts on his mask, and it doesn't look good.
I think the mask looks great whenever it's not CG.
Yeah, but it seems like it's CG all the time.
A lot of it
Like,
is
I
CG,
genuinely think
unfortunately.
it was a CG thing. Like, I don't think they had a real mask. It could be that they did, and if they did, it looks like they painted over it a lot of the time, because I really like the Wolverine costume. I
I
like
love
it in
it, but
general,
yeah.
and I like the way that it looks in the film, but, like, this mask, I don't know what it is, but, like, it's not tracking with his face. It looks like it was plopped on him, kinda like, you remember how, like, what's her name in Thor, Love and Thunder definitely did not have,
Oh
like,
god,
a
no, yeah.
real helmet that she wore. It reminded me of that. I don't know. Was that a real helmet? Like, it seriously did not look real to me. Um, maybe it was in certain shots. I don't know.
I
Or
think
maybe it was something to do with
so.
the eyes, because they do the thing with the eyes, right? Where it's like the white eyes and the, you
Yeah.
know?
But yeah, it's strikingly disappointing when you have the several just awful CG shots. It's just like, ugh.
hmm
And
And also, you know, like, if you think about the idea of, oh, it's cool, he finally put it on. Why wasn't he wearing it for? Well, I know the reason why he wasn't wearing it for the movie in terms of the narrative point that was being made. About like, well, you know, look, he's back in, he's getting back up on that horse, and he's going to be Wolverine. But you know, we've talked about it before, because it is one of the examples of, hey, good on you that Ryan Reynolds is willing to wear the Deadpool mask, like, basically constantly,
hmm
and very occasionally take it off. It's cool, because most characters in Marvel movies don't do that. They have nanotech helmets that they constantly are taking on and off. So it's really cool that for Deadpool he gets to keep it, because it's part of the look. He's intentionally designed to look a certain way. I like the costume. I like the mask. It's cool. Wolverine throwing it on at the end and then obviously taking off later on definitely feels a bit more like in the vein of, yeah, well, I mean, you got to make sure that you see Hugh Jackman's face. Same within the marketing material, like all of the posters and promotional stuff for it has Hugh Jackman's face clearly visible rather than him wearing the mask. Except for like toys, I think some toys have him wearing the mask that he wears. I don't know, it just reminds me a bit of that. But yeah, I don't know. There's just like plenty of instances where the mask just looks weird. Like it's not tangible, but maybe it is real. I don't know what it was then. Something about it was looking weird in
Yeah, no,
certain
I felt
shots.
similarly because I've been excited to see the design in full in live action, and I remember thinking like, man, something's wrong? At least in some of the shots. Certainly
I
in
do
some of the
think maybe
shots.
maybe it is the eyes, because they do the thing where it's like the white eye, black like sort of
Yeah.
outline thing, like and because it wasn't, I don't know, they didn't do like makeup or anything or stuff like that if they were doing it. I'm not sure.
Well,
It's just
again,
something looks off.
ultimately, again, I stand by what I said earlier. Getting this stuff right, so to speak, shouldn't be worth as many points as it clearly is for most people. The story does not get anything from having them in the right costumes. I obviously think we should encourage it. It's just weird that this part could be shown, and it's like all is forgiven. The movie's amazing. I feel like there should be much more than that, because of course this is arguably the fight scene that people cite as just being the fucking balls to the wall, incredible, amazing.
Unfortunately, while it was happening, all I was thinking is, why aren't they regenerating? They're
Yep.
Deadpools. And then they do later on. It's like, yes, of course. So I was
So
actually honestly distracted by why they weren't getting back up.
what's funny is I completely understand and agree with that. What was distracting me more was how shit they were. All of them were just awful.
Well,
Like,
is there any reason why this Deadpool is so good that he can kick all of the other Deadpool's asses?
no idea, and I don't know why all of them fight like retards. None of them know how to. It was a bit disappointing that they have to fight an
But I
army.
mean, I suppose conceptually it's kind of neat of a big long, panning shot of them fighting a bunch of Deadpools while Madonna's playing. But I was distracted by the fact that they weren't getting back up.
It's
And then, of course,
it's
jumping
just
out the
very
back of that bus.
forced to get exactly what they're after.
Out the back of that bus. Man. Oh.
Well, I mean, what can you say? Everyone's seen it. Everyone knows. What's weird about it too is, like I said, they didn't have to. You could cut from that as soon as he lands. Cut, you know. But they just keep it on going. Yeah, so the major factors for how they were going to be able to win this fight are going to be that the enemy are pretty skilled and the enemy can regenerate. Both factors have to be completely ignored until the fight is completed. Otherwise, you can't have the fight, which to me is just pathetic writing. It always is.
Mhm.
And the writer says, well, they all regenerate at the same time once they're all dead, which is
But wouldn't
just...
they regenerate in order of the first to last that got hurt?
Wouldn't they regenerate like fucking Deadpool does?
Well, they would. I mean, we saw like in Deadpool 1, he gets like and 2, he gets stabbed in the head, in the brain, and he's still like it like makes him delirious, and it's a particularly effective hit if you get him in the brain, but he is very much like alive when he gets hit in the brain.
I would argue this
You
is
know, not
having your cake and eating it too, and also having another cake. Like it's like
Yeah.
a third thing I need to highlight, because you need him to be defeatable so that we can complete the fight scene, but you also need to not be defeatable because that's exactly how they work, so you're just ignoring almost everything that came before it, right? Like fucking Wolverine fought Deadpool. He tanked a shit ton of attacks before he stopped moving, which all of these guys take like 1 or 2 and they're done. So you need that at the same time, which they actually do by just saying, sorry, the regen was delayed. But that means you still have to deal with the Deadpools. How do you? To go, Peter. He shows up and they
Peter
just
shows
decide...
up, and that disarms them all.
Yep.
They are disarmed by Peter because they love Peter, and there's always a Peter. Good thing he showed up right here. Would have been really bad if he was like not around. Otherwise, they actually would have been screwed.
And that's what I mean. It's just the triple threat of awful writing. Back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. And that gets us to, past that fight scene, which... It's there's nothing in it that's particularly well done writing-wise. It's more so the spectacle of watching them fight
It's
through
fan
them.
service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't blame anyone for
And if you
enjoying the
liked
shit out
it,
of it.
you know, that's chill. That's chill.
Absolutely. I
didn't.
wish we could get better writing in these fucking fight scenes. That's all.
Well, just imagine how we would have felt about that if it was the product of a really amazing script that had gotten them to this point. It would be awesome instead of being, just doesn't work as well.
So with the Deadpools out of the way, thanks to Peter, they
Oh,
can...
no, someone has pointed out, by the way, as well, helping Cassandra means all their Peters die. So why would they help her?
Yeah, if Peter means more to them than Cassandra does. True.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. The very Peter they're celebrating is gonna die, so...
Yeah.
Whatever.
Or none of them decide, hey, let's help you take down, what's her name? They just all chill up there. Because none of the Deadpools are like, they're not people, really, with their own objectives. They're just there to be like, hey, look, we're crazy, wacky Deadpools. Woohoo.
So then Deadpool says, don't worry, folks, we're at the final stretch now. Film's ending, which I find to be... It's just the same thing every time. It's the, we have this problem. We know. Anyway. You know, the lampshading, I guess is the way to put it. But anyway. When he threatens Paradox, Mr. Wolverine, Deadpool says, yeah, he's intimidating, right? It's like Batman, but he can move his neck. I don't understand, man. There's stale jokes, and then there's just... Your joke is just a skeleton. Where have you been?
Well,
like,
yeah, this is not a particularly like, oh man, never heard this before. This is an old observation.
It's not only old, it's entirely inaccurate now. It doesn't work. So many Batmen, intimidating Batmen, by the way, have been able to move their necks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what time are you from?
Batman's been able to move his neck for like 20 years. Wow, nearly 20 years. Dark Knight, alright?
So
Move his
anyway,
neck.
Paradox explains the only way we can stop her is by having a connection between the matter and antimatter to short-circuit the machine to stop it. And
Yeah,
the
I
first
guess that makes sense.
First thought you have is like, you can't just turn the power off, you can't just teleport her out with a temp pad, there's just nothing you can do. It's like, nope. Okie dokie. Nothing makes any fucking sense. They may as well have said, because Deadpool says, raise the stakes, and then he's just like, you know, someone's gonna have to go in room, press button, and die. That's just, there you go. Simple. It's like one step away from that. The writers have no fucking clue why any of this should happen the way that it does. But we're at the end of the film, so now we have to do the big sacrifice thing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Deadpool says it's gotta be me because you didn't ask for this, and I lied. Which I don't really understand. I mean, at this point, there's you know, arguing who should be the one to die here. I have no clue in terms of are we basing this on, because the thing is, neither of them or both of them have everything or nothing, depending on what we do with the TVA power at the end of this. We can bring everyone back for both of you or not. So I don't even know, you know, with timelines and stuff. It's kind of a strange conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then Wolverine says
I mean, it's pointless because you already know where it's gonna go. Like, you know, I've seen movies before. I know what's about to happen.
Wait, antimatter isn't electricity. You don't make matter and antimatter touch each other by acting like a conductor. I don't even... I'm going to give him a pass somewhat some of this. Like, sci-fi shit.
There's no point in bothering with the whole, like, figure it out quantum and all that shit, alright?
I try... Like, being like, if you put... Let's be honest here. Touching antimatter, that feels like it should probably kill you. Just like from a basic assessment, the fact that he says that's why you guys can't survive because it is antimatter, you know, you wonder how you could possibly even be exposed to it even for a split second, because this goes beyond surviving wounds. It like fucks with you on a fundamental level of existence. It's like I can be dropped into a black hole because I have health regen. It's like I don't think so. That's gonna So yeah, no. I mean, to an extent, yeah, I would be critical of that as well. I was just gonna obviously talk about how they're figuring out who should make the sacrifice. I think I guess we would argue it's just they just don't want the other one to die. It's very sort of, I don't know how else to put it. It feels like it's right out of a writing advice book.
Well, yeah, it's like, you know, I gotta do it. No, I gotta do it. Okay. Wait, what are you doing? I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna close the door behind me. No, we're both gonna do it together. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Well, and he says, I waited a long time for this, but you're the best Wolverine. Why are you saying that?
Why are you saying that? Like, whoa, it's meta.
Like, that's the thing. It's like, what on your journey got you to say that?
Yeah, I mean, they've really barely gotten to know each other.
Because the sparing of Cassandra out of his insecurities relating to being an X-Men is what put us in this situation. You understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was done as a complete difference of the whole life he has led. And up to that point, they've only fought and tried to kill each other and shit on each other and hate each other. I just, like, where the fuck was the journey that earned that? What film were you guys a part of? Like, I don't remember those scenes. But yeah, his plan is to just run in and do it himself. But the thing is, he cannot connect them. He's just simply not.
He can't reach
long enough, and it's like, man, there's almost like a person-sized amount of space here.
Yeah.
And so Wolverine comes in and connects with him. They act together as the line between antimatter and matter. And you know what? Everything's happening so fast, it's actually hard to talk about it. Do you remember leader of the TVA lady from Loki's seasons? She's watching this happen.
B15, I think her name is. Even I don't know why she hasn't chosen a name for herself yet.
She doesn't do anything. There's so many things she can do here, but she just does it. She just watches a thing say integrity is going from 100 down to 2, down to 1.
Yes.
And then, of course, so it's just like, so that's not at all what she would do. There's so many things she can do, but whatever. Secondly, what does it mean for the integrity to go from 100 to 1? Is that doing any damage?
I mean, if the integrity of the timeline is depleted by even 1%, is that not catastrophic?
Feels like that's probably doing something.
Yeah, why is it even a thing that you can just chart like this? Like on a loading bar that it's going to reverse it?
You can't understand anything that's happening here. You just have to rely on Deadpool and Wolverine were told they would die if they did a thing that would save everybody, and then they did it, and then they didn't die.
And, you know, the reality... Look, here's a problem, all right? Because the idea of, yeah, look at them teaming up together and saving the world, it is more meaningful in a meta sense than it is in the continuity, because honestly, like, if it was Colossus who he was doing it with, that would mean more, because they know each other.
Yeah.
And they're pals. Or if it was Cable, because they also know each other better and have more of a relationship. The reason why is because Deadpool and Wolverine as a pairing is something that is more popular and more familiar to people. But in the actual story, the idea of Deadpool working together with someone else to like save the universe, there are other characters in his story with whom he has more history, where that payoff would be more meaningful. In terms of just pure, narrative, like plot stuff. Or if it was the whole team, right? Like the Guardians of the how is this not basically the same idea as the Guardians of the Galaxy payoff, right? All of them together, working together, is what they need to overpower. The
This
Power
is the
Stone,
shit
killing them
version
all.
of that. What they actually did, of course.
Yeah, because the one in Guardians is great. It's a great payoff.
Yes, it's awesome.
This one is.
You can already
not
hear the music in my
good.
head, Fringy. That scene is fantastic.
Yeah,
but this is not.
I'm thinking of it. Yeah, it's playing in my mind.
How? Said it yourself, bitch. The Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yay.
So satisfying.
Oh, so good. Now I'm just thinking about when Rocket's sitting there holding Groot, and then Drax comes along, pats him on the head. Ah, jeez, God, oh, good times, good times back in the day. Oh, remember when Marvel inspired optimism rather than dread?
Man, yeah. Anyway, when we were close to the end.
But yeah, I mean, I like the music and the shots. It's spinning around.
Performances top notch.
And look at Hugh Jackman's big old abs.
Yeah, look at him go.
Yeah.
And
then
it's also mentioned.
I like how you mentioned Cassandra. She died. She like that.
Well, I was actually before that. I was going to say it's so weird that she has to manually operate it. Like, why would it work that way? It's just like, I don't know. It just does. Fuck you.
Compatible with her at all? But yeah, she's dead.
So they had to work very hard to obliterate her, which is so funny because of earlier when he said we absolutely cannot kill her. That is not what Charles would want.
And then they disintegrate her and explode her. Yeah. I guess you were wrong, Wolverine. This is what Charles would have wanted. Is that you grab this machine, it destroys your shirt, and you flex your abs as she gets blown up.
Something that quite pisses me off is as they're doing it, like committing to it and getting through it, they start repeating a bunch of lines from the film. They have, the Wolverine is a hero in my world, and then, I'm the wrong guy. She says, you're always the wrong guy, till you weren't. Which was
that
really
wasn't in the
fucking weird,
scene.
man. You
that
were the
wasn't
wrong.
In the original scene.
You were always the wrong guy until you weren't. Was in the trailer, but it wasn't in the scene. But it was in the ending. She
says you're always the wrong guy. That seems to me like an actual just fuck up.
Yeah, it was one of the first things Gary said he noticed. Was like, is that just an editing error? Did you guys fuck up?
Is it because you guys were rushed because you didn't have much time to get the film done? I can't make sense of that one. I genuinely don't understand how that could have happened.
You're not supposed to recall inspirational things that happened in your life that we didn't see before.
Yeah,
that doesn't count.
That we didn't get to see. I don't know. I don't know about that.
So yeah, that was a bit awkward. And then you cut to the fucking a statement from Mr. Paradox ends up in this collection. He says, Wade, you can finally matter. And then
it's like, dude, who are you wedging yourself into Deadpool?
And why would you want to make that the ultimate thing? That he's done all this because he can matter?
Why wouldn't it be
Fuck
like
that.
Colossus saying like the Colossus 4 or 5 moments, That seems like a much
that would be
more
way better.
Speech. But unfortunately, we don't care about Colossus anymore. He served his purpose. He helped make these happen, but now that they're sufficiently popular, let's get rid of him and replace him with more popular characters.
And then
Cable probably said something as well that could have been in there, but no.
I'm particularly not fond of a lot of the ones we just went through, but the worst, as far as I'm concerned, is they show him looking at Vanessa in the party, and then they have a shot where he's looking at where she was, but she's gone. And I don't know if it's a matter of them airbrushing her out. It looks really awkward. I don't know if that was but the point of it is they tie it in with him saying, Vanessa, I want to save Vanessa. And I was like,
Oh.
you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Like, how fucking retarded do you think we are that you need them to repeat lines like that?
Mm-hmm.
And and you know, it's the saddest thing too, because obviously the first and second movies, they utilize Vanessa significantly. But in the third one, she's not even her. You just made this
No.
up. And they, like I said, show clips from their relationship that isn't even in this film. Just fucking frustrated because you know that they're like, yeah, you just use whatever.
Yeah, see, this is the end of the trilogy.
Well, you know, like going to hold her hand with that wall that separates them in Deadpool 2. As if the payoff for that wasn't already a part of Deadpool 2. It's not your payoff to use for now.
It was a payoff that was resolved in that film. Set up and resolved in that film, but yeah. Mm-hmm.
He wants to get to Vanessa, alright? Vanessa's so gosh darn important when the film was arguing the whole time it was about the family, not just her.
Yeah, it was about everybody, all the people, his whole gang, except for X-Force, except for Cable and Domino and Russell.
The fuck are you even complaining about at this point? So the complaint is the ending scene where these two heroes are sacrificing themselves to save the world. You'd likely have gone through the whole film learning why they would make that choice. We didn't really need that anyway. We already know, with the base stats of who these characters are, that they would do it. However, maybe there's been very, meaningful things to happen in this story that would back it up. And they choose to spend their time having X-23 telling Logan a line that wasn't even in the fucking scene, in total. And they have Deadpool talking about Vanessa specifically, when both of them have been thoroughly assassinated in terms of not only the relationship between each other, but also them individually. And that doesn't even speak to the power of Deadpool's films, his values, or what they were setting up in this film, which is that he would do this to save his family. All of them. He loves them, all of these people. Already highlighted there are many people in the family that are fucking missing. Like, they've completely removed. You can't even put them in a fucking picture. But, yeah, just, even if all of those things were fixed, you don't then need to tell us as they're sacrificing themselves. You don't need to have them make a speech about how they're going to die to save these people, and they're going to die to be good people. You'd think the audience would have been able to gather this from the story as to why they would make this decision. But like I said, they failed on both, otherwise known as all, accounts in this particular exchange. Not to mention all the mechanics involved in this sacrifice make no fucking sense at all. They survived this, by the way. How?
Yeah. It's two of them.
It doesn't fucking matter. It's not about how strong your fucking healing is or how many people there are. It's antimatter and matter crushing you. It's the kind of power that's supposed to destroy the multiverse.
Yeah. And when the whole idea with the Power Stone in that case is being like, yeah, one of you, it isn't actually enough, but that's because, like, the stones have some sort of, like, will, or at least some degree of, like, they're connected to essentially, like, they're not just cosmic, if you get what I mean, in a sense, compared to this, where it does just seem to fundamentally describe, yeah, it's matter and antimatter. Like, how does will, what's that got to do with it?
Yeah. But my gosh, it pulls them through. Some people are saying it might be Madonna. That could have been the reason they survived, actually. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes. Sandra is defeated. The timeline is safe. And you might be like, whoa. What do you mean the timeline is safe? It's like, well...
What do you mean? It's going to continue decaying. What are you talking about?
You see the TVA arrive right on time. And Mr. Paradox is like, I didn't do any of this. It wasn't me. And obviously it's found out pretty quickly he was absolutely responsible. And he gets taken away. But the more interesting part is she says, let's get this Deadpool variant back to the Void. That's a really strange thing to immediately command when you have no idea what happened here.
Yeah, what? He was never even meant to be in the Void. This is his timeline.
But wait, before any of that, she doesn't know anything about what's happening here. Surely he's got to be taken into questioning.
Let's get this guy back to the hellscape end of time.
Like, maybe you want to ask him what the fuck just happened, who he is, why he's here, and how everything went down. That could be something. But no. Let's put him back in the Void, even though he's in the correct universe, and he was only in the Void because Paradox put him there, the person who's currently arrested. I don't know what the fuck she's smoking. And then Peter comes in and says, whoa, 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 this one's homegrown. And that stops her from doing that shit to him when, well, we already know that they've pruned several people who are quote-unquote homegrown. So I don't even know, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to make of any of this. I find it all very odd. Obviously, the answer I'm mainly looking for right now is what's the fate of the Fox universe? How does anything that's happened change anything about that? And so, for operating an unsanctioned Time Ripper, good old Mr. Paradox is going to probably go away forever, which is why, by the way, I said near the beginning, his plan didn't make any fucking sense. Even if he was successful, he was going to be put in jail anyway. It doesn't matter if what he did had worked, he would have been fucked. Yeah, and she says, you led an Omega-level mutant to the timeline, and you shouldn't even be in this timeline. This is in regards to Deadpool and Wolverine. Really odd, these statements, when they just rescued the entire multiverse.
Yeah, like, maybe give them a little bit more props. What have you done?
Well, it's not even that. It's just, why do you think they're here, lady?
Yeah, they're trying to save the multiverse from your subordinates.
Yeah, I don't
obviously
get that.
Went off the rails, but still.
But she moves
Also,
on to
like,
say, your universe is regenerating. Whatever you did spared your timeline from extinction.
I don't know if the film is forgetting, but right now there are 2 Wolverines in this timeline.
Yep.
Because this is 2024 and Logan takes place in 2029, which means that there are presently 2 Wolverines here.
Isn't 2 fucking anchor beings, apparently?
Yeah, I guess so.
Because
and
one of the
surely
things...
that means that that's going to retcon Logan.
Yes.
That there's just another Wolverine walking about.
Well, and on their way in, Deadpool says, "Found your new anchor being."
So, what do you mean you found your new anchor being? He's still alive.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? The key. This is what the writers thought was happening, but none of this makes any fucking sense. They think that he needed to make a grand sacrifice like he did in Logan, but he needed to live through it, which this one did. So now there's no destruction of the Fox timeline. But they don't realize what time this takes place in, first of all, and then he's not even originally from this timeline.
The implication of that is, yeah, fuck you, Logan, for getting impaled on that tree. Should have made
well,
sure
yeah, you
that
shouldn't
didn't
have fucking
happen.
died, loser. Like, that's why...
Yeah, otherwise your whole universe gets destroyed. And what happens when he eventually just dies anyway of the adamantium poisoning?
I don't know.
Like, what?
I don't know how any of this fucking works. Remember, the continuity of Logan had a completely different history. We don't even... It's not recognizable with Deadpool.
You know, by 2029, all the X-Men are dead. There are very few mutants left. So, like, what... And also, there's also 2 Lauras as well. Because you've got her in the past, and then her in the future version.
But again,
Incursion! Here they
incursions
come.
are on the way, for sure.
Incursions are gonna destroy this universe.
She says, by the way, in regards to this, whatever you did, you spared the timeline. So she doesn't even know, and apparently doesn't even fucking care, that he did something that prevents her own orders to allow an entire timeline to be destroyed. A timeline in jeopardy because Logan died, but is now not in jeopardy because you have a new Logan, I presume, who's the hero now, or anchor being, whatever. Is that unprecedented? Have they ever had 2 anchor beings for one universe? Do they care about what this even means?
Well, anchor beings themselves are unprecedented because we didn't know about them until this film. And yet, even in this film, they've already now created a new precedent for the way that anchor beings work. But I mean, who is the anchor being in the Marvel in the MCU, or isn't there one?
Well, everyone jokes about it being Iron Man, but if it were, then they would have said something, right?
And destroying Thanos is now going to ensure the destruction of the sacred timeline. You can't have it that a heroic sacrifice is actually detrimental to the existence of that universe. That's a terrible idea. It's just a terrible idea from a writing standpoint. It completely undermines the sacrifice that, in doing so, it entails the destruction of that world anyway.
Well, and we'll probably talk about this a bit more once we're at the end of the film as well, but Logan has now been thoroughly annihilated. The meaning of it, both in-universe and culturally speaking, they're both gone.
Mhm.
I don't know how they could have done more damage. Like
Well,
like
I
I said,
mean,
we'll
do you wanna
summarize it.
clarify it to people?
We'll do it in a
Or,
bit because we're so close
okay.
to the end, you know. But there's like 3 angles to how you could destroy it, and I think they did all of them. So before the end of that scene, they say, "Wait, there's some people in the void who helped us. Can you bring them home?"
That's the throwaway line to be like, "Yeah, can you save Gambit and stuff?"
It's like, well, wait. What does that mean? And wait, so you think that the people in the void need to be saved? Which, by the way, I'm on board as a concept. And the TVA will listen to you and thus save them. Are they going to save everyone in the void?
Or are they gonna continue deleting stuff, when they please? And
This
sending
changes
it
the
there?
entire operation of the TVA.
Yeah, which had already changed entirely because of Loki season 2.
So, I don't even know how to just what you can't just grab it. And then first of all, we thought you were fucking dead, but I guess now they're all not dead because he said go grab them. But ultimately, if the void
Well,
even
why
has a
would that even-
timeline, time seems to exist there, as in like temporal progression. Can you
Too
go
late,
back
right?
before they were deleted and grab them? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
and then of course,
Don't think about it.
yeah, I mean, it's just unreal that they'll be like, yeah, we'll pluck those ones out for you as a favor, I guess. Like, damn. And remember, they're supposed to be the moral TVA these days.
Yeah, whatever.
So, the other half of that line that's much worse is, I promised my friend here his timeline could be fixed. And she says, wait, change his past, but his past made him who he is. There's nothing to fix. Might be what I think is the worst line in the whole movie. Logan's motivation is entirely based on, in this film, on the hope that he can undo the mistakes he made in his own timeline, because all of his friends and loved ones died. They died because he failed. So if the TVA can undo that, he gets to save them all, and he gets to not live with the pain that he failed them all. Now, the point of view from the writers is something that's been done in other things much better. The idea that the trauma you suffer has made you the person that you are to have, made the decision that you make today, that sort of thing. Unfortunately, the mechanics don't facilitate anything close to anything like that, because you can completely change a timeline and not change a person. Wolverine...
Exactly.
That's first of all, right? So Wolverine can remain the same, and they can fix his timeline, doing the very thing that he wants them to do, because all those people suffered and died. Now, the other thing is, if they said, nope, sorry, it's a rule. If we save all of them, you will no longer be the man you are, which is now a hero. Do you really think Logan would refuse? He'd be like, oh, I can't do that. It would kill me. The motherfucker was trying to kill himself.
Yeah.
He lives with the screams of the innocent in his head.
A heroic sacrifice for all of the people who had died.
This character, almost throughout the entire film, has wanted nothing but to undo his failures and to save the innocent that died. And she says, we could do it, but if we did, it would mean you wouldn't be you. So we won't.
And he accepts this.
This annihilates him. This is the most important choice that could happen in the whole film, and he shrugs it off.
Yeah, so, oh man, Deadpool and Wolverine assassinated? Oh no.
Well, I mean, that was the argument I made, and some people found it very confusing, but I mean, I just, the Wolverine they present in this film got fucking ruined by the end.
Which seems like, what a crazy
and
thing
who's
that
it
you
thanks
could
to?
assassinate.
The TVA.
The TVA. Yep, the caustic, like, tumor that is the TVA, just constantly enacting damage on every new installment.
I think assassination's a bit too far. This is his prime characteristic. It defines every action he takes.
Motivation.
There's nothing more important about his characterization than this event and this trauma, and they've completely undermined it by making him choose the opposite of what he would choose.
If that's not assassination, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, I don't know what assassination is.
Yep, Deadpool and Wolverine were assassinated in the film Deadpool and Wolverine. Crazy. Figured that wasn't possible.
Nope.
But yeah, I seriously was not expecting that. I was not expecting Deadpool to be assassinated within the first 10 minutes, and I wasn't expecting that Wolverine would be assassinated in the film that introduces this version of Wolverine. Was not expecting that.
As someone just highlighted, can't Logan just use Wade's Time iPhone to go back and do it himself? Can't you just use a temp pad?
Yeah.
Wasn't that established with Wade going to do it in different points in time, different realities? Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. And it doesn't seem like the TVA even cares, because, like, it wasn't actually, what's her name, saying, like, hey, Deadpool, we need to talk about how you, like, undid what happened in your timeline. Or, alternatively, that they never came and talked to the X-Men after Days of Future Past of, like, hey, we need to talk about how you, like, undid the whole Sentinels thing.
Yep. And so we get the first wrap-up scene. They're having shawarma. Remember when they did that in Avengers?
Yeah,
Remember that?
oh, yeah.
Nice. So, yeah, that, and Wolverine says the Avengers would be lucky to have you. Which it's just like, okay. Remember we did the Avengers, he was trying to join the Avengers. That was a thing.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Even though he didn't want to join the X-Men, and then he created his own team for himself, and then he decided, no, actually, I want to be an Avenger.
And he says, what will you do next? And he says, I'll figure it out. Before he can leave, he's like, hey, come with me. And he introduces him to Blind Al. And we have some jokes. And something happens that annoyed me a little bit. And that is, Deadpool has been telling the same jokes this whole movie. And he tells one here. And Wolverine starts, like, smiling and kind of laughing. I think most people would say, hey, that's like progression because they've become kind of friends now. That's great. But first of all, I don't even think that fucking friendship was earned whatsoever. Secondly, I actually think this is a bit of a boring way to show that kind of development in characters. And you know where they did it better, Fringy?
Where?
They did it better in Deadpool 2 with Cable and fucking idiot said Wolverine. Cable and Deadpool. Now, throughout Deadpool 2, Deadpool's telling jokes that Cable finds absolutely cringe and inappropriate. He very much is a strict straight man. It's done very satisfyingly because, however you treat Deadpool, even if you find some of the jokes funny, it's fun to have someone represent the side of the... Because, you know when he's, like, surrounded by people who are bouncing off him, which can be very funny. I quite love the scene where they're all, like, almost competing for jokes with Cable in the room later in the film. But having Cable consistently treat this very seriously, because as his motivation is all about his daughter, right? It's very satisfying to consistently watch the jokes get made and consistently watch Cable find different ways to try and either ignore them, criticize them for their inappropriateness, comment on how fucking stupid they are, or comment how fucking stupid Deadpool is. He very much treats it the same way every time, because that's what he believes about these jokes. They are pathetic, childish, pointless, and stupid. And they make a couple payoffs with this, some that I quite like. Do you remember when they're hiding from Russell as he's using his fire fist or whatever to shoot shit at people? They're trying to figure out what they're doing because, of course, they're competing at the end of the film. One wants to kill Russell to prevent him from causing damage. One wants to save Russell to prevent him from causing damage without killing him. That's like the conflict between Cable and Deadpool by the end. Cable is obviously aware that that is Deadpool's goal, and it's a noble one. And so you watch a lot of his actions where he could easily kill Russell, but chooses not to give him a bit more time. He keeps saying you're on the clock, that sort of thing. And there's a part where they see the guy who Russell's trying to kill run away, and Cable looks at him, and he goes, he even runs like a pervert. And then Deadpool says, yeah, he looks like the government are about to find his laptop, or something like that. And it's like the one... It to me, is a more subtle development of how Cable was the one that kind of made the joke first, as an observation, and then Deadpool bounces off it. And so Cable's got nothing to complain about this time. He's kind of the one that set him up, and it just moves on. I was like, oh, that's like a great way to move them forward. And then by the time you get all the payoffs with Cable having saved Deadpool, him coming back, he's like, you did it because you like me. And he's like, no, I don't. And he's like, yeah, you do. You did it because you like me. You love me. You wanted me to stay alive. He's like, no, I don't. And he's like, the way Josh Brolin plays it
Yeah.
is he's actually getting angry. Then he says, okay, I'm going to flip a coin. If it's heads, you love me. And then he like flips it. He's like, I'm not even going to check it because I know you did it because you did it for me. And the Cable says, say it one more time. And he goes, you did it for me. And he goes, Jesus. Like, he's so, he's stalwart in not fucking liking the jokes, but he likes Deadpool as a man who did what he did. I find that to be so much more honest and satisfying. I really enjoy all the scenes with them throughout Deadpool 2. I think there's a really good through line.
It's a great pairing.
Yeah. Now, with these two, it's just, I don't even get what the fuck changed everything, really. And then Wolverine's just like, oh man, you know what? Your jokes are really funny. It's like, no, they fucking were. You hated them. Like, what? Like, what?
You hated them, and you were right to hate them because they were not good this time around.
And like, it's just so much less honest and less work goes into establishing this sort of shit. And like, we immediately cut to they're all just having fun, laughing, drinking beers, and eating pizza as a big old family. It's like, what the fuck did this happen? What? Like, there's so much to sort out. It's like, oh, X-23 is here. It's like, what? Is this like a dream sequence? Like, what about all the mechanics involved? All the people you need to inform and sort out?
It's over. No, it's over.
And then, if not to make things fucking worse, you have him holding the dog, and Wolverine's like, hey, give me the dog, you talk to the girl. And they have what felt to me like, just I mentioned this earlier, it's like, so you've been busy. I did it for you, even if you didn't want me. And then she touches his hand. What the hell is that?
What happened to their relationship? What
have they done? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Isn't it crazy? She got fourth billing and she's like not even in the movie. Like, just like they felt obliged to just have her be in there to like provide completely contradictory and incredibly thin motivation. And this is the resolution? Are you joking?
And he says, turns out I am the world-saving type. Best part? Sometimes the people we save us right back. What? What? And as if that wasn't bad enough, the scene begins with its commentary on, remember, his whole thing is I need to matter, I want to matter. And he says, turns out you don't need to be Marvel's Jesus to matter. You just need to look around, and if you're lucky, you'll find a few friends. Some old, some new. What is that? What does that have to do with mattering?
About being a hero and saving someone's life.
What is he talking about as well? Because he was essentially Marvel Jesus. He almost died to save everyone in the multiverse.
Save the entire multiverse.
He now matters more than anything, or at least he's drawing with Wolverine. I don't even know what to say about this. Like, what is the answer to the question of, do you live your life with the goal of mattering? Yes or no, or is there some nuance? There's something to fucking answer there. His response is, well, you don't need to be Marvel's Jesus. You just need to have some friends. What? I just don't understand what the fuck is supposed to be, like, what is the message here? Because you have the...
I guess the most that they have is like, yeah, you see the Fox X-Men movies, they were kind of shit, but hey, they tried their best. And that's what counts. Like, that seems to... I don't know, is that what that means? It's meant to be a meta commentary on how the Fox X-Men films kind of like, they just sort of existed eventually for a while. But I mean, of course they mattered, unless the film thinks that they didn't matter. I mean, the X-Men, along with Blade, was one of the first, you know, successful modern superhero films. So, like, I don't even know what the view is meant to be on a meta sense retroactively for the Fox X-Men stuff.
The other theme being second chances, meaning Deadpool got a second chance to become the hero he always needed to be to win Vanessa, is just arbitrary horseshit. He stopped being Deadpool because one set of Avengers in one universe said they weren't interested in having him join, for no real good reason, by the way.
And why would he even feel particularly motivated to do this in the first place when he just created a superhero team that was meant to stand in for his family?
Exactly. And you got Wolverine, it's like he got given his second chance. Like, well, does it count when you were essentially convincing him that he could undo his mistake quite literally with the fabric of the universe? Is that a second chance? I feel like that's more you're trying to take the opportunity
You're
to
bending
undo your
reality to
first
your
chance.
will.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Not that
Um,
you're making like that you present him with a new opportunity to help people, that will not, rectify the past error.
yeah, he almost wants to delete the first chance. That seems
Yeah.
to be what we're trying to do here. And then, of course, the ending for him is no. We'll just carry on. Very fucking
Yeah.
odd. You're like, okie dokie then.
Mm.
Then, of course, the second chance for all the supporting cast members. I don't even know what to say in terms of a second chance for X-23. What the fuck are you talking about? Logan is like hyper respected.
Yeah, exactly. It was the ending of that character, and she had been given a chance to live, but then you wrote it so that she got pruned and sent to a different universe, like in the void, to then have to get rescued out of it to get a second chance. Like, that's just some stuff you invented. And then, of course, when you apply it to, again, Gambit.
well,
like,
yeah, Gambit 0 chances, Blade 3 chances, so second chance is kind of odd for them. But then Elektra
kind of
2
got her
films.
second chance with her movie, so
I don't even.
what are we even talking about?
It's just filled with like, what the fuck are you trying to say? Where is this going? And if you want to be as simple as, well, just getting you fuck up one time and then you go for a second time and you don't fuck up that time. Okay. It's getting so broad that I don't even know that we can draw much of anything out of it. Which takes us to the credits, which is they give you a collection of behind-the-scenes scenes from all of the Fox Universe sort of superhero films. A very broad selection. Set to Green Day, which was a choice.
Yeah.
This, not speaking of the music, of course, the scenes themselves were very sort of, I don't know how to put it. There's many feelings were had when watching this, and it crystallized for me when in the selection they play Wolverine in Logan saying, "This is what it feels like." So, why don't we talk about Logan in relation to this film?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. So I would absolutely be counted as part of the generation, as several people would, of having grown up with Wolverine and X-Men and stuff. You know, a lot of people did, obviously. I'm squarely in that generation. I was 7 when they put out X-Men 1, so it's like perfect timing. And it was amazing. Everyone knows that. First one was awesome, second one was awesome, third one, not so much. So,
It has some good memes in it, though.
but I still feel like the I didn't really want to miss any installment. I was always very interested to see what they would have happen next, because a lot of it was just fucking stellar.
Well, I think it was just because sometimes they'd surprise you. Like, First Class kind of came along and it's like, hey, this is like good, you know?
Yeah.
After Origins and X-Men 3, they'd just occasionally come along and be like, hey, I like that.
You get ups and downs, experiments. It was part of the era of
very
experimentation, right? And it's a framework for everything to come in a lot of ways, not to exclude, of course, Blade and its influence and everything. It's just that X-Men would have changed a lot again. Same with Spider-Man at the time. You know, it's all moving in particular directions.
Well, they're the films that paved the way for the MCU.
Exactly.
You know, the MCU wouldn't have existed if not for those films.
So, when looking at like the attempt reboots, spin-offs, crossovers, desperately trying to find anything that works, and they go all over the place. We have hits and misses, blah blah blah. The entire continuity of the Fox thing. I've talked about how it's kind of funny in one of the older EFAPs. We talk about the nature of the continuity of the Fox universe being in a complete shambles compared to the MCU, which is quite funny to look back on, because now Fox is far more coherent than the MCU. Not even close.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Obviously, attaching them at the hip makes the question a lot more complicated, but we'll ignore that for now. The journey was like kind of is running out of steam, right? When you hit the Wolverine or X-Men apocalypse, you start to wonder exactly what the plan is, because they've not it's like, where are we going and what are we doing exactly? And the films are starting to get, I would say, less cultural relevance and a lot more of people being like, are we just sort of shooting in
Well,
the dark? Are we trying to make something work? We don't even know if it will.
it was like, in a sense, Days of Future Past felt like a full circle. Days of Future Past has got its problems, but it's a film that I definitely enjoy, and it felt like kind of a full circle moment. But then they decided, well, no, but we want to continue with, we want to keep making X-Men films. So yeah, X-Men
Yeah.
Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix, they wanted to keep going with that. There was obviously Deadpool was happening as well, and then Logan
When
coming along.
when Logan came out, it really felt like the end of the story, not just of Logan, but of the Fox universe to some extent. We of course got Dark Phoenix, but I would argue that could have been shuffled out at any kind of time. It's not like there was a meta story with that one. It's just not a
That
great
was very much
story.
a case of, it was the ending of the X-Men universe because that was, they'd been bought and it was
Yeah.
over and they were done. Whereas Logan felt much more like the actual ending, and Deadpool kind of existed in his own world, even though
Yeah,
he's part of that world.
and I appreciate a final attempt at bringing a close as well to what was the reboot universe, because there was 4 entries to that in total, technically, right? First Class, Days of Future Past, Apocalypse, Dark Phoenix.
Apocalypse, Dark
That's
Phoenix.
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, so like I get that it deserves its final hurrah at an attempt. You know, Dark Phoenix has got his own things. Logan having released 2 years prior did, you know, it was something I would still very much appreciate. How do I put this? Logan spends the movie surviving, right? It's a thing that a lot of stories have done. The situation between him and Professor X is horrendous. They're like managing to... I think that's captured very well in the film. The way they live is not fucking fun. Both of them seem at their wits' end, and they both recognize the situation is that of they're just trying to stay alive long enough to make enough money to escape the world, almost, right? To get on the boat. And so when X-23 comes in and gives them both pretty much a nightmare to deal with, you still have she like represents the future of a future they didn't even think was possible. They didn't think that was going to be a potential. I think that's like Professor X is so excited about it because of the fact that they both thought that mutants were done, like extinct.
Yeah.
And at a certain point in the story, about halfway through, it's pretty clear that Charles... The way he operates in that film is almost like he doesn't want to acknowledge all of the actual incredible, crazy danger if it means you can't live, right? We've come across stories that it's like surviving and living are 2 different things. And he says, this is what life looks like. This is what living looks like. It's something like that. He says, this is like living, this having a home. This is what it is, what they have with that family for the brief time they have. And he says, you could still do this. Like, it's not over. It's not done. And you know, Logan doesn't really take to that at all. He's like, And it's because he's become so cynical and jaded, he's like, there's no room for anything close to what Charles is talking about. He's like delusional. And of course he's got the brain issues anyway, so it's kind of melds in. And all he wants to do is just try and make them survive. And by the time you reach the end of the movie, right after Professor X has died, Logan wants to leave once he thinks he's done, pragmatically speaking, everything he needs to with Laura. And he wants to consider whether or not he's going to kill himself, right? That's what he has the adamantium bullet. It's awkward for him to talk about it, but let's be honest, he's gradually poisoned. There's not much to live for, that sort of aspect. There's a lot of discussions to be had. The movie is pretty dark. It's not a happy movie. But by the time you get to the end, I'd say you'd have enough development between him and Laura that he cares about her certainly no less than one might about a daughter, because not only about the biological... connection that she very well probably has his DNA to have gotten the particular mutant gene, but how much he's had to care about her, and that there's like very few of them even left in the world. It's that sort of story. We see it in a lot of things. I believe it's called Wolf and Cub. I keep saying this every time. I haven't actually checked. In any case, connections are drawn pretty quickly when it's stuff like that. You know, and he sacrifices himself a couple of times until the last one actually takes. It's not, you can't keep standing in the way of bullets, so to speak, without actually dying. This film is like his whole health bar is coming down further and further and further. There are 2 lines at the end of Logan as he's dying. He says, so this is what it feels like, is the second one. And that one, I think, refers to a lot of what Charles was talking about, right? It's been forever since he's had a life to live, It's always been horror, chaos, death, for the sole reprieve of just going on. With Laura and the future of the mutants, as a chance to save what the dream of like having mutants be able to prosper without getting hunted down in horrible ways and stuff. It's what Charles was talking about the whole time. It's like actually seeing the potential, especially with what's his name, Doctor something. The bad guys in that movie, they're all dead at that point. So it's like there's actually a real thing of maybe they can actually live and make a new life, that sort of thing. So future generation of mutants is what I'm getting at, and there's a chance to save what was lost, fight for the living, and in a sense, he's experiencing the feeling of living through dying. It's like he's going to die so that he's dying as a result of living. Logan, he's running out of like his ability to heal and everything else because he's also kind of relieved about it to have done it in aid of bringing something to the potential that he and Charles both wanted. Which makes him feel at home, right? It's the kind of thing that Charles was talking about. He's got lots of closure, lots of love, despite the fact that it's like a horrible scene. And at the same time, I think the line actually refers as well to him feeling what death feels like, because that's not something he would ever have experienced before. So it's like a realization, and he can finally reach it. And in a sense, it's a relief, right? But at the very least, it's new. Very, very meaningful. The former line, however, "Don't be what they made you," is one that hits particularly hard because I think it summarizes like the whole life that he's had. Obviously, I don't know as much from the source material, but certainly from the films. He's got Wolverine is one of the people that fights like between good and bad decisions. A lot of the time, it can be made out of just not caring or not sure if he wants to move in a particular way, angry or calm down, that sort of stuff. Countless people trying to push and pull him, like Charles, Magneto, Stryker. Everyone is trying to use him for whatever goals they have, ultimately pulling him all over the place. And "don't be what they made you" could refer not just to the people who put the adamantium in the bones and stuff, but just everybody who ever wants Wolverine / this mutant that's powerful to represent or to do a particular thing. And so he's tried to live his life evading that and making the choices that he thinks are right, or even the ones that just match what he wants, but that now it's the most important thing to express to her to do that as well. Don't be the horrible monster, creature, whatever that they make you. So she's like the next generation. Brutal upbringing, chance to sort of live life with far less influence of the people who would bring her into like a war or something, hopefully. And you could say like she's truly his daughter in the sense of not just biologically, but the life that she's going to live is so similar to his. And so those two things being the last things that he says, I think are like perfect, like actually pitch perfect. I wouldn't have changed them for anything.
Agreed.
Possibly the most meaningful scene in like all of Fox X-Men. It was very impressive. I couldn't stop thinking about everything that it meant,
Enough to make a man cry.
Logan gets the respectful ending that recognizes and understands like the power of his story throughout all the films, even the shit ones, right? Because you can trace the storyline, whether they fully connect or not, right? There's issues, but he's given great respect as what the impact of those films had on the audience and films that came after them. He was a hero. His time has passed. It was over. Incredibly special. And to close, as you mentioned earlier, on a grave with the cross turning to an X is, I would describe as incredibly...
that is also perfect in terms of iconography. The imagery is amazing.
Yeah. I would describe it as incredibly melancholic because it feels tragic, yet entirely warranted and respectful. It's like really sad, but perfect. Right move at the right time, and it ends the story. Don't be what they made you. So, we fast forward to 2024, and we have both Deadpool and Wolverine being made to appear as fucking flanderized clowns that Marvel's forced them to be. We have the foul corporate trash gods doing everything they can to push, pull, tear apart any sense of meaning either of these characters could hold, because they're desperate to float a dying franchise with substance that they don't even have any understanding of. They didn't create themselves. They don't fucking know what it is. They are selling the ghost of like a bygone era, a world that the best they can do is photocopy it and hold it up and be like, you guys like this? They will go back to the grave, they'll dig up Logan's bones, and with no prompt from any sense of story, they'll actually, like, entertain you by bashing his corpse into the fucking screen. But don't worry, because while pissing over every last literal fucking shred of meaning they could ever have stolen from another artist's work, they will talk about how cringe they are, how disrespectful they are, in order to pander to the ends of the fucking earth, to explain to you how weird and fucked up and nonsensical and disrespectful and gross and downright retarded it is to shit down your throat while stapling their assholes to your lips and wolfing down fucking laxatives. Like, it's the most nonsense shit. And all to prevent the death of their pathetic, failing corpse of a universe. A death they have so thoroughly earned, yet thanks to their empire managed to stave off with a literal corpse of beloved heroes. Stories being all getting torn to shreds and made into a joke. Logan is back, everyone. He's back. The anchor being is back. The character you know and love so well. Every fucking characteristic down to the actor himself is back. And they'll use him till he's 90. Don't think about what meaning you could draw out of Logan. Doesn't fucking matter. Thank you so much. Enjoy the future. I don't like this film.
You know what? I understand. And I understand where you're coming from, because I also don't like this movie. Makes me sad. Makes me a little bit mad.
You know that visual, that series of visuals, they, if anything, they belong at the end of Logan, but after a good, like, minute or so to have taken in what the movie did as a goodbye, they don't fucking deserve to plaster it over this film. It's so embarrassing. It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Hey, I can't, I just, walking away from the film, it's just so, I'm just struck by the cynicism. I suppose what's frustrating, though, is that, it worked. It's making a lot of money. It's really successful. It really shouldn't, it shouldn't be that this, this approach to trying to tell a story, revitalize a series, works. It shouldn't. You remember how, they were making all of those comments about, yeah, we're not going to disrespect the ending of Logan. We're not going to, tread all over that. And then the fact that the film actually has him literally dig up his corpse and then use it to kill a bunch of TVA agents. I don't know, man. What's to be made of that? But, it's funny. Look, he did a dance. Look at him go.
It's all so superficial and surface level. Like this film, because Logan I can rewatch and recommend, especially in line with you could have a watch recommendation for the Fox universe or whatever. But this one, the best it has, and this isn't even from this is directly from people who love this film. It's it's a mess of a film that I have fun with, and you're like, damn man, imagine what this film could have been.
Yeah, I think that's the frustrating thing, is that you should not have the expectation or the belief that this is the best that you could have expected from a Deadpool and Wolverine team-up movie. If you had fun, sure, okay. But why does that preclude the possibility that there was a better version of this story that existed? That there could have been a better version of this story that was coherent and meaningfully paid respect to its characters? Why is it that this has to be the best that we could have expected? And I don't know, man. I suppose it's just unfortunate, because if someone says that, it's like, okay, I didn't have fun watching it. I didn't have fun. It was very much a case of just sitting there, kind of like, all right, and then as soon as you walk out, thinking yep, that didn't really follow, that didn't make sense. But the thing is everybody seems to very much be on board with the idea that the plot doesn't make any sense. It seems like it's a little bit harder to get to the point of accepting that the characters were not treated right.
No.
That both Deadpool and Wolverine were done a massive disservice by this film. What would you point to as a meaningful, substantive point of praise for this film? I'm asking you specifically, if you had to give it your best shot.
Let's see. It's gonna have to be. I mean, you know, the line, he wasn't like the right guy until he was. There's a concept in it that we were talking about it earlier. I would have loved to have seen in the scene itself, to talk about, like I said, to talk about the reality that no one likes to talk about. Which, by the way, I just realized this is the fucking speech from Far From Home. It's where Spider-Man needs to hear that Iron Man was not perfect. Why does everyone think that? He was a guy, he was full of flaws, he couldn't live up to the very legend that Iron Man is. If she had done something like that, explained to him that he must be getting tired of everyone explaining how amazing Logan was, especially with how much he's probably living with, and then to admit that she just doesn't know enough about him, he knew a different Logan, like all of that shit. The scene itself, it's because it's those two characters, and all they have to say is fucking hello and goodbye, and I'd probably already find the scene meaningful if they act it right. But the line, at the very least, being something that I would like desperately dig for meaning out of, I guess makes the scene, you know, raise up a bit. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that might beat it.
I guess because a lot of people are saying the acting, to which I would say sure, but I mean the acting was good in Multiverse of Madness. Like the acting seems to be something that you can reliably expect to be.
I thought you were saying like a writing thing. If it was just an aspect of
that's what I
filmmaking,
meant. Yeah, that's what I meant was was writing. Because yes, Hugh Jackman was great in delivering some really bad writing, unfortunately. And I mean, I guess I like some of the music choices, but I mean, I don't know, surely we can do better than that. Like if we're talking about, you know, substantive praise for the writing. Like, man, I really wanted it to be. I even clung to the hope of like, oh yeah, but you know, like it's not entirely like a Marvel Studios production because it's got all of the other stuff tied up in it, right? Of like, you know, more producers and like production companies and stuff like that would hopefully act as a essentially to counteract what at this point seems to be like a fundamentally deeply ingrained problem with the way that Marvel makes movies. That's the only way that you can explain such a consistent string of terrible films. But the reality is that this film doesn't feel very much out of lockstep with what's been released consistently over the last 3 or 4 years. No. I don't know, it just seems like it's filled with a lot of that if it was that given time, it will be recognized that many of the things, in particular, that have been singled out as points of praise, will be referenced in the future as being very comparable to the kinds of trends that we saw in a lot of similar, like, big multiverse crossover films that have been released over the last few years. Because a lot of the fundamental building blocks are the same. But how much can you really say, well, yeah, you know, like, this film's got a lot going for it, when the plot, everybody seems to agree, is, like, down to its core, foundationally, completely and utterly broken. And that the characters don't seem to be acting consistently with the way that they were portrayed in their prior stories, which is a huge part of what this film is banking on, is the pre-existing continuity. But the whole point of making a sequel, the whole point of your story being set after another one, is that you accept and get to extract a lot of the material that exists in those prior stories, but you're also bound to what they established about your characters and your world. You don't just get to hit the reset button because you want to pivot away to some other set of goals that you have. But like, if you've got a case where the plot is insane, the main characters of the film are acting completely incongruent with their fundamental motivations or their prior character arcs, the themes are completely like a mess as a consequence. What what is there aside from essentially very superficial surface level points of praise, like about specific bits of iconography that are from the comics, or specific music choices, or a dance sequence? Never mind all of the damage that's been dealt to the prior canon, because again, it feels like something that's worth emphasizing. When you're watching Logan and you see the end of the film, in the continuity of that world, his corpse gets both metaphorically and figuratively dug up and then thrown at a bunch of the MCU sludge. Ugh.
Yeah. And as I
It's
said,
deflating.
there's nothing we could say to further push this point to the forefront. Me and Freaky went into this being like, man, this is gonna be fun. This is gonna be great.
That was the hope. The hope was at the
you-
very least that it would get some laughs out of me.
If you go to the real BBC coverage of the trailers, you'll see that I'm like trying to defend the movie as being like, this looks like it's got potential. We've got some good stuff here, and it's like, yeah, but it's fucking MCU Phase 5, whatever. It's like, yeah, but like, look, they're gonna be using an alternative reality Wolverine that made far worse choices to reflect like the opposite of what a Wolverine should be and is, and he's gonna have to deal with people who knew a better Wolverine. There's gonna create all kinds of conflict with that, and there's so many options they could take that. And then, you know, like, it is the multiverse. You do have a small spark sometimes of like, you know, there's no reason they can't have any of these particular characters that we know and love come in and do something really substantive and meaningful and well executed that makes you think, man, that's so cool that they got them to do that. Like, I don't really care if I'm on an island with it. It's just, I would rather have not seen Chris Evans reprise his role as the Human Torch if it meant watching him get nut-shotted, back broken, and then stripped of his skin. That's just not what I really want to see. I was like, okay, well, that's
I think something that's making me a little bit upset as well is the realization that, I don't know, Deadpool 1 and 2, in particular, the first Deadpool, I don't know, it seems like it has gone underappreciated in terms of its qualities, and how sound it is. And like how, you know, its success ought to be directly attributed to its quality rather than simply it being different than a lot of the superhero films that were coming out at the time. It wasn't just that it had meta humor, or that it was edgy, or that it made jokes at the expense of and made fun of like trends in comic book movies. Deadpool 1 in particular, it's just a really sound, like, it's a really sound movie where they made a lot of really good decisions in terms of how to pace it, how to establish the characters, how to balance comedy and drama, and that it's really unfortunate that it seems that Deadpool and Wolverine is being viewed as comparable or in line with the thought process and methodology behind the creation of that film, when that is not the case. This film is very much, in many ways, in keeping with MCU sludge. Has a lot of the same tenets of MCU sludge, unlike the other Deadpool films, which felt like they were actually trying to be unique and provide something unique, and had thought and care put into the crafting of those stories. But you should wholly expect that the wrong lessons will be taken from this film, which is particularly catastrophic when this film has a lot of flaws, a lot more flaws than No Way Home. The lesson will be, yes, more multiverse stuff for legacy characters. Find ways to grab them, get them in there. And they might even have the lesson of like, yeah, you know, just have a little bit of edge, you know, sometimes a character say fuck, and maybe there's a little bit of blood. Oh yeah, that means that we're doing the right thing, right?
Hey, X-23 put on her glasses. But
Yeah.
she wore them in Logan, so.
Mm-hmm.
It is miserable corporate slop, and
Absolutely.
every time they release something like this, it means that we could have had something fucking awesome, or even acceptably
Well, now the
cool.
opportunity is forever gone. There
It's
will never
gone,
be
yeah.
your first opportunity to have Deadpool and Wolverine team up. That's gone forever. Because if they try to make more Deadpool and Wolverine films as well, strictly from a financial standpoint, I don't see that they perform better. You know, it feels like it's definitely got to be a case of diminishing returns because the novelty is gone. That's really a big thing that's helping the film is the novelty of it all. But once that erodes, what's left? In the case of Deadpool, because it had novelty working for it, you had a really cool movie. In the case of this one, you've just got a very, in many ways, very standard Phase 4, Phase 5 movie.
Which probably sums it up, eh? Is there anything else you want to say about this wonderful movie?
Very, very, very disappointing. So disappointing.
Yes.
God damn it.
Obviously won't be ever thinking of this film as canon as Deadpool 1 and 2 and Logan are, where the story finishes for both of these guys.
Yes, that's right.
Especially if we're getting Wolverine and Deadpool team up with Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, team up with fucking every other person you could imagine, and Robert Downey Jr.'s Iron Man to fight Robert Downey Jr.'s Doom. That's something that I think Shad said on...
sludge. Oh my God.
Shad said it on FNT that's very likely what we should expect, is that they will have the RDJ Iron Man fight the RDJ Doom.
Man. Oh, that's actually, that's not a bad guess.
It's just,
man,
isn't that the height of it? That's the Ouroboros has reached critical mass.
Absolutely. You thought that it was over? Nope. This film will spur them into the belief of, yes, we are making the right decisions. This film's success will make Marvel think, you know what? We're back on track. Brace yourselves for some sludge.
Yep.
It's coming. They got trucks full of it, rolling down the street, ready to blast you with it.
Well, and this film's the red carpet, isn't it, for that? It's like, hey, you like this? Well, guess what? We're bringing up fucking everyone.
Mm-hmm.
We are so back, peak fire, cooking all day long.
Yeah,
let's fucking
go. Ooh.
Well, it's probably a good place to wrap. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Hope you had some fun. This feels like a very, very unpopular perspective, but that's all right. Our main thing is to try and just be honest with you about how we see work. Try and give you all the arguments that we think brought us to that conclusion. We're very much still people who enjoy a lot of where these characters come from, but that don't quite like where they're ending up in a lot of ways, and a lot of these sort of things. Next week, on Saturday, since we will be an EFAP ahead for once, isn't that crazy? Because Hot D EFAP's coming out in a couple of days for the next 2 episodes. We'll be doing, I'll put out the Acolyte Supercut, and then the week after that, we'll have, I think me, Fringy, and Rags will do a live stream, possibly just having a chat, possibly doing a catch-up for a particular episode, but we'll be one ahead of schedule, so to speak, so we'll just have that stream to tell you guys what's happening, because it'll be a week before the anniversary, which I'm going to have to do a lot of prep for, because I haven't actually done anything yet. As well as inviting everyone. But, yes, as for other releases, I'm still going to have to get some more movie arc stuff coming out, and work continues on other projects. So thank you all very much. Yes, the anniversary will be August 24th. We shall see you there. It is expected to be the usual affair. Other than that, you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. We will absolutely get to catching up at another time. Obviously, Rags is not currently with us. Sorry you missed it, but it was a very worthwhile insight from him while he was here. Appreciate the doggo. And, well, thank you as well, Fringy. And this was a weird EFAP, kind of. It was like therapy somewhat. A
little bit.
So yeah, with that, we'll say goodbye. Thank you all very much, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
See you, everybody. Bye-bye.